And we're live. We're the Divided People, Season 2. Mid-COVID?
Mid-COVID.
Is that it? We call this middle?
We call it late. We call it late COVID.
Well, it might be
Maybe,
middle.
possibly.
I think we
It's the dark winter.
Yeah.
Like winter has
How far is election day?
What, 2 weeks?
Okay, well then we're
all
all
over 2 weeks.
Okay, well then yeah.
Pre-election, mid-COVID.
No, not even 2 weeks.
So
So not the best times, but not the worst.
It was the best of times.
I think we're coming upon the
worst.
season finale of Game of Thrones at this point.
Can't wait to see what the writers have planned next.
Hopefully they didn't sell out like they did last time.
Yeah, we got a couple months though. They
Murder
got
Hornets flop.
a few times to go.
This podcast episode, we're going to be, main topic is Trump and Biden, since that's the most popular thing right now.
Going to do the election, pretty much in general.
And today we have our friend John.
Yeah, that's me.
And then we have Joe.
that'd be me.
And John, what side you going for?
Is that funny that Joe is against Joe? Like Joe doesn't like Joe.
Well, I guess we know whose side we're
Joe doesn't like Joe Biden.
I push for Biden. Definitely, pretty much just not Trump. I feel like is my thing. Biden's the alternative that I choose.
Who would you have picked if not Joe?
Bernie, honestly. I'm just a big
Bernie
guy.
bro?
Yeah, definitely Bernie bro.
I like people say that in a negative way, but I really like that, like Bernie, bro. I'm like, yeah, I'd be a Bernie. Like, that sounds like a cool name, actually.
There's definitely things I didn't
Feel
agree
the
with everybody,
burn.
but like Bernie, I had the most agreements with.
See, I was more going for Tulsi Gabbard at first. I really liked her, but then she basically committed suicide when she tried to take out Kamala. Well, she did take out Kamala.
Well, yeah, she's pretty much being disavowed by her whole group now.
She did take out Kamala for presidency, at least.
Yeah, she really whopped her.
I don't know if you saw that debate.
I don't think I did. No.
Oh, you didn't see when Tulsi whopped Kamala Harris? That was her death.
Yeah, that's when
killed
her things dropped. 'Cause
See, I was thinking I wasn't really a follower of Kamala until like she became vice president. Like, and I was
Yeah,
like,
that's a whole nother discussion that we'll get into, I'm sure, in the middle of this. All right, so the basic topic is the election. Not specifically Joe and Trump, but the election. Okay, that's the general topic. So we'll open up with some basic stuff. We know they just had two. We had two debates recently with presidents. We had one vice presidential debate. I don't know if y'all saw those. Did you see any of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, watch that.
Helps a little. People at home, if you saw it. So I guess we'll kick it off with talking about the first debate. What did y'all think about the first debate? What's your first impressions? We'll start with John.
First debate. I feel like definitely difference between first and second debate was like Trump was a lot more crazy on the first one with like a lot more over talking. I feel like the first thing, honestly, I didn't learn much from it. It didn't sway too many
I think
people.
many people did.
It was mostly just a
it was a meme heaven.
Huh? Is cursing allowed?
Yeah.
Okay, it was a shit show.
It's cursing loud. We are explicit, everybody.
Put it this way: if we ever become big, Scientology is going to kill me. Because how bad
We support signs that say "I eat ass." Here at the Divided People.
The whole religion episode, I don't know what came over me, but all I was doing was trashing Scientology. I don't know why. I don't research it that much, but I know enough about it.
Yeah, I mean, everything comes out. You see, it's like that just seems wild. Is there anything like substantial to it, or like?
Yeah. South Park. Well, you ever watch The Boys on Prime?
Oh yeah, for sure. I also watched your episode.
The church.
Yes.
The church is they make Scientology.
Absolutely.
Like, the whole part where what's his name? The Deep was like, you told me about the alien god, and I didn't even fucking laugh. That's true. It's hardcore Scientology. But I couldn't help it. We were talking about different religions, and I kept trashing Scientology and Catholics too. But I'm a Catholic, so I'm allowed to. Fuck this. I was touched, so I'm in the circle.
Those dirty baby
Yeah,
raping
when you
priests.
touch it, I'm part of the circle. And I'm not talking about from God either, though.
Oh,
Okay, wait. We're veering off subject.
But, I think the first debate was more of a meme show than anything else. I got a lot of jokes out of it than anything.
Oh, the first debate was fantastic. It was so popcorn, sit on the couch, movie night. It was bad. It was really bad.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There's different ways to look at it. So whenever I watched the debate, the first one, you kind of get a sense of character when everybody was looking at Trump as though he was being a bully, and in some senses you could say that was the case. But at the same time, I was also looking for leadership skills, and I I don't know how I feel about having someone guide a country when they let other people talk over them, especially when it's their time and their time to speak. You know, you kind of have to show dominance and set the record straight and say, "Look, I'm talking. Let me finish my stance, and you can come back and say what you have to say."
Well,
Okay.
one thing I want to interject on is I went back and listened to that debate twice because I was everybody kept saying something. I was like, wait, I want to see if that's actually true.
Yeah, watch the
So
highlights.
a bunch of most people did. Most people just watched the highlight reels.
So the
They clicked
fly
and
was really
edited.
there.
But everybody was saying
That's
Trump kept talking over Biden. It's true, he did, but Biden talked over him just as much. He just wasn't called out on it.
I have to say it's false. If you look at,
I watched it twice. I sat there and tallied them. He did a lot.
They posted the like, I don't remember what it would call, but like they posted basically saying, okay, this how many times Trump interrupted, this how many times Biden interrupted.
No, they tallied how long each of them got to speak.
I saw
now,
one that showed both.
that part is true. Trump talked more, but interrupting, Biden just never got dominance when he tried to interrupt. He would interject with things like clown, stupid. That's he would say things to him.
Okay,
And he's talking significant strikes, basically. You're talking overall strikes.
Yeah, I'm talking about if you just want to clarify how many times people interjected, it was a pretty close tie. Trump probably came out a little bit higher on number of times interrupting, but Biden did his fair share interrupting too. There were multiple times that Chris Wallace actually called Trump out on interrupting and ignored it when Biden did.
Can we agree for a second? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
We'll get back to
Chris
that.
Wallace pretty bad as a moderator.
I feel like Chris Wallace didn't do too great. I like the second.
No, she did. She did a lot better. Even Trump.
I felt like
Even
they should
Trump
have,
thanked
honestly,
her
I
for
felt
her.
like they should have had a woman from the get-go, just because I feel like Trump is more like, I gotta watch what I say in front of a woman versus a guy. Because when it's another guy, he's like, oh, I can fucking own you. Fuck you.
I would love to see it be like a Democrat asking questions to the Republican and a Republican asking questions to the Democrat.
And that's what I mentioned to you. I
Put,
wish
put both their feet to the fire.
I
not
wish the
just
debate
one.
was like longer, just so you can have them ask each other questions.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't really get that. You get like this set questions, and then I don't know where they get the
They
questions
just need to
from.
sit.
The moderator
Yeah.
makes the
But
question.
that's what made me mad, because like the second debate, I was hoping for something for the Second Amendment, just because that is a topic that especially Kamal was bringing up. But that wasn't even mentioned. I was kind of like, man, that's my main thing I was kind of wanting to hear. But we didn't get to hear that because the moderator chooses the questions. But I also wish that they could have asked each other questions. Like there was some segment where it was like, all right, little free talk. What Joe's? What's your questions to Trump?
Well, I feel like that's what the open discussion's meant for, is that they're supposed to communicate with each other and talk. Which
what
They were trying to stop. They were trying to stop.
Yeah,
us
but
from
it's
doing
about
that.
that topic.
Yeah.
Because like Trump, he did it immediately with the HUD and Biden situation going on right now. He immediately steered that first topic into that.
Yeah, and that's what happens in most debates. I mean, most
But I wish
debates.
they would just
Most
have
debates,
that
you're gonna either ignore the question and get to what you really want to be said, or you're gonna
But
hurry up
that's
and
the
answer
thing.
it and then go to the
If
thing
you
you really
had
want to talk
that
about.
open discussion part, I feel like you would actually hear more about the topics that the moderators selected, because they're like, I'm gonna save this for the open debate.
I don't like the 2-minute thing.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
Yeah,
you can't get a full.
And then they give you what, 30
a full
seconds?
thought out in 2 minutes.
My only issue with that is I think the 2 minutes is fine because of the fact that they already know what the questions are going to be about. So all they have to do is they spend all their debate time practicing for what.
No. They're not given the debate
questions.
questions.
Yes.
No, but they can focus on, it's coronavirus. Okay, let's think about what are the things that we want to say about coronavirus and what are the things we want to call.
Yes, but I'm saying
out
even
about
getting
coronavirus.
out that coherent thought in 2 minutes to really express. I mean, this is the person going to hold the highest seat in the world, and you're like, okay, 2 minutes to completely get out your thoughts
And
on
honestly,
this thing.
one of my biggest things.
Hell, the question
learned this
sometimes
out-
takes 2 minutes to
election
even
year.
ask.
I never liked Bernie because all I really saw with Bernie was from the debates and like just clips. When he went on Joe's podcast and had just a talk with him, I was like, no, he really fucking cares. Like I didn't get that out of anything else. I'm like, why don't like that's what kind of made me mad. I'm like, the debates don't really, you don't get to see that. But when I was just listening to Bernie, I'm like, no, he genuinely cares. I might not agree with a lot of things he said, but I'm like, he cares. I'm like, I'm okay with that. When you care about the country, I'm fine with
It's
that.
hard to tell though, because when they're just sitting and talking with somebody, a lot of that is things they've prepared. They have prepared statements. I mean, they even give a list half the time. Now they didn't with Joe because Joe won't do it, but a lot of times they'll even give a list of do not ask these questions.
Well, I just like the fact that like, it was like on that episode, I learned more about Bernie than I have anywhere else, and that was just crazy to me.
Yeah, no. I want to say before we get too far away from it, from what you were saying earlier, Joseph. I feel like with Trump, you know, I haven't seen what you were talking about, Lance, with the whole, you know, them interrupting each other. Whenever I watched it, I felt like, yes, Biden did interrupt Donald Trump a good bit, but I feel like most of the times that he was interrupting, it was like, hey, I'm talking, Trump says something, just takes away the attention, and then Biden saying, okay, let me bring it back, this is me trying to say my point.
Oh, like I said, no doubt. He did. Trump interrupted him a lot. Everybody, I mean, even Republicans were like, wow, he wouldn't stop.
There's a way to handle that without coming off as arrogant. You could be, like, if you just kind of sit there and take it, you come off as weak.
Yeah, okay, but my question is, first of all, Trump is supposed to be the highest, he's the highest office, he's the president of the United States. It should not be on the other person to demand to be able to speak at a debate where you're supposed to be able to speak to each other. Especially during the 2 minutes that you're supposed to have.
Trust me, I agree with you. I agree.
I mean?
I agree with you in the sense, trust me, like, I would like to hear both parties, converse. I want to hear both sides. The first debate was terrible. I didn't learn anything, not a single thing.
Also, another point is that whenever Kamala Harris demanded for her time, whenever she was speaking to the vice presidential debate and said, the vice president, I'm speaking, that's her demanding her space, like you said, that, oh, you want Trump to do. Mm-hmm. But instead, everybody says, oh, she's being bitchy.
No, I don't agree with that.
No. Actually, that's not what Republicans said. Republicans said it wasn't Pence that interrupted her. It was the moderator interrupted her.
I feel like that's outright false.
I wasn't able to watch that debate.
I mean, I go find you the video clip. The moderator interrupted her, then Pence spoke, and then she called Pence out on interrupting her.
Not every single time.
No. There's one specific time toward the end where she made a big scene out of it and said that she was being interrupted and all this stuff, but it wasn't him that interrupted her.
Okay,
the moderator actually interrupted her.
The majority of it, Mike Pence was trying to speak over her or trying to say whenever she's clearly saying, hey, I'm getting this thought out. It's not like I'm continuing on. No, I'm trying to get a coherent thought out. In the middle of it, he starts speaking. She goes, hey, I'm speaking. I'm talking.
Yeah, and
it's my turn.
From what I saw, anytime Kamala responded to Pence in a way that was like trying to gain back the spotlight, it was more so she wasn't even really going on saying anything until Pence said something, and she would just react and I was going to get to it. But was she really, it's as if she didn't want to answer or she was hesitant to answer. And then it was clear, there was nothing being said, and then so Pence would maybe reply to what he had just heard, and then she would kind of like if you're arguing with somebody and you don't really know what to say yet, but someone else says something, but you don't want to give them the spotlight, so you're like, well, let me talk. You know what I mean?
Okay, I never got that. I mean,
I got
a couple points where it
once
happened, but
twice.
I didn't get it for the majority of it. I feel like a lot of times Kamala was pretty good about, first of all, the important thing that I noticed was she would always state where she was coming from. Like, hey, this is the position that I held that gives me the credibility to be able to say something about this topic. And then would go on to say the topic and talk about it. So she would talk about her time on a position in the White House or whatever, where she learned certain things, and she would go further on it, rather than just saying things like Pence was, where he would just say, oh, this is not okay, this is okay. She would give her point of view.
Well, that's because he's in that position now. Right. He's currently the vice president. He is involved in all that. Mm-hmm. So he does. That's just a no.
Right, just because he wasn't a prosecutor.
Yeah, she's talking about. He actually used that against her most of the time. Right. She would say something like, well, when I was a prosecutor, and he's like, yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about when you were a prosecutor. And then he would rebuttal on her time as a prosecutor, which, I mean, even in California and even in the black community, she was known as a terrible prosecutor. Mm. I mean, her time is mired with her situation with sleeping with that, what was that, senator or something she slept with and stuff like that?
I actually didn't hear about that.
Yeah, I didn't
That's how how does anybody not hear about it?
I'm serious.
That's her entire career has been mired with.
I wasn't going to bring
Willie Brown. I think it was Willie Brown.
But from what the story was
Willie Brown admitted
the guy she was sleeping with was really into politics, and she used him as a stepping stool to get.
Okay, I haven't heard anything about that.
I can't.
Willie Brown, extramarital affair that boosted her career. She was nothing before she had that affair. Willie Brown admitted to the affair. And he was married at the time.
I had a lot of problems with her in general.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I definitely was my first pick.
Well, my main thing is there's a lot of
debate.
cases where people turned out to be innocent, and she's still like, no, give him the
Yeah,
bail.
I heard about that as well.
And I don't like that.
That's what Tulsi Gabbard nailed her on.
Oh yeah, evidence goes missing. Like
Well, yeah, they Joe had
Help
it on
people
one of his
beyond their
podcasts. These
sentences.
people are going
Yeah.
around like trying to save people on death row, and they saved, if not 2 to 3 people that Kamala said no, I don't care about the evidence, lock them up, because she wants that credibility on her scoreboard.
I really think
I don't like that.
she was
I
a
don't
bad
like that
pick
either.
for his
I don't-
VP.
I haven't seen
No,
that
no,
myself, but I don't like that.
I couldn't. When he said Kamala, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like,
Yeah, when he picked Kamala
Harris.
Harris, especially since she did so terribly in the primary, like she did terrible.
I know, like,
Why would you pick her? But he said at the beginning, he said he was going to pick a woman, a person of color, a female person of color. Now he said that at the beginning, so I mean, you kind of
Right.
expected it. Everybody kind of expected, but they really did. They thought he would go another direction.
He chose
Yeah.
the one that called him racist too.
Well, that's why.
I was
That's
like,
why I said it wasn't. I don't even really count the vice president debate because
Oh,
we
that was-
already know she's not a good debater. She did bad in the primaries. She
Yeah.
did terrible during that. The only thing everybody gave her credit for, because she did bad regularly, was when she attacked Joe Biden, who's now she's running with. She attacked him as being racist, called him openly a racist.
I don't know. I feel like the more that I learn about, because again, Biden was not my first pick. Kamala Harris was not my first pick. I kind of threw into I don't want Trump, and so whenever Biden won the Democratic nomination, I was like, okay, well, let me see if I can agree with any of this.
It might surprise you that a lot of Republicans feel the same way. Most, in fact, a ton of Republicans don't like Trump.
Yeah,
They're just
absolutely.
like,
Republicans against
I
Trump.
can't allow Biden to do the things he wants to do. A lot of people, that's
But
just
see
how they
why?
feel.
That's my biggest question. Is when I started looking more at Biden's platform, there's not really too much that I'm like, okay, I'm against
so
that.
you know why?
Why?
Like, for me personally, I think he's not going to live long enough. And I'm
that
not
too.
saying that.
That too.
And no, I'm not saying that as like
To be mean
he's
or
old or anything like that.
But Harris
Part of
would
me,
be
like,
the president.
Is worried that like he doesn't realize who's in his corner. Like, there's not loyal people on his side, and I feel like
What do you mean by that? Loyal people doesn't fit.
Harris, I mean,
like,
the
let's
one,
say
his vice
Harris-
president called him
Harris's
racist.
husband said my wife is going to be the first female president.
Yeah. He
Why not said that?
he just recently said, I'm married to the next president of the United States. And everybody's like, what?
I always said this as a joke. I'm like, man, Biden's going to get killed. It's like one of those Game of Thrones episodes. Like, I made it to the top. No, I made it to the top, motherfucker.
Who
And I
poured
made
the
that
glass
as a
of
joke.
wine?
Yeah,
But he is, like, when he was having that second debate, I was getting worried when he started stumbling, because for a second I was like, is he having a stroke?
He's got a stutter. I mean,
No,
I had a
no,
stutter growing
he-
up. That's
He does
not
not have
enough
a
to
stutter.
say
That is
No, no,
a false
but
story.
that is not true.
That is
have you ever seen-
absolutely a false
Well,
story.
hell,
Have you
one
ever
at a time,
seen-
one at a time, please.
Have you ever seen Dementia?
Dementia, yeah.
Like the beginning stages?
yeah.
It's very similar to what I've seen on that second debate.
Wife's,
you can look for the
wife's
same-
a doctor. First stages of dementia, absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
you can also say look at Trump. Look at the times
Oh.
where he bragged about the cognitive test, the test for dementia, and he said he passed it and it was really hard.
I
when
brag
it's
too.
literally a test about seeing if you have dementia. If you fail anything, you have signs of dementia.
When did he say he took a cognitive? He
don't
said
remember that?
he gets tested regularly by the doctor.
No, he came on.
I
I
don't
can't
remember him saying
what
this
he was
is
on
cognitive
with.
test.
I know what you're talking about.
He took a test
He
that
was
was like
gloating about
elephant, like what is this? What is the date?
Oh,
everything like
yeah,
that.
but-
thing.
but
He
it was-
bragged about it.
Right.
But if you look, you can literally Google Trump good at words or something like that and find videos
no,
of
he's-
him doing the same thing that Biden's
But
doing.
he's
and
never been good.
I wasn't saying that like
I
as
have to disagree with that. I've seen clips where they show the same exact stuff that he's saying.
But
He
I'm not
gets
saying
words
I wasn't saying
completely
that
wrong.
against Biden. I was saying like I was genuinely worried that he was doing that because like I've seen him do it a lot too, and like him getting. I can understand him like just over the campaign trail, him getting confused with certain things, what states he's in, and stuff like that. It just made me
Forgetting where
worried.
he went to college.
That's
Yeah.
not true. That was false. He said that he started his teaching there, or whatever. He started his platforming there. That's where he went to talk about stuff and to spread words.
No, he
that
said,
is not
he said
where he went to
specific-
college.
I know. That's what
No,
everybody
that's he said. I started my journey here at this college. Not that he went there. He said he started his journey there. And then if you look, that's where he went and primarily did so. You can fact check
Yeah,
it
I
out.
have to go look that one up because I listened to when he was talking, and I mean he got
I
called out
agree.
by
It did
multiple
come
people.
out like that.
And by any means, I don't like Trump either. I really fucking don't.
Yeah,
As a
just to
person,
be
no.
clear, I think I don't like him either. I would have rather
Like,
like
if it was up to
Ben
me-
Carson or somebody.
I say if it was up to me, I'd put them both behind the building and just shoot them both and be done with this shit.
Well, that's a little bit aggressive.
It is and it isn't. Like I feel that way about both of them just because of the fact that they've all done shady shit that like cost Americans lives. in
People,
general.
okay, people say, what exactly has Biden done that y'all are so against?
Okay, wait a second.
Because I feel like my argument is not Biden's the best pick. My argument is Biden's not as bad as y'all think, and Trump's way worse. That's my argument.
Why do you hate Trump so much?
Okay, well, let's see
I know
here.
you have your list ready.
Yeah, I have my list ready.
Well, no, I'm not here to debate. I'm here to moderate.
Look,
So I'm throwing up.
He's gonna
Joe's
flip
got
to a
quiet.
page. All it says is "Orange Man bad."
Okay, so first of all, there's the whole issue with the mail-in voting, voter suppression we can talk about. There's this his stance on the whole thing of Black Lives Matter. His stance with how he pretty much doesn't condemn any of the white supremacy that's happening, any of the extremist groups that are coming out, the Boogaloo Boys, all that stuff. There's his response with the stimulus package. There's his response with the coronavirus package, where even in the final debate he said, "Oh, I take full responsibility, but I'm not to blame. It's China." Immediately not saying that he's taking responsibility.
Okay, so let's go back to your points. All right, so his stance on Black Lives Matter. Did you watch the second debate?
Yeah.
When he cleared up his stance, when he said that when he first heard about the movement, that all he knew was the acts of violence and what they were saying. Pigs in a blanket, what is it? Fry them like bacon. You know, and stuff like that. Which is true, because that's the same thing that I saw when I first heard of the Black Lives Matter movement. Because I saw, on YouTube, you'd see like the protests, and then all of a sudden there was just so much violence, and you can't just make the videos up. Like this is not from a movie. All these different videos in these different cities you're seeing. Granted, it could not be a whole it might not be just from the Black Lives Matter organization. It could be a whole other organization entirely. But it's not. It just nothing looks good. And on top of, let's see, go back. What were your other points? You had.
Let's stick on Black Lives Matter for a second.
Right.
We can talk about how the study came out. 93% of the Black Lives Matter protests were peaceful.
Nope.
7% was the ones that were.
That's a false study. But okay.
Big 7%.
Really? Okay. Whenever I last checked it, it was showing that.
Yeah. What I'm saying about you can't. Yeah, because it's based on if the protest lasted 3 days and it ended in violence, does that mean it was 93% peaceful? No. If it ended in violence and it's the same protest, it was a violent protest. Because that is the metric that any other protest would be measured.
Okay, but
they changed that.
When you look at the media was talking about how Portland.
Now don't get me wrong. Wait. Let me backtrack because I don't want to put this out as bad. Okay, so Black Lives Matter protest, fine with them. I don't even believe it's them that are causing those problems. I think it's groups like Antifa and stuff hijacking their protests and turning them bad. Because we have a ton of video of that. It's usually that's the case. It's usually getting hijacked toward the end of it. The one in Chicago was completely peaceful. They organized it with the city. The police were escorting them. And then Antifa people actually guided them off the route. You see the guys at the front, they have an aerial video shot of it, guiding them off the route into a park where there's a group of Antifa people with umbrella signs and weapons in the park that they go dump out in front of the group, and then it became violent. That's when they started attacking the police officers in the park. And that's I don't blame Black Lives Matter for that. I blame Antifa for that, and that's a problem. But even Black Lives Matter blames Antifa for half of that stuff. Yeah. They're like, there's videos of them with the guys busting windows, and they're like,
and Black Lives Matter.
That's not Antifa though. You're talking about the Umbrella Man.
Okay, I know what you're gonna say because I've already fact checked that. You're gonna say that it was a biker that was a white supremacist that was unverified, and he was never arrested, prosecuted, or even investigated. They tried to ask him questions, and that was about it. That was all they got.
So how do you know he was Antifa then?
What? There is no way to know somebody's Antifa. All you can say is that they're actions.
When we see instances of we have instances of cops, videos of cops walking down there pushing towards a protest, and then one of them breaks out a car window. We see instances of people in full blackout gear, the Umbrella Man going over and breaking a window. We have all these instances of people going into the protest. I'm trying to find my story.
Well, that's why I'm not using that case. I'm not using that. I'm using the one where it was literally a group of people at the front of the line.
How many of those videos do you actually see though of police breaking windows and whatever? Like a lot less than you see actual citizens or.
Yeah, I haven't seen the one of the police.
I've seen it was one video I think that I saw.
I see what John said. I've seen that one.
Yeah, which
that was in Portland.
There's no excuse for that.
It was like a lot of them walking and they passed the car. He just
nobody sides with him on that. Like there's no excuse for it at all.
Was the car already like fucked up or something?
It was parked.
Yeah, it was part. From what I remember, it was like
it was-
completely fine. He
At that time,
he
it was still
slowing down.
a peaceful protest. They were just kind of walking and getting position. And they
But what state was that in?
I think
Was
it
it
was
Portland? Well, okay.
I might be wrong though because I go to Portland.
I don't know why. So yeah, there's no excuse.
So we'll back up then. So anyway, so how do we know that they're Antifa people? Well, because like what is it?
Oh, we have like
hundreds and hundreds of arrests, and they found them all promoting Antifa.
Right.
So wait,
I mean, the Antifa websites and how people communicate, how they gather, how they decide when and where to go.
I just want your opinion on this one. What do you feel about Antifa?
Antifa is an ideology. It's not. Antifa is literally anti-fascist.
So is Nazi-
you can talk
so-
about
so is
people,
Nazism.
You can talk about people
Right.
who believe in the Antifa ideology and take it too far, and those are extremists. But to say Antifa is not a thing. There are
It is a
people
thing.
who follow the Antifa.
No, it is a thing.
Right,
There's videos of their meetings.
That's like saying white
There's
supremacists
videos of their meetings.
aren't a group.
I mean,
No,
No,
white
there are-
supremacy is not group. There are not white supremacy
Okay,
groups.
well then-
there are groups that follow white supremacy.
No, sure there are. There are white supremacy groups. We're
Yes,
not-
but they're under KKK, Boogaloo, all those
Yes,
groups.
exactly.
But white
Well-
supremacy is not the group.
Well, then there
It's just
are
like-
anti-fascist groups,
yeah, there are anti-fascist groups. Yeah,
but they don't have a name because
Well, no,
they
wait. Let's clarify. Don't say anti-fascist
okay,
group.
there are
Okay,
members-
Antifa is a thing, and anti-fascist is another thing. Because I'm against fascism. I'm pretty
Right.
sure everybody here is against fascism, right?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, so-
which is a common tactic used. They say, well, if you're against Antifa, then you must be pro-fascism. That's not true. That's not the way that works. So I just want to clarify that we're all against fascism. Everybody here is against fascism. Okay.
Because my thing is a lot of people I've seen this is on TikTok. It's just crazy to me how a lot of people on that side are like, no, we support Antifa. I'm just like, but y'all. I'm saying people on TikTok.
No, you're good. You're good.
Because
Right.
I'm focusing on the majority of the country at this point, not just so I can't. It's hard to fact check, but I'm seeing a lot of more videos of don't give this dude's name away. He's a part of Antifa. We support Antifa. Don't. It's not. Or it's like no, it's not Antifa doing it because you're saying like it's not a group, but I see a lot of people on the Democrat side who say they're not a group, but then at the same time go, no, that wasn't Antifa doing it. So, but I'm like, but if it wasn't a group, how are you gonna say it's not them doing it?
So I got a source here.
Yeah,
Source number 16. Source I send you.
I got it. Help.
Studies find majority of rioting and looting was opportunist, and their own government shows that Antifa is not involved with the majority of the violent gatherings, despite
I
Trump's
thought you
plans.
just said Antifa wasn't-
FBI made clear Antifa is ideology. Antifa has been found to not be a part of majority of these things.
They've already been declared a terrorist organization
By who?
by the government, federal
That
government.
is not true, as
Yes,
far
it
as I'm
is.
aware.
It's absolutely true.
I-
William Barr made an announcement about it. I mean, he's the head of all that. So I mean, he already said that they were arresting people or they were investigating Antifa. That's not even hidden. I mean, William Barr made an open statement that they are and that he would be investigating them.
So what about whenever they said that they're going to investigate the Proud Boys for the threatening emails they're sending Florida?
That was already
vote
false. The website was down, and the Proud Boys disavowed it and said that they had nothing to do with it. The website that the emails came from was listed as fake. You can go pull up the website. It has the email on there. You pull up the website.
I'm not checking. I believe it.
I'm just saying, it doesn't exist. The Proud Boys is run by an African American man.
I was trying to make it all clap.
I'm just saying. The Proud Boys, like a lot of people don't know anything about the Proud Boys. I remember when they were founded by, Gavin McGinnis?
Yeah,
okay? And it was a joke. It was
Yeah.
a joke to begin with, and it was really in response. The whole thing. I mean, he was Canadian. He
Well, I
wasn't.
say I feel
even
bad
American.
for him because like he's founded it.
Yeah,
but
he dropped it. He dropped it when they started going as like an opposition Antifa. Antifa.
He literally called them a gang. The creator of them called them a gang.
No, he said it at like that's the thing. When it first started, it was a joke.
Yeah, it wasn't even like a real
He's
thing.
being very satire with it, and then it got out of his control. And he's like, "Wait a minute, hold the fuck up, guys! Like, I wasn't planning these fucking shit at all."
So they took it too far. Whenever he called them a gang as a
Basically-
joke, and they took it too far. Now you're saying Proud Boys aren't a problem?
No. I'm saying like, I'm talking about the founder himself.
No.
Yeah. So founder drops out. Okay, so we're
So-
not going to
so,
hold them
yes,
accountable. So we
and-
should hold the Black Lives
yes,
Matter
and
accountable.
no, we're
They
saying
separate
no.
themselves. They separate themselves.
No. I kind of agree with that. 'Cause if they do separate themselves, I'm okay. Like,
Yeah.
because
Well, that was the problem because they asked Black Lives Matter,
And-
do you condemn this violence and destruction? And sometimes some of them would be like, yes, and then sometimes other ones would be like, no, we deserve this.
But how many of the original members stated, "I don't want to be a part
The
of
original
this, I don't
members,
wanna be a part of it"?
members of Black Lives Matter are gone because they said now it's been taken over by Marxists and all. and they don't want anything to do with it.
The original members were Marxists.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
Hey, we're going to be part of this.
Fact check.
We believe in Marxism.
I'm trying, guys.
Hold on. Yeah, I know there's a lot to fact check.
I know. I was trying to focus on the team, but now we're on Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, you should have like 3 more laptops.
We need a staff.
I will say it's kind of hilarious because I just typed in Antifa as a terrorist group, and I'm finding articles from 2018. I'm not finding anything.
As far as I'm aware, Antifa
So,
was not declared a terrorist group.
From
They
what
did
I've
not
seen-
say, there was a thing that came out that said that, I want to say it was the Proud Boys, that it got misunderstood. They said, oh, Proud Boys are, at first it came out that they were saying that they were a terrorist organization, then they came back and said, no, we're saying that Proud Boys, there have been a lot of instances where Proud Boys were parts or acted in white supremacist ways, but they themselves, the Proud Boy thing is not a white supremacist
Are you aware
group.
that the leaders of the Proud Boys and leaders of Black Lives Matter movements came together and had a conversation and came to agreement that neither one of them had, like, their beliefs are pretty similar? That neither one of them have anything
Well, see,
against each other?
yes,
Who of
no.
the Black Lives Matter? We're just people who
But here's
support
my
it?
situation with Black Lives Matter. There's too many different parts of Black Lives Matters at this point.
There is.
Yes, I
There is.
agree.
No, there is.
And
There is.
that's kind of like
It's like fractions.
yeah,
you know?
and that's the issue because we keep saying Black Lives Matter, but it's not.
It's not one.
Yeah, and
I
that's the
support the
problem.
movement, not the organization. Is
And
the biggest
it's
thing that
I
I've
support-
And it's hard to
I support the
organization
message.
because it's so many different fractions within
Yeah.
it, and like it's hard because you go ask more. Oh well, this fraction said this. Wait, hold on, I didn't mean it like that though. I don't support that.
Right.
We don't support Black Lives Matter. No, that's not true. And both sides use it to their advantage, and that's what aggravates me. Because like, if you're like, I don't support Black Lives, oh, you don't support. I'm like, no, I do. I don't support the organization. They're like, well, why don't you support the organization? Well, they said that. Well, no, they didn't say. They said like, hold on, calm down. It's like you're going back and forth, and it's like, it's getting to the point. It's really bad right now. You're not arguing or debating for knowledge. You're arguing and debate to win.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Right.
We're not, and that's the biggest problem I have with government today. No one's trying to actually save us at this point. I feel like everyone's just trying to win.
Right.
And that's my biggest concern. Because I don't want you just to win and be like, alright, well, fuck it. Now
Okay,
what?
see, my issue, so my thinking is, whenever people look at the Black Lives Matter organization, the movement, I feel like a lot more people are saying, I agree with the movement, the idea of what the thing is, Black Lives do matter, but the organization, what they're doing, I don't agree with that. Antifa, I believe in being anti-fascist, but I don't believe in what the group Antifa, quotations, is doing. My issue is that the Proud
It's
Boys,
usually, I agree with the statement,
Yeah,
not
right.
the action.
but like the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys, all these groups, I can't agree with the organization or the message.
Now, here's
I don't
the thing,
feel like
now,
either of those things are.
Here's the thing about the
accurate.
Boogaloo Boys, because most Republicans do not back the Boogaloo Boys.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like, we
Actually-
don't know where they fall. They
It's-
fall into
it's
kind of
kinda
like an
weird,
anarchy
actually
thing.
fall-
I don't even know.
Uh,
Someone elaborate on who the Boogaloo Boys are.
They're basically the group that's like they're not necessarily.
It's kinda like-
white
it's
supremacists,
kinda
they
like
just believe
anarchy.
Second World War, second Civil War's gonna
It's
come.
kind of funny.
They
It's
exist.
kind of funny because they're kind of on the same level with Antifa in ways. They're both kind of anarchist,
Right.
which is really weird for Antifa to be anarchist and
Anti-fascist.
like socialist.
Well,
It's
Antifa
kinda weird.
specifically is just anti-fascist. They
I
just
actually
don't.
follow-
They believe,
but
they don't
they-
believe in authoritarianism or what Trump is. They believe that Trump is trying.
Well,
to
no, they don't believe anybody
authoritative
should say
government
anything they
and
don't
so
like.
Yeah, and it's funny because I actually follow a Boogaloo like on my Facebook, but I didn't mean to. I really thought it was like a gaming thing at the time.
And now he's a Boogaloo.
because it was like, oh, look at this Boogaloo quest. I was like, it was like something from Fall. I was like, oh, that's cool.
No, that was funny. When it first started, that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
And so
Everybody
I
used to say
joined
Boogaloo goal number 158. It would be
And
like,
so I joined the
start
group
first-
because it was a lot of gaming jokes. I was like, oh, this is cool. And then like it went from that to like overnight to like let's attack. I'm like, wait,
We're gonna meet here at this
yeah,
time.
let's meet up at
Bring your
Portland. And I'm
bats.
like, wait a minute.
Yeah, 4chan really got into that one, didn't they?
That's another thing. 4chan is like,
They're evil. That's just
Yeah,
evil
man.
people. They love to
Porn
stir up
thing,
trouble.
Pizzagate, all that stuff.
I know it's just like, but why people keep quoting them, I don't understand. Or why people like hear their ideas and go, yeah, I agree with that. Like the whole the men bleed too.
The OK symbol.
Would it mean men bleed too?
Trans guys.
They're the one who started that. That whole idea that men have periods
Oh,
too.
yeah.
And it was like,
okay.
but that was started from 4, and they took it and ran. I was like, wait, stop! Like
I
it's
ran.
a joke. Like it's not.
Right,
And
they're
they
just
took it
talking
and
about
ran.
kidney stones.
And that was the whole white power that Trump was doing.
Yeah,
Oh.
the OK symbol.
Yeah.
They were saying that
And I'm
was.
like, stop taking shit and running without fact checking.
But like, okay, so we actually, something I thought about Trump and his basically saying the Michigan governor should be lock her up and everything after she was
Yeah, that was
tried to be attempted kidnapped.
That was poor.
And by people who were trying to overthrow the government and who tried to kidnap her, and then she's now, hey, this is wrong. We shouldn't be okay with this. And Trump's saying, lock her up. She's the problem when she's being overthrown by white supremacists.
Yeah, but how does that? But how does that connect to Trump? Because they didn't even like Trump.
Because Trump's not condemning their actions. He's saying, lock her up.
Saying lock her up. I mean, if I say that guy did something legal, you should lock him up. I mean, that's calling for locking somebody up would be a legal way of handling it.
I don't like that.
He said nothing.
Yes, it's a bad rhetoric, but I mean, Democrats have been saying stuff like that forever. What's that one that was telling you should take to the streets, get in Republicans' face? She said push back on them, get in their face. I mean, everybody was okay with that. They were like perfectly
but
fine
they
with
also
that's a bad rhetoric.
You're talking about people who are saying, "Hey, get in their face," and somebody said, "Hey, this person."
No, they said take to the streets, get in their face, and push back on them. That's what she said.
That is not the same as saying, "Hey, this person who was attempted kidnapping."
Well, I mean, Bernie Sanders had a guy who went and shot up a park. Do we blame him? What I'm saying is, we can't keep throwing blame in certain places and saying it doesn't lie in another one. Okay.
But Trump doesn't condemn the people.
He does. He does on a regular basis. He does. He condemned white supremacy. He condemned illegal actions.
Stand by.
Okay, so he clarified that the very next day. First thing he did was correct that and
what
say
did he correct it to? Because I didn't see the correction.
He said to stand down. That's what he said. He corrected it to stand down.
That's still not condemning them. Hey, stop doing this thing.
Stand down.
The moderator
stand down, not condemning it.
Yeah, the moderator pretty much told him to.
Yeah, tell them to stand down. She led that, and he said, "Okay, stand down."
No. The moderator did
white
say
supremacists. Who do you want to call? Who do you want to call? Who are you talking about? The Proud Boys. Stand down.
Wait. So are you saying he hasn't condemned white supremacy?
He has, but he has not done enough. The fact that a majority of people say that Trump hasn't should tell you that maybe he hasn't done enough.
Because people keep telling him he hasn't.
Because he's
done it over 30 times. He's done it more than any president in history.
I don't believe that's true.
It's absolutely true.
I will say, fact checking the Antifa thing, there actually is something about this, and it's actually from the Congress.gov about them becoming a terrorist organization.
When did that happen? Because I didn't even know.
Recently. It's from 2019 to 2020. It's still being worked on. And it has 2 people on it right now. What's her name? It's 2 Republicans, if that makes a difference. But it's Senator Kelly Loeffler, forgive me for messing up, and it was Ted Cruz. That looks like they're working
Ted
on.
Cruz.
I'm just going out, and it's still being worked on, so I can't find a lot of information on it, but it is coming out, so I don't know if that's going to finish. I'm just letting you know.
But at this current point, is it saying that they're
no, it's being worked on. It looks like it's being worked on to be a terrorist organization, but that's also including
Boogaloo Boys?
Yeah, I don't see anything about Proud Boys on here, but that Boogaloo is linked to Antifa with this one. Just saying. So that's a fact check right there. So I don't know if I want to go back to that topic real quick, but they are being declared. So it's not declared yet. But
William Barr says Boogaloo Group Antifa tied to violence and protest.
Okay, but William Barr's done a ton of bullshit. I mean, come on. William Barr is not someone who
You can't. Dude, William Barr's worked for Democrats and Republicans.
And I still don't like him.
And he was respected among all of them.
Okay,
and then as soon as he got brought in and worked with Trump, everybody's like, oh, he's horrible.
No, but he's become Trump's guard dog, his attack dog. Trump
and
literally says, political opponent by going to arrest him.
Eric Holder wasn't?
I don't know Eric Holder.
Eric Holder was. He said straight up. He said Obama said Eric Holder's my wingman.
Okay, but we're not talking. We're talking about the current president. I'm not saying I didn't like Obama. He had some.
What I'm saying is he's.
We're talking about
there's been several things that Trump has said that Barr has openly said that ain't gonna happen. We're not gonna do that.
All right.
That's another thing I don't like about Trump. He goes against his office too much for me.
Yeah, he went against Mattis. I didn't like that. I didn't like when he went against Mattis and Mattis.
Well,
Mattis
even
quit.
Fauci, he attacks Fauci in the open. I'm like, dude, that's
no. I'm okay with that one because a lot of the medical community doesn't agree with Fauci.
That's not true whatsoever. I am so calling BS on that. We can talk about coronavirus all day.
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Let's stay on the current topic. Sorry, didn't mean to jump time. I'm just saying. I also see you talking about leadership. I don't think that's a good leader.
Someone who doesn't listen to the people who are smarter than him?
Well, not just that, the own people he hires.
But no. And as far as leadership, that was in the debate. That was not.
So what about the line? Do you think leadership means lying to American people all the time? Because, I mean, Trump lied how many times?
Yes, I believe you should lie to American people if you're...
We're stupid.
No. Not because of the fact there's some things that the public shouldn't know.
Oh, like there's a deadly virus and people should take it seriously?
No,
they shouldn't know that?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in general. Because every president lies.
Yeah, of course there's going to be secrets. There's going to be secrets and lying to keep things secret and lying for no reason except to protect your own identity.
Again, but I also believe words matter. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying that from somebody who fucks up his words a lot. But I also believe, I don't want to say, lying, like the president shouldn't lie. No, that's not true. The president
absolutely.
But there's a lot of things that we should keep hidden until it comes out.
Can you look up how many times Trump's lied in each debate? Because if you look at the
Yeah,
comparison,
they do a political fact after each of them.
No, I'm saying just for numbers. Because I'm saying, it is very obvious that Trump's lied. You can say leadership. What kind of leader just straight up lies over and over and over?
Biden have to double check it.
Fact check.
Hold on, I have to double check it. But Biden said that
contradicts himself every time he talks.
Yeah, Biden got hit with the Pinocchio Award for biggest lie in the debate.
Which one?
Biggest.
Which one
was it? Fracking? Which one?
No, the one about people losing their insurance under their people under Obamacare, and Obama got hit with the same one.
What about it?
He said that nobody lost their insurance.
Okay, yes, so that's fair. Yeah, that's a lot.
But that's the biggest. We're talking about most right now.
Yeah. And I feel like biggest, you can say people he lied about that, but also Trump lied and said that we're rounding the curve when we have the second day of the highest cases in the United States. And exponentially it's going to keep growing.
I believe Trump is not the best at speaking. By far.
Hell no.
In a sense that for instance, in the second debate when he goes, I can't see the crowd, but I'm probably the least racist in the room.
Speaking to a black woman, a black person of color.
Not even who he's speaking to, because that had nothing to do with it.
Say on the least racist when you're talking to someone who is black.
You know what
I feel like.
Are you insinuating that black people can't be racist?
No, but I'm insinuating that the person who has said and done things that are racist, that many people agree, hey, that's kind of racist, even if he didn't mean it, he misspoke, whatever. He said it, and you're saying, I'm the least racist person here. Everybody I can see. I'm the least racist.
Can we compare racist things that Biden and Trump?
Sure, let's go for it.
Okay, give me a racist thing. Give me a racist thing Trump said.
Okay, we can talk about the xenophobia stuff with the Muslim communities that he tried to ban travel to. We can talk about that.
He didn't. That's not true. That was debunked.
He
banned travels to some states that happened to be Muslim, and there was a bunch that were Muslim, and he didn't ban them.
Like what?
He banned them. He got the list that he banned was from Obama. He got that list from Obama. That list was compiled from Obama.
We could take turns. We can go back and forth with what we've heard as far as racism.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see. Let's start with what is it? Black kids are just as bright and just as what is it? You know word for word.
Are just as likely to get into jail or into schools as white kids or whatever.
Pretty much.
What about Trump's only low IQ immigrants return to the border for whenever
only
they come
low IQ immigrants.
Whenever they come through and they have to catch and release, he said that only the low IQ immigrants are going to return back to here.
But how's that a racist statement?
Because he's saying that these people
only the low IQ. He didn't say.
He literally took an entire group and separated into ones that are low.
Are
there low IQ Americans?
The only ones who are law abiding are the ones who are low IQ. If they're stupid, they're going to keep going. They're going to go into our country. They're not going to come back for court dates.
No, I took that the other way. If you're only somebody who knows they're going to get caught still shows up to court date. No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that's how I took it. I took it he's like only idiots will show up and get arrested. Why would you show up to the case?
No. So that's not what they're talking about. They were talking about the catch and release. Basically, people come in and say, "Hey, I want to come to America," and they say, "Okay, here you go. Here's a court date. Show up here to get and then they go in.
They go in, but they don't show up for the court case because they're in fear of. They're like, I took it as, they're going to show up and then get deported. So why would they show up? That's what I took that as. I'm not saying I agree with that.
But Trump's saying that the stupid ones are going to come back and go.
Yeah, but that's because
they would. And the small ones aren't. But the acceptance rate is 86%.
But he said that because the system does not work well. And I know it. My wife's Honduran. My wife's from Honduras. She wasn't even an American citizen. That's true. I mean, everybody in the Hispanic community knows that. The system is broken, and it needs to be fixed. It does.
But it's not as broken as Trump's trying to say.
Oh, no, it's way farther broken than what Trump says.
The rate numbers for families is 86% for return. 86% of the people who get...
For the first... hearing. Check on the second hearing.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking.
There's a follow-up
He was
hearing.
talking about on the first hearing.
Yes, there's a follow-up hearing. The first hearing doesn't do anything. Check on the follow-up hearing.
But when he was talking about they never show up. The low IQ ones will show up.
Yes, he was basing that. He was basing that off of what he basing that off of what he is being told, and he's not.
So he's wrong.
No,
he's wrong.
No, because he didn't say the first one. He never said the word.
Back.
He did say the first one. He didn't clarify.
So because
first
he didn't clarify, then we can just say
he didn't clarify. He didn't clarify. If everybody
that.
doesn't clarify, I mean that's the way it works. If nobody clarifies, then that's the way it works. I mean, Biden does it all the time. He doesn't clarify, then goes back and says, I mean, just like his statement about the college he went to. He didn't clarify, so his campaign did later, and everybody's just like, okay, cool. They clarified it after the fact. That's fine. So, I mean, what I'm saying is if we're going to say it's okay to clarify after the fact, and sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, we got to be fair about
Yeah,
it.
but you can't count that as a truth. Like, I feel like you can't, if it's not being said, I don't remember him clarifying it, so you're basing it off of, well, he did not say
No,
this.
he didn't. No, he's not the one who clarified it. The people who clarified it are immigration. Immigration's like, technically, yes. And the first time, for the first hearing, they're showing up. The second one, they are not.
Okay, fair. I can agree.
So I'm just saying that's just the fact. And like I said, my wife's a Honduran immigrant.
Mm-hmm.
I agree that the system is messed up and it does need to be fixed for everyone's benefit, not just for Americans, but for the immigrants that are trying to come
How do you
here.
stand on the border issue in general?
I feel like I agree it's a broken system the way it currently is. I don't feel like a wall's the right choice. I feel like, I don't know, I'm not educated enough on specifically immigration to be able to give a proper point of saying this is what we need to do by any means.
Well, my question
But
is, like, do you agree with what a lot of them are saying, just let them all in?
No, absolutely not.
You believe in border control in general?
I believe in border control,
So
yes, but
do
I
you-
believe that a wall, deporting kids, the cages, all that stuff.
Well, you realize
You
where the
also
kids
do-
come from, right?
What do you mean?
A lot of the times that a coyote bring a family across or whatever, sometimes it'll just be the child. It will, family could already be across the border. They're just trying to get their kid out there, or they can just try to get their kid out there before they get there. You never
They
know.
actually
how
use a lot. There's a study showing that they use the same kids.
Yep.
Like the
Oh,
family-
that's right.
From
too.
like certain parts of Central America,
It's
like
also drug
the family
dealers
gets
will
paid
Yeah.
money to let their kid go with them and come back and forth.
Yeah.
You also have a big issue with drug dealers
And yeah,
kidnapping kids and using them to get him.
Because like
Yeah.
a lot of the kids that you see like are still detained because they can't find a family in Central America because a lot of times the cartels actually keeping them hidden because they're using that family. I mean, they're using that kid.
Right, and
That
what do
is
you,
a problem. I'm
And
not
what do you
saying
do?
it's all a problem.
What do you do with a child if you don't know where to put them? You don't just send them off in the desert and go, you go find your home. So yeah, even
Yeah, I agree.
if the living conditions aren't perfect, it's still better than not knowing where to go.
Are you talking about with the cages and stuff like that?
No, I don't agree with the cages.
Well, I don't agree with cages.
Okay.
But
You're talking
but
about
I will-
living conditions.
I will say, and I guess I need to look this up too. My computer's about to die. Who took the tour of the
Everybody?
ICE affiliation? It was
Oh,
like,
Candace Owens?
Yeah,
never mind. I'm not using her.
No, there was
you don't like
someone
cages?
else who did it. Because I remember they talked, like, I'll agree, yeah, Obama built the cages, yeah, like 100%, absolutely. But what is the argument against, Obama had a 72-hour requirement where they couldn't stick in there for longer than 72 hours, so they got moved. They did it because they had an influx
Where would they
of
get moved
kids.
to?
They were moving them to, I can't remember what
They
the
have long-term
place is,
facilities.
But they have
They have long-term facilities, and we're still using them.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
but Trump took away the 72-hour requirement. Before, you could keep them in the cages for 3 days before they had to go. Now, they can stay in there as long as they want. They can do it. What about the
Yeah, but
524
we
kids
also
who disappeared?
We
Or
also
whose
had
parents
we
disappeared?
also had a giant influx. Yeah, their parents. That was the whole point. Their parents were disappearing because they're saying they probably weren't even their parents.
All 524 kids. Because the issue that I'm hearing is that they lost the records that connect them to the parents. It's not that the parents disappeared and they're all coyote. They're saying maybe some of them, but they don't have the records. They don't know where these parents are.
That whole situation's kind of an ongoing investigation.
I agree. There's not too much you can look into.
because Border Patrol's saying we didn't make an error. Like Border Patrol's saying we don't have the error, but everybody's saying there's got to be an error because somewhere this. So where did it fall apart? So that's still under investigation. So I'm not going to go either way on that one, just because there's no way to verify it either way.
But what about the 72-hour requirement? Taking that off.
Well, he wants to change a lot more than that.
But he hasn't.
Well, he can't. They keeps getting blocked every time he makes anytime he makes a call on that, he gets blocked by a federal judge.
Okay, but why did he? So, what is the okay?
So we had
Obama built the cages.
There was a
but
giant.
Trump
They
removed
had
the
a.
72
Wait, I
hour
thought Clinton built the
requirement.
cages.
Yeah, and now Clinton made that was the Florence Act or whatever was on. Is it the Florence Act? Was
I
under
think
Clinton?
Obama didn't-
The cages were built under Obama. The Florence Act thing was from Clinton. But we had a giant influx in them coming across. They literally couldn't hold them 72 hours. They would be overpopulated. They couldn't do it. They had to move them. So they had a point where they either had to send them back, or they had to move them into the interior, and then they had to try to find facilities and stuff for them. I mean, they were trying to literally build more facilities for them while they're coming in. Okay. I mean, that was insane. I mean, I was in Honduras. I went with my wife into Honduras when they were like busing these people, started busing these people, and I mean, they were taking the people that were like under the bridges and stuff, people living under the bridges and the waterways and stuff like that, with houses made out of cardboard and plywood. That's the people they were trying to get, and they were trying to bust them in there. I'm not gonna get started on Honduras because that country is just jacked up right now. But they have a dictator now, and it's all kinds of craziness. But so a lot of them were coming from there. They weren't even coming from Mexico, because Mexico was actually having a problem with them coming into Mexico. They were like, hey, y'all need to chill. Y'all need to stop. They even offered to take them in. And then they stopped a bunch of them and said, well, we'll settle y'all here. And they didn't want to do that. They wanted to come on into America. So do I think we can go around and around about our system down at the South, but it is not to our benefit. It is not to those kids' benefit. It's not to those families' benefit for them to come across the border. It usually doesn't turn out so well for them, and a lot of bad stuff happens to them on the way here. And that's not... Now, some people say, well, that's better. Probably not. I mean, some of them kids... I mean, some women are dying and stuff, having drugs put in their stomachs and stuff
people
like
were
that.
getting was it like hysterectomies or vasectomies or whatever, and the fucking... in the ICE centers, detention centers, or whatever, they're getting shit back to Mexico. Mexico's like, hey, like 5 women got like surgeries they didn't consent with.
I don't know how they would even do that. Like, if that's true, I don't see.
No, there's multiple stories of multiple people who were in detention centers coming back to their countries and being like, hey, they performed surgeries on us without our consent. Like
hold on.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
what were the surgeries though?
How would you
like
go about that?
hysterectomy, stuff like that.
Well, I mean, if they had to have emergency surgery,
right?
If you have to have
no, but none of them were saying consented to it.
But if you're dying, like it's anything you have wrong with you, like if you can't consent,
if they let them die, they're gonna get
right, yeah. But I couldn't word it. It's pretty much that.
Okay, but you're going under the belief that they're doing things right. These are people saying...
No, I'm not saying they're doing it right. I'm just
sorry,
saying...
what was the claim again?
I haven't heard that
they were
claim.
in detention centers. Like I can't remember what other countries, but I know Mexico had like 5 women, I think, who had surgeries they didn't consent with.
Where is this from? I need to...
Yeah, because I've never even heard that story.
Yeah.
No, I'll keep talking. I'm sorry.
It just came out like 3 or 4 days ago, and I saw it. I wasn't able to get a source on it because, like I said, it was before I sent everything over here.
So here's the PolitiFact thing on that, and that the 7 nations identified in Donald Trump's travel ban were named by Barack Obama's terror hotbeds. So I mean that's from them. I mean he listed a thing about terror hotbeds, and Trump went directly off of that.
Okay, so it says it was 2 women.
2 women. Okay. Well, source I saw
And
something.
this is an ICE detention though.
What was it then?
That's what I'm saying. Mexico has said it has identified 2 migrant women who have been undergo surgery without their consent while being detained by the U.S. immigration authorities.
The Guardian, at least 19 women alleged medical abuse at ICE detention center in Georgia.
I'm on NBC News.
No, I'm just saying, I found a few more that said more. This looks like it's Georgia.
The ministers in Mexico Consolidated.
Yeah, I would have to look into that one more because I could tell you right now they got those advocate lawyers that go down to help them out that would be more than happy to claim something like that to get paid. So I can't say that's true or that it's true or not. It's a tough one.
That's what I'm saying. That like
I just couldn't imagine a doctor going in there and be like, sure, I'll perform this surgery without any form.
From what I'm hearing, they were lying about what they were supposed to be doing.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Even then, a doctor, I couldn't imagine a doctor going down there and be like, sure, I'll do that without any paperwork or something.
It says the explanation was in Spanish, if that makes a difference.
Their explanation was in
It
Spanish?
was given to them in Spanish. I
Yeah,
don't
but
know why
you're talking about if you're talking about ice.
Oh, no, without receiving an explanation in Spanish. Sorry.
Yeah, see, that just seems
she's
weird.
like,
They do, but they do like everything's done in Spanish there. Like everything.
No, this is in the ICE detention center.
That's everything. Just about everything there is in Spanish.
I've
been to one of their detention facilities.
I'm sorry, what were you going for?
No, all I'm saying is that like there's issues.
Yeah, I would have to. Yeah, sure.
There's issues in these places, and to say that like, oh well, these 500 kids, oh this is all whatever. Like,
but what I'm saying is
different things.
What I'm saying is like with that, like who do they think like an ICE agent went? Cut that woman's uterus out. Like I don't.
I mean, if
I don't
it's
get
not that, then somebody higher up said it, right? Like there's issues here.
I mean,
there should be something done about this.
I mean,
stuff.
No, there should be something done about that. That's not.
That's
I don't
just,
think that's
but
what
it's
you're
just
talking
weird. Like it's that sounds like a conspiracy thing to me.
No, it's,
I guess,
it's here.
17.
No. I
said
mean
one of the
conspiracy
things
that
17
they didn't give consent. Like that sounds pretty conspiratorial. It's like I just couldn't imagine somebody down there being like, yeah, go ahead and start cutting some uteruses out, and some doctor being like, you got it. Like I just couldn't picture
Well,
that.
I mean, there's been.
A doctor would risk not only going to jail but losing their medical license over going down to an ICE facility where they're probably not getting paid very much to go do that. I mean, they don't. People that work at doctors and medical staff at those facilities, they're probably not getting paid
Well,
very
the
much.
issue is the story's so fresh that it's really.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like it's the beginning stages of that.
But it was also they weren't getting post-operative care.
Well, the same people also claimed that they were drinking out of the toilets, and they found that was stupid and that was completely ridiculously false.
Okay,
Like-
but what about all the times that we hear about sexual assaults going on in ICE and detention centers?
Oh, yeah,
People
sure they do.
arrested, touched, and all this stuff.
Sure they do.
You believe people can do that,
Including-
but a doctor going and cutting out.
No.
somebody's vagina?
I
Yeah,
think.
that's not.
Do I
cool.
think sexual assaults happen? Yeah, because they happen at the New Orleans jail over here.
So you believe that the fact that we have
Yes,
this problem.
all of those are more reasons for them not to come illegally. You're not helping your side. You're actually helping our side. Those are the reasons.
I'm not saying that people should come illegally.
Well,
I'm saying that
so then we're not in disagreement about any of this. That's Trump's whole point. Trump's whole point is
come here should not be thrown in cages, raped, molested.
And what are you going to
and
do with
hysterectomies
them?
done.
What do you do with them?
I don't know. I'm not the one who's the fucking
Exactly.
president.
You stop
But
them
we
from
shouldn't
coming.
build
No,
a wall doesn't do anything.
What we should do is either stop them from coming and then send them back. That's what you do.
Or we could make it easier for people to just get in the country legally. Make it to where it doesn't take years for them to get in the country. We could
Well, that's just because-
revamp that, right? Make
Well,
it
Well, then we're
easier.
just going.
Yeah,
no, but if you
we're
wanna
going
talk
in
about
circles,
that,
because we
like-
all agree with that. We all
Yeah,
agree with
because,
making it easier.
I mean, you go to DMZ government agency and you're there for fucking hours.
Yeah.
And I like the government's poorly ran on any state, even on the federal level. It's just poorly fucking ran. I mean, unemployment for Louisiana during the whole COVID thing, that was a fucking mess.
Yeah, they literally just didn't check
I mean,
anything. They were just like,
There was
sure,
people-
whatever.
There's still people to this day getting food stamps that don't need it now, and it's not because anything they did. It's just the government's not checking it, and it's like,
All I'm saying is you're making it sound like Trump's saying no more immigrants ever in America, but he's never said that. He's perfectly okay with immigration. He's not okay with unknown people crossing the border with drugs and everything else, and we don't know who they are. Kids being raped, molested, women being raped and molested, people being trafficked, and all that stuff. And there's no way to vet it if you don't. And you said a wall is stupid, but I mean, every security specialist in the world will tell you, yeah, you need a physical barrier.
Yes, a physical barrier.
That's
but
right.
having a big wall go across
Well, what
whenever
else do you
people are
have as a
literally
barrier?
ripping off the metal from it and using it for their homes. Whenever you can talk
Not the new. You're talking about the old wall.
Oh, okay, how about the fact
The
that
new wall is a lot
how much
better.
of the new wall, the 5 miles of new wall?
It's a little more than that, but
How much little more?
I can get you. Yeah, he's gonna look
Last
it up.
I checked,
but
it
that's
was
like
5
step one. I mean, even Border Patrol said we need a lot more than this. They're like they wanted seismic technology to detect people digging. They wanted camera systems that are AI operated so that they can actually detect the difference between things happening. They've asked for a lot of stuff. A wall was just like, at very bare minimum, we at least need a physical barrier.
I mean, we
and
need
we
to
need the
build a
ability to
castle.
repair it.
listen to that.
I mean, but that's just bare minimum. I mean, I think anybody can acknowledge that multiple countries have physical barriers in them,
Yes.
especially when you have a first world country connected to a third world country.
Yes, but I feel like my personal opinion on immigration is that a wall is dumb because it's going to take forever to build it. It's not going to do anything right now except for the places where it's being built. So why don't they instead put money into making sure immigration moves faster to where people don't have
Because
to
that would
It's
actually
people
encourage
still-
more people to come.
Yeah.
You have
Legally.
to. It doesn't matter, but you have to No. We're not talking about legally. Because most of these people aren't going to have the money processes, or even, I hate to say it, even the wherewithal to even do that. Most of these people have no education. I mean, zero education. Period. A lot of them. And I know that for a fact. Like,
How do you know that for a
because
fact?
I went to Honduras. I was
So
in
you have
Honduras.
a personal story about Honduras.
Yes.
So you have enough knowledge to be able to say that all people who come in here are mostly
No,
dumb.
not
Because wait. No, I did not say all. Don't put words in my mouth. You're putting words in
You
my mouth.
said that people who
I
are
said
coming,
a great deal of the people that are coming because they had a very poor life in their country, very poor, Like I said, I just went to Honduras. There's different classes in Honduras. You can see it, obviously. You have people living under the bridges. You have people doing illegal scams and stuff. I mean, I literally saw a 6-year-old girl standing in the street.
Yeah.
And I told my wife, oh my God, there's a 6-year-old girl just standing in the middle of the street. We should stop. And she's like, no, don't. And I was like,
think
why
what
not?
he's saying,
She's like,
though, is just because, like, in that area, it doesn't mean that all of them are like
no,
that.
I'm not saying that. It's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying there's no way to vet between them that quickly. You can't. It's impossible. No country can do it. No country can handle that amount of immigration. The countries that did try to do that, try to take in a lot of refugees from countries, it turned into a mess. In Germany, that was a huge mess. People over there are pissed because they're like, no, we'll take them all in. We'll sort it out after. And it turned into a big problem because now what? Now after you sorted them, you can't just kick them out. It don't work that way.
September is saying what you're saying. 5 miles were new, but they were also going back and fixing the old wall.
Yeah, they replaced majority of the, I think it's like, what, 200, 300?
Well, yeah, they need to. They need to repair almost
but it's
all
been
of the
4
old
years.
places too.
Okay, look at Trump's campaign promises. To build the wall, he's going to lock Hillary up. And
You won't hear a Republican not say something about the wall claim. Okay, we all say we say that stuff too. We're not cool with the whole wall claim and it not getting done like the way he said it. Mm-hmm. Most Republicans are like, well, yeah, you really didn't live up to that one, buddy. But I mean,
what did he make? What did he do? What is he good at?
Business jobs,
What about the Chinese steel tariff that's costing steel business, making the steel industry fail in the United States?
How about the oil industry that we're on the top of now?
Yeah, but Trump specifically started a trade war with China to stop with
which has been getting
and
better.
it got worse.
Which has steadily it's been steadily getting better.
Right.
It started off bad, which everybody said.
That I sent you. Trump's Chinese steel business, it ruined the steel business.
What year? What month was that article?
I don't have it on here.
Yeah, everybody knew that. I mean, everybody in the world said a tariff. If you do a tariff, initially it's going to have a hard impact on it. But even American steel industries were like, yeah, it's gonna hurt at first, but it's gonna get better.
Oh yeah, but it hasn't gotten better. That's
it will.
Yes, it hasn't.
It's been 4 years. Economists
it's been 4 years.
No, it hasn't. He didn't do it.
No, but it wasn't
until recently that he did it.
He's had 4 years. He's been trying. He said he was going to go hard on China. 4 years ago, he said that.
He has been,
and now China's doing better than ever.
Economists have documented that we have been harder on China than we have ever been before. But we've had negotiated agreements that are way bigger than anything we've ever done. Before, China was literally just eating us alive. We had no system for even countering China. I mean, they had taken all our business. They were taking all our industry. They were just taking it all. I mean, they gutted American industry, and we knew that. Everybody knew that. Business owners knew that. That's like the libertarian stance. The libertarian stance is we should just allow open business with the entire world. America would cease to exist.
Yeah, I don't believe.
We would cease to exist.
I don't agree with
now a lot of Republicans don't agree with the tariffs either. I'm not saying I fully agree with the tariffs. I understand how they would hurt at the beginning. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, but you say in the beginning, I feel like that argument needs to be come up with. But now you can see it's helping. It's not helping it. Right now, it's hurting. It may help later, but right now it's hurting. Mm-hmm. So right now, it might hurt in the beginning, but it's still hurting.
Yeah,
so there's no positive to this.
Businesses do it all the time. It's a common business tactic. This is going to hurt us for right now, but in the long run, we're going to see growth and it's going to be better.
Okay,
you have to peel that Band-Aid off eventually. How are you going to do it any other way?
Okay, but to say that Trump's helping is hurting China and helping us whenever currently all the facts are saying no, well it will, but right now it's not helping.
Every major economist says he's helped our economy.
Anything you do is going to take time to create.
Okay, well that's why we're voting for the next president. We're not talking about the future. We're talking about right now. What has Trump done that we can universally say was great? How many of those things?
Tax cuts.
What was it?
Tax cuts.
Tax cuts? Okay, the tax cuts. That primarily helped the corporates.
No, it didn't. Biggest gain of the... What?
Does it help me?
Yeah, guess what? Biden said that whenever he comes in, he's not going to... The tax cuts that helped everybody under $400,000 are not going to be repealed. It's only the ones that are going to the corporate businesses. So Biden would help you more. Because he's not going to take away that tax cut. You're still going to keep that
Biden
tax
openly
cut.
said he was going to completely do away with the Trump
cut.
He specifically said it in the debate. He said...
And then he went back and said the opposite.
No, he did not. I do not believe that. You're going to have to show me a fact on that. Because I have multiple sources that have shown me that he specifically
said... But he's never specifically said... He's never specifically said that he was not going to get rid of it.
In the debate, he said... Somebody asked him, you said you're going to cut the Trump tax cuts. He
told the workers straight to his face, yes, your taxes are going to go up. He said that. He told him straight to his face.
Wait,
in
is
the
that the
debate,
guy with the
Steve.
gun? Was the whole gun?
No,
situation?
no,
In the
that's somebody
debate,
else.
he stated when asked, "Are you going to repeal the Trump taxes or whatever?" He said, "I will only take away. I will only cut the ones that affected the 1% or whatever the corporations. I will not
Biden,
remove."
quote, "First thing I do is repeal those Trump tax cuts."
Check the debate because that's out. When was that? Was that before the last debate?
I'm looking at your article and it's showing a decline from what you were saying for the steel industry. I'm trying to curious though now because it's not.
Yeah, I know. I've looked into it more. It didn't talk too much about it, but I just don't think there's a lot of information.
Wait, no, it was just weird because like some of the stuff they're saying, I'm like, I don't. Is that bad? I don't know the steel industry though, because they're talking about like the 10,000 fewer people than they had 5 years ago, but they're also talking about different markets of the steel industry rising. So that's kind of
The issue from whatever the research I did, because I don't know about the industry, the issue that I saw was that they had the tariffs come in, and they basically said, okay, it's going to be better for you to get steel from here.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that they don't have the shops to produce the steel made up there. They're still all shut down because they went to start buying it from China. So now they have to reopen all these different places to remake the
They need to do that in Chicago or something. Help them.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Being good,
Yeah.
the industry's here being gutted, and the whole idea was to try to get them reproducing in America. I mean, that was the whole point. Try to get companies to start reproducing here.
Which
Companies
I
that
agree
weren't
with.
opening anymore. And
No, I 100% agree with that. I'm tired of seeing shit made in China.
yeah, I'm not going to tell you the way he does everything. I perfectly agree with. A lot of that I don't understand. I didn't go to school for finance and business like some of these people did, you know? So I can't even quote on a lot of that stuff. All I can tell you is what the economy says. And right now the economy says things were doing better until the coronavirus hit, obviously, which I think we can all agree you can't really blame that on Trump. I
We
mean,
can't blame it happening on Trump, but we can blame what he did on it with.
as far as the economy?
I mean, as far as he didn't do anything to give Americans money, there's millions
How
of
did
people
he?
who don't have money, who are out of funds.
How did he not do something?
Because he's not actively pushing for a stimulus check. He stated that he would, after the election, he would put in for the biggest stimulus check ever.
He told Nancy Pelosi straight up, he said, if you give me a clean cut, he said, if you put a clean cut bill, he said, you put a clean cut bill on my desk, he said, with nothing but help for the American people in business, he said, I will sign it today. Nancy Pelosi said no. Wolf Blitzer called her out on this live on TV, and she went off on Wolf Blitzer.
She didn't know what to say.
That's true. I don't actually
And
remember
he said no fluff, no Republican stuff, no bipartisan stuff. He said nothing for Democrats, nothing for Republicans, just money for the people. And she said no to it. And she said we're not doing that. And then she said we're not going to negotiate this again until after the election.
Okay, when did that happen?
Oh, that was
that
recently.
was
A week
last
ago?
week.
Yeah. Oh, it was
'Cause,
quite something.
I mean, I say Democrats even called her out on this.
Yeah,
They said no, we need to go ahead and do this.
Pod Saves America actually addressed it for like a split second, and then Ben Shapiro went into it in more details. Because those are the two I tend to listen to.
I was trying to remember what the other one was.
Who was
I know
the-
the Young Turks, and I was
I
trying
can't
to
do
remember.
Young Turks.
No, they're pretty
so
awful.
biased.
They're really awful.
Pod Saves America, I feel like, is one of the better ones, even though I don't like the guys personally. I feel like they all kind of.
Well, the Young Turks, it's like their uncle or something. Like
Yeah,
runs
but
it,
like,
and-
so I tend to try to listen to like both sides if I can.
But all I know is
And
that
if
he
I have
did
a
make the
Democrat
offer. I mean, it
podcast,
was
just let me
he
know.
put it out as plain as he could that he'd be more than happy to sign a deal if they put it out. And actually, I'll tell you right now. Now, Mitch McConnell was against it. He did not want to do a deal. He wanted to put things off, but that's because him and Trump didn't agree. He said he thinks it's too much money, all of it. He said we're going to blow out the spending too much.
Which they were okay with before, whenever they gave the tax cuts.
Well, Mitch McConnell was never really. He was always fighting.
Yeah, but Mitch
against the
McConnell's a
spending.
piece of shit. He's already stated that he's not going to do anything. They're
I
not
will
going
say
with
a lot
so they're going to forget about the stimulus checks. We're going to go after the Supreme Court thing. That's fucked up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That was the whole debate between him and Trump. But Trump was pretty much bypassing him, and most Republicans were on the side of let's
and
just.
I will say a lot of economic experts hate what we're doing in general. Just
Yeah,
because
that was the other thing because they were
I'm not
based
talking
on that.
politics. I'm talking about like actual scientists that they don't like it because they're talking about how the dollar is going to be inflated. Like
Yeah, they're like we're not. They were saying we're not going to. They were saying we're not going to
skyrocketing
recover economically if we keep blowing out the
This isn't
spending.
what we needed to do. A lot of them actually agreed that the federal shouldn't have backed up the local or state governments. They should have decided, let the state say, look, you can close down if you want, but it's your state.
Yeah, you're gonna suffer for it.
And a lot of them didn't do that. A lot of them was coming to the federal government for that as a bailout, and that shouldn't have been the case. But because the federal was bailing them out, and that same thing with the airlines, they don't agree that they should have bailed out the airlines because when the airline falls, another business just.
Well, I'm not a fan of government bailout for businesses.
Exactly. But the airline thing was stupid in general because he was explaining, he's like, people are just waiting for that opportunity. Just because that business failed doesn't mean that they're going to be out of jobs for the next 6 months. Another business will come and claim it. And it's true, because you've seen that with other industries. Where one falls, another rises.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
So the bailouts, I feel like we're wasteful with money anyway. And I think it's ridiculous, because even on the Black Rifle, I don't know if you know what Black Rifle Company is. It's a coffee shop.
Yeah.
I love them. They were actually, it was funny, because they even let it slip that they were talking about how when they were in Iraq, they got the government to pay for a $23,000 espresso machine through our taxes. And they can't, and they're like, well, no one checked it, so we just got it for no reason, just to see if they could fucking do it. And I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, government spending in general is not.
Well, I'm just saying, 23,000, that could have went to something so much better.
Yeah.
And in general, I don't agree with.
Well, you must say even Republicans give Trump an F for the spending.
See, the issue. So what I've seen that people keep saying is what's going to happen is that what it looks like is Republicans are now going back to saying, oh, the deficit, and holding off on the stimulus checks. That way, if Biden wins and he passes a stimulus bill, well, now they can say, well, look, the Democrats had a bunch of spending. That's their problem for the debt.
Well, that was his issue with the first bill too, though.
Yeah,
why? They didn't want the first bill like that either.
Yeah, the first bill they made the same complaints about.
Yeah, and the Democrats' argument when we went into the second bill was like, well, y'all just didn't give us enough money in the first bill. But at the same time, again, I go with the whole economic scientists, because I listen to a few of them with that, and when they explain it, I'm a dumbass, so don't expect me to try to quote them word for word. It was like a 3-hour podcast for each one of them. But they all agree that it's not how we handle it was bad.
Yeah, and also one of the biggest issues that the Democrats have with the Republican bill that they're trying to pass, the $1.8 trillion tax bill, whatever, the stimulus bill, is that Republicans are trying to push to protect corporations from being sued for their faults. If they don't give adequate safety procedures for COVID and someone gets sick and dies because the company failed to properly manage the virus, that person and that family has no ability to sue the company for their failure to protect their employees. Republicans put in the bill language that would protect them from being sued because of the coronavirus.
No, I don't agree.
And that's one of the biggest things that Democrats have an issue with, their $1.8 trillion. And then there's the Democrats one that's 2.2 that doesn't include that. Do I necessarily care about, I feel like we just need to get money out. We just need to get people money to be able to survive.
But that's my biggest issue. It's never about the money. It's one of the quotes that go around for Democrats and Republicans, you never let a good crisis go to waste. And that's on both sides.
No, absolutely.
Because Pelosi was trying to first bill, she was trying to put it in for the anti-abortion.
Was it the first 3.4?
Yeah, and it's like, why would you do that? Like, this is not what we're talking about right now. And it's kind of funny because Trump was the only one that brought it up in the second debate. No one's really talking about people depressed right now. Like,
he brought it up in the second debate.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was surprised that Biden didn't try to hit on that, because Biden's whole thing, even in the first debate, was, I'm talking to the American people here. But he didn't, and that's why I kind of felt it was kind of fake. He was trying. And then the first half of the...
what do you call it? The political sincere voice?
Yeah, but the first 20 minutes of the second debate, he literally repeated his first, the majority of what he said in the first debate.
Kamala does.
Well, I feel like that's the point. I feel like people need to look at who is Biden talking to? He's not talking to the people who are already voting for him. He's not talking for the hardcore Trump supporters. He's talking to people who are undecided. The people who are undecided, the best way to probably get them is to say, "Hey, we're talking to you. The people who are suffering, you need better." And he's repeating that.
My thing is, if you watch a movie and most movies don't hit hard the second time if it's emotional. Like, when you first see it, you're tearing up, but the next time you see it, it's coming. And then when he said it again, I was just like, this just feels unsincere now.
Okay, but what about Trump? Whenever Biden starts Trump just goes and says, "Oh, we're not talking about that. That's not talking."
Trump's not sincere though.
Yeah, but that's a problem.
I know, but
what he's saying is, if you keep repeating it, it shows that you were never sincere in the first place.
I don't feel like
that. And then I'm also going to point out that you kind of told him we're not talking about Obama here. I wasn't talking about Trump in this point. I'm just talking about how Biden felt at that time. Trump's not sincere at all,
Yeah.
and that is a problem. I'm not saying that's not a problem, but I'm saying at that time, Biden definitely didn't feel sincere. If anything, it felt like a robot.
How many times, if you look up people who talk about, who say, give their recommendations or their opinions of Biden, you hear all the time Biden's one of the nicest people, one of the most caring people. Lindsey fucking Graham even said that Biden was one of the nicest people.
Yeah,
and he's like, oh, he's super empathetic.
He's been a
he really
politician
cares.
for 47 years.
But again, I'm talking about that particular part, and
He
like you
came
said,
off as insincere. To say that he's not sincere, there's no evidence of that.
But what I'm saying is that debate was meant for the undecided people, right? A lot of what you just said, people aren't going to look up. Let's be real about this. A lot of people don't have time.
Most people are going to get they're going to get clips from the news that they watch.
And that at that time,
And that's what they're going to base everything on.
I don't know whether that was prepped. I don't know whether he thought it was a good idea. I don't know how that came about, but that felt like I was calling AT&T to pay my bill.
I don't know. I didn't get that feeling. I get why you could. I don't personally see.
And that's fine. I'm just saying that, but that a lot of people feel that because you work in the cable industry. I have, in Metairie, it's just kind of.
Well, we also live in a very Republican state, to be fair.
Yes and no, because I'm in Metairie.
Yeah, but Louisiana as a
I'm
whole
great,
is
but
very
I'm in
Republican.
Metairie where I'm seeing more Biden posters than I am seeing Trump, and that is a fact.
Yeah.
There are Metairie, New Orleans is more of a Democrat than a Republican side.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I was hearing it from Biden supporters how that felt very unsincere.
Yeah, but even say, okay, it's insincere. Like, when you compare the two, though, who are opponents, yes, this one's insincere, came up with, he's still vastly more sincere than Trump's ever been.
No, that's true.
You know? So, like, we're not talking about, this is again why I'm not saying vote for Biden because Biden's great and Biden's
But you're saying settle for Biden.
But I'm saying, if you look at the two, Biden's got a lot more shit going good for him than Trump does. Trump's failed to be sincere, failed to be empathetic.
Well, I mean,
we deserve to have
not
somebody
really.
who gives a shit.
I mean, 47 years of like everybody says, 47 years of Biden being in office.
He wasn't president.
He was in the Senate. He
wasn't
put bills
president,
up.
though. That's one piece. President is the highest political office.
That's
Like,
where legislation comes from. Legislation comes from
one of many. He's not the one who has
presidents don't write legislation.
So if Trump was in the Senate, then he would be able to do the same things that he could do now. He would have just as much power.
Joe Biden was vice president for 8 years,
and they had 2 years.
Senate.
Like Biden brought up, they had a Republican.
No, that's not true. When he
Congress.
said that wasn't true. That was fact checked false. They had the majority at that time. That was already
I think the
checked.
first year and a half.
He said it was like a year and a half. The
that,
first year and a half they had the ability to do that.
Yeah.
They had the Senate.
That was actually.
And what do we get? Obamacare. We got.
Yeah, that's how they push Obamacare.
Yeah, we got an Obamacare. We got. Where's Trump's health plan? He's working fast.
The one that the federal government. What's called federal justice is shot down. I mean, he tried to.
He said 4 years ago he would repeal Obamacare, and again he has failed.
He's tried multiple times, and the government. The judicial is one of them.
I've never seen his actual plan.
I've
never been able to see. I've looked on his platform. I've never seen a substantial plan. All it does is talk about what he's going to do about Obamacare. Repeal the individual mandate, which is great, but it's not a new health care. It's not new plan coming out.
Joe, you've been kind of quiet, buddy.
Huh? Well, y'all want to talk about COVID?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we're in healthcare now.
Yeah, you can go anywhere you want. We're in
Close
healthcare.
Yeah. Well,
Democrats denied on healthcare.
I'm curious as to how you think Joe Biden would have handled the COVID-19 situation versus, or how you think it should have been handled. Like
well, we can look at Joe Biden's platform on his website. He would double the amount of drive-through testing. He would replenish the PPE that we did not have, and Trump can blame Obama for running it out, but Trump did not replace it. Also, we can talk about Trump's failure to get Trump's administration spent way too much money on ventilators. We can talk about the issue with the PPE that was supposed to be going to states being held and sold. They had to ship it over. I think New York had to ship it over with their I can't remember if it was their basketball team or whatever. They had to ship it over through their basketball teams, like airplanes. They had to ship it to the place in secret because the Trump administration was taking the PPE that was scheduled to go to New York and selling it off basically in like an auction to the other states. We can talk about his failure to properly say how serious the virus was whenever it first came out. We had the Woodward tapes.
Biden and the Democrats did the same thing.
Yeah.
No, they did not.
Yes,
Biden.
Yes, they
Biden
they
told
called
Trump.
They called him an idiot for closing off travel
which
to it
is
from China.
Yes, because the travel bans that he put in did not stop any shipments. Whenever shipments come over, all those people can travel. It also did not stop American citizens from going there or back. It only stops Chinese citizens.
No,
and it also was way too late. By the time that he did that,
He did that in January.
All ports of entry, if you've ever worked on a dock, all ports of entry are quarantined. They have quarantine
National
regulations
Guard,
there
all
already.
that.
I mean,
All
so
out
you're
there.
talking about shipments coming in. Even the sailors coming off those ships, they have to go through a quarantine.
I know,
Right.
I know, in a personal story, but I know 2 people, in fact, that were terrified because they were out of country and couldn't come back.
Yeah, there were some
Because-
people affected, but it did. The ban itself, whenever it first came out, did not outright
No, it was
ban.
right. It was in January when he banned it.
Mhm.
They could. Their tickets were done.
Yeah,
And
but
they
besides,
worked it out to where they
besides
had
the
a-
point was he tried to put the ban on that. Then he got insulted for Biden for it, and then later they flip flopped and said, "Oh, he did it too late."
Right.
And it's like, wait, y'all said he
Around
didn't.
the time that Trump closed the borders, other countries were doing it around the same time. So he did not do it early. He did not get ahead of the curve. No, he did it around the same time as many other countries did. So there's no point in saying that he did it earlier. Too
So you're
fast.
saying Biden was just disingenuous?
Whenever
Because
Biden was talking
he
about
said,
it,
he said he
was
shouldn't have done
talking-
it.
Biden was talking about saying that the ban on travel will not prevent the virus from getting here. It's already here. It's too late. It's already here. We closing the China border now. There's already a case that's probably here.
No, that's
Right,
not.
but it
That's,
still
no,
slows
that's,
down
that's,
the
normal,
spread.
that's a normal practice for any country.
Yeah, but whenever
during
Trump
the
said, "Oh, I
pandemic.
closed the border," they didn't think I closed the border. No, you closed the border. Okay, but that's not enough.
But
That
nobody
doesn't
said
stop
that
it.
wasn't all he was
nobody
doing.
said it eliminated it. It just slowed the spread. That gives you time to come up with a cure.
But
The
what
whole
do we
thing
do?
is he overdid the ventilators. This is a virus that nobody had any idea how it worked.
That's not true.
All
Obama had
he
a plan
knew.
for that.
All
Obama had
he
a
knew
plan.
was that
Obama
it
had a
attacked the
plan for what?
respiratory
Yeah,
system.
he had the office for the virus. They had a virus plan. They had a plan that basically talked about what to do if a virus comes out. They updated it.
They didn't do any. They did nothing
And
during
Trump-
H1N1.
Did Trump? Wait, what?
H1N1, they did literally nothing. I mean,
H1N1. Okay, 60.8 million people. H1N1. 12,400.
no. Wait. You don't get to compare them because they're
Yeah,
not the
because
same
they're
virus.
different.
No. I'm saying that's how many
The-
people died. That's how many people
The
died.
infection rate and mortality rate of H1N1 was nowhere near COVID.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. We're not
So
even comparing
to
the
say
same
that he
virus.
didn't do any of it, it
Their
wasn't
actions,
as serious.
They shut down. They didn't know that at the time. At the time, nobody knew anything about it.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that
And Obama made a plan.
No. If we compare at the very
If it
beginning of
would've been
H1N1 and the
coronavirus,
very beginning of COVID, the actions taken by both parties, Trump did far more than Obama did at the beginning of H1N1.
And that's why
He-
Obama
what-
made a plan
Obama-
after H1N1. That's
Well,
why he
except
had
for
the plan.
replenishing the PPE, apparently, according to you.
Okay,
I mean,
but
he did
Trump
replenish the
didn't do it.
PPE.
Again, I'm not defending.
Yes,
Obama
and that
for
would
saying he
be
did
that
it
would be a
great.
problem of a president leaving office and a president coming in office. There's supposed to be briefings about that kind of
And
thing.
Obama
You're
did
supposed to
have
pass
plenty
that
of
stuff
briefings
on.
about it. But yes, he did fail to replenish the PPE. But Trump didn't replenish it either.
Yeah,
So
so
Trump, again-
he did emergency situations to replenish PPE.
In which he failed and costed the government or costed the taxpayers
Well, I mean-
money a lot
I mean,
more. He costed a bunch of people's lives.
Multiple other country. Well, let's go on that. Multiple lives being lost. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
where were they lost at?
What do you mean?
Where were Where were the lives primarily lost at?
You talking about in Louisiana, in the United
In
States,
America.
Or?
Where's the primary source of lost
Well,
lives?
if you look, I'm pretty sure the primary infections are currently happening.
No.
in the
I
Republican
said
states.
lives lost.
Lives lost.
Yeah.
I guess probably going to be most populated areas. If your argument is that it's blue states.
No, because even the most dense places in Texas still have less deaths than all of these other places.
Yeah.
So you can't say it's by population density because that goes out the window because these cities are running just fine and they're actually open. They're not locked down like New York City is.
Okay, so what is the argument that you're trying to make?
You're trying to say the deaths, and you're trying to say that's all on Trump or primarily on Trump.
Trump,
But
yes.
we can directly correlate actions taken in Democrat cities to the deaths that they've had. I mean, in New York City alone, tremendous amount of deaths. And then after they say, "Oh, look, it's going down now." Yeah, you killed a bunch of people already. It's like you already wiped out, decimated your population, and now you're going to say, "No, yeah, look, but now the numbers are going down." You sent elderly people to what you call it? You sent sick people to elderly homes and killed them. I mean, even people in New York are pissed about that.
Okay, yeah, you're talking about the homes. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, that was messed up. But that ain't the only place. I mean, there's governors and mayors all over that are having the worst responses to this, and they're dealing with it in the worst ways. And a bunch of them even said, like, when they called and asked for federal support, the federal government was more than helpful. I mean, even, was it Como or the Blasio? It was one of them in New York. He said Trump did great. He gave him everything he asked for.
Okay, but Trump hasn't done great. Trump has not taken the mastery. Trump got the virus. And after getting the virus, comes out and says, "Oh, guys, it's nothing. You'll be okay with it."
I got it. I had it
that's
before we knew what it was.
That doesn't sit there and say, "Okay, since Trump got over it, when he has the Regeneron, whatever that's called, the Regeneron treatment, the therapeutic, he has millions of dollars being pumped into the hospital he's going to. He's got a private doctors and everything, and he survives. He gets Medicare or care that no one else could have gotten.
He has a private doctor at the White House. He had He had the same doctors that they would all have at the.
Yeah, he's got a full. He's got the ability to have basically.
Yeah, I'm not comparing.
He's coming out. Trump is coming out and telling the American people, "Look, it's no big deal. Look, I'm fine. See, I'm immune to it." Despite the fact that science has shown that very, very few people get immunity, if you want to call it immunity, with antibodies from it.
What they said was for a certain amount of time after, you would have an immunity. Eventually, you could get it again.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. Yes. But Trump comes out and says, "Oh, I'm immune. Oh, everybody can get. Everybody gets better and everything. It's no big deal. We're rounding the curve." When we had the most amount of deaths, when Trump had access to this healthcare that no one else could have touched, he should have come out and said, "Hey, look, other people aren't going to be this lucky. I'm lucky because I have access to these things. We need to do whatever we can to make sure everyone survives." 220,000 people have died in the United States.
Yes, and Biden claimed that none of them would have died if he would have. And Biden claimed none of them would have died if he would have been in office.
I don't remember him ever claiming none of them would have died.
Did he or did he not say that none of these people would have died?
I remember him say something about cutting it in half.
Yeah, he would have cut, and that's
I don't believe that either.
Because one thing, I'm not saying that y'all are, but one thing I kept on always seeing was people talking about that the idea that 2 million people were expected to die from the virus originally. That was if we did nothing. So Trump, at current estimates, we're looking at probably about 400 to 500,000 by the end of the year, if currently the thing keeps going the way it's currently going. If it gets worse, it might get worse.
There's a great deal of disinformation that being spread about all this because any doctor will tell you, first of all, it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
We're never going to get rid of it. It'll be around for the rest of our lives. It's just going to be out there. It's going to be a virus for the rest of our lives.
I think another.
Are we going to cure it? Probably not. It's related to the cold virus. We can't cure the common cold.
I also think another issue.
Probably not going to cure it. Best we can hope for is a vaccine that maybe curves it a little bit.
But a lot of deaths that are saying, "Oh, they died from COVID." A lot of them aren't really deaths from COVID.
Okay, we can talk about that because I can answer that one right now.
It's true.
Whenever they look at, let's say someone comes in because they have pneumonia, right? They got COVID and then they got pneumonia and they wind up dying because of complications of pneumonia. If they had not had COVID, they might have survived. They would have survived.
Yeah,
been able to
but they don't.
But because they had COVID, the pneumonia wound up killing them.
But they don't do that for the flu. For the flu, they do not measure the deaths like that. Yes, but what I'm telling you is people compare the deaths to COVID and the flu, and people go, "Oh no, COVID kills a lot more than the flu." We don't even track flu deaths the same way we're tracking COVID deaths. You can get the flu, and that could turn into pneumonia and stuff like that too, and you can die from it. But they're not going to say you died from complications.
For the record,
what?
The top 5 states with the total deaths: New York is number 1, Texas is 2.
Oh, I already have that. It's not Texas. It's Albany, Georgia.
No, it's showing on this.
Yeah, I'll pull up my link.
I'm not doing confirmed.
Oh, this is if you want the top 5: New York, Albany, Georgia, Fairfield County, Connecticut, New Orleans, Louisiana, and Hartford.
Oh, we're counting cities. You're doing states.
States. Go by states.
Yeah, well, if you go by total population,
I'm going by states. New York is number 1, Texas is 2, California is 3, Florida is 4, and New Jersey is number 5.
Highest population.
Okay, so if you want to talk about how blue states are doing all these things and they're failing, and that's why they're getting the virus, red states aren't. Why are other nations who are taking it more seriously having less of an?
Sure, we could talk about that. Sweden took it almost not seriously at all.
Yeah, why did Wuhan have?
And they had some of the. They were actually doing better than most places.
You ever seen that?
Sweden versus when you're looking at how many people.
I mean, you want to put generalizations on an area? Let's put a generalization.
No, I'm saying if you compare to places that have large populations, they are taking it way more seriously, and they're having better results than the United States is.
How many-
Why, if it's not the way that they're treated, why is the United States suffering so badly?
Why do African Americans
Because
seem to get it and
it's-
die from it more?
But hold
often?
on,
Because people have less access to healthcare.
No, that's you're putting a generalization.
No,
Well, because
Yeah, absolutely, you just put a generalization on that, and there's no scientific evidence to back that up.
So wait, are
I mean,
you
they've
saying-
already
are you
said they're
saying-
investigating the effects of people's different types. People like they were trying to figure out.
One in
people,
1,000 Black Americans have died from COVID.
Yeah.
1 in 1,000. What do you think is the reason why 1 in 1,000?
I'm not going to
Black
put. You're
Americans-
asking me to put out a skeptical, like, so you're asking me to throw out like an opinion about it.
So
Well, they're investigating it. They don't know. They said we're trying to look into the effect of people that might be susceptible to things like sickle cell anemia. Does that have some kind of effect on this? We don't know because doctors haven't investigated stuff. It hasn't been around long enough for them to investigate all that. Now, yeah, one theory is things like hygiene, poverty, things like that. A lot of people believe just with some better hygiene practices, maybe that would be better.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. Wash your hands.
it hit the Hispanic community very hard. It's what my wife does for a living. She goes and talks to the Hispanic community about wearing PPE properly. That
How's
was
your wife work again?
I'm not saying that.
Sorry. What type of field? Like not medical, but like
That's what she does, like community support and stuff like
for
that.
medical.
Yeah, she goes out and talks to
I
community.
just want to clarify that because that like
Yeah, she goes out and talks to the Hispanic community, tries to get them to go to the doctor.
So
Like in the Hispanic community, that's a big problem. They don't want to go to the doctor. If they had COVID, they probably wouldn't. Nobody would even know because they don't want to go to the doctor.
But see, there's also an issue with
That's
that
true,
because
that's very
we've
true.
seen for years that Black people, minorities in general, are treated worse in doctors' offices and hospitals. They're taken less seriously. Women too. Like you have to. Whenever you say why 1 in 1,000 Black people have died, because Black people are more likely to be in poverty. Because Black people are more likely to be in closed, small neighborhoods with a bunch of people in them. Because Black people have less access to healthcare. Because the access they have to healthcare is often worse than white people get. Like all of these things are the reason
Well, when you
why
say
we
that,
have
you're
such
talking
a
about
bad
like
instance.
not having insurance and stuff like that.
Not just that, but also
I'm
whenever
saying-
they go to
but
the
we're talking
hospital,
about-
doctors have been shown in studies.
finish.
Okay.
Doctors have been shown in studies that they rate white people as having better. So whenever a white person gets hurt, they take it more seriously. When a Black person gets hurt, they have some kind of belief, I guess, or whatever, a bias to believe that Black people have higher pain tolerance. Multiple studies have shown this. Doctors tend to give white people better
Okay, you're talking about innate
health
bias.
care. Yeah, innate bias
Yeah.
towards Black people. That's what I'm talking about. I'm
And
talking
the
about
funny,
not necessarily
and the
just
funny part
access.
of that was even Black doctors were shown to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I know.
It's an
I read
institutional
those
thing.
studies. It's innate bias is just the way it is. But that if you,
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into details about that. But I've talked to people about stuff like that and just some little things they told me. A lot of it was coming from people milking the system and trying to milk the system and stuff like that. Now that's just a couple people's opinions. There's no stats to back it up. But I did work in a hospital and I did work as a paramedic. So I do
That is
understand.
also, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm just saying I do understand the innate bias thing. I've seen it. I've seen people do it. I've had people when I was becoming a paramedic and I was working with other people, they would tell you, dude, this guy's a repeat flyer. He comes at all time. He's drunk or on drugs or something like that. They do that. They do. And that happens mostly in densely populated cities where they tend to see things because paramedics, doctors, they get aggravated with the frequent flyers because they feel that it's taking away from people that really need their help.
Which is why we should put a better focus on mental health.
No, I agree with that. I think I think everybody agrees with that.
I was saying this to my cousin-in-law. Honestly, I think like therapy should be something that's almost required when you go.
Everybody needs therapy. Yeah.
Well, they're like in high school in general. Like,
Yeah.
Like I feel like they should put more effort into having actual guidance counselors, not a counselor goes, well, you're not getting the like, bitch,
Right.
guide me.
Yeah. Here, try these options.
Yeah, none of them actually like. When I heard guidance counselor, I'm like, oh, this is someone I can actually talk to.
They're the ones who ask the questions.
That's not fucking true. The lady I went to, she drinking her liver away. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. She green by senior year because her liver was failing her. Because all she would do was drink.
Now I can tell you when it comes to like the testing and stuff like that, there were a great deal, even here in Louisiana, testing sites were going unused. Mm-hmm. They were sitting around with their thumbs up their butt, not doing anything. People weren't coming. Mm-hmm. They set up mobile ones. They set up ones in hospitals. Walgreens had a few. I mean, people just weren't coming and getting tested.
Yeah.
Even though they were pushing for it. So A lot of that went undone. Okay, then the ventilators. We got a ton of ventilators. Yes, they overspent on them, but I mean, people said they needed them, so we got them. Yes, I know. $500 million overspent. I know.
I'm trying to find.
Let me see.
They built them. They did all kinds of
Reports
stuff. They even donated.
Number 26 that I sent you. Trump paid $15,000 each to the same company that agreed to $3,280 each in September. They said in September, hey, we'll give you these ventilators for $3,280 each.
Yeah,
and then once the virus hit, Trump talked to him and everything. The administration talked to him and decided $15,000.
Yeah, and I'm sure somebody's going to get their ass reamed for that.
And a lot of doctors don't.
That was in January.
But a lot of experts were talking about how ventilators aren't good anyway because it makes your body stop working.
That ended up being a huge mistake that hospitals made. Yes. And then they sent those ventilators to other countries because my wife was trying to get some of them.
I don't know if I saw the study. I didn't keep up with the study, but a lot of other doctors were talking about using UAV lights on the inside,
that was when Trump said something about said sunlight. They thought sunlight was killing it, and then Trump said something about if we could find a way to bring that to the body, but they made fun of him for it.
Yeah.
It turned out there actually was a way to do that.
Yeah, there was because it was oh my god, what's the vitamin you get from the sun?
Vitamin D.
Vitamin D.
Vitamin D supposedly helps.
Well, they also showing that
but the UV light had
dying
effect on
from
killing.
COVID, the majority. And it was in the 85%.
Had low vitamin D levels.
Very low in high.
Which is an issue from the quarantine.
Well, not just from it's just an issue with Americans in general.
Yes, but I'm saying the quarantine's definitely worse with everybody sticking at home.
And the thing about it was the people who tend to survive it a lot easier had a high supplement of vitamin D.
Yeah, but I feel like that's I would say that's because I feel like you could also make the idea that
that's why
I feel like you'd also make the idea that those people are more likely to be active, more likely to be outside.
It was actually more of them taking pills.
Oh, really?
Supplement, yes. That was the crazy thing. It was more of taking supplements because
I have a vitamin D.
Another play for scientists is how we work a lot indoors now, and as humans, we weren't meant to be indoors.
I went and had a blood test.
So no matter how much sun you get, you're still not getting enough unless you live out in the sun 24/7.
Yeah, you're gonna absorb some sun, but
so you should always take a supplement.
It wasn't gonna be used, but they mocked him for saying the thing about the sun, and they were like, actually, there's a process where they filter your blood through UV lighting.
Trump wasn't talking at that from the point of view of I know the science.
He
was just saying shit, and then it just happened.
He was asking exactly. That's what they were saying. He was asking questions. He was like, I don't know, maybe we can find a way to do this. Well, that was like the disinfectant thing. He said, I don't know, maybe there's like a disinfecting process or something we can kind of
inject. Is there a way you can disinfect it?
Yeah, he was talking. There was a doctor on the stage, and he was talking.
But again, my issue is that yes, you can say, did Trump say yes, we should put bleach in it? No, he did not. I 100% agree. That's ridiculous for people to say Trump said put bleach in it. 100%. But Trump was talking from a point of view of speaking to a doctor, to an expert, and saying, hey, let me just run some stuff by you. Maybe you haven't thought about this. You think you could maybe think about putting the sun somewhere nearby people? Maybe that'll help. And the doctor's going, yeah, no, we can think about that. Like, he's talking to experts and telling them what he thinks they should do. Trump has no idea. Trump should have always been able to say, I don't know.
Everybody knows Trump has diarrhea of the mouth.
Any president say, I don't know. Even when Obama said, I don't know, it was saying, well, he's an idiot.
That's when you say, I don't know. You say, hey, what do you say? Okay, that's what I'm going to say.
That was the thing, because it's hard. You can't say, I don't know anymore.
Okay, well, what about Kamala Harris saying that? Kamala Harris is saying we shouldn't do the vaccine. Everybody should just, I don't trust that because of Trump. And they're like, everybody's like, well, why wouldn't you? I mean, experts are the one making that, and they're I just don't trust Trump. And it's but he's not making it.
But Trump said, oh, we're going to have a vaccination by the election. We're going to have a vaccine. Well, that's not true whatsoever.
They said by the end of the year.
At first, he said the election. He said before the election, we might see it before the election. Yeah. Then he said by the end of the year. When all the experts have always said, we probably won't see it until the beginning of next year, maybe earliest. Is when all the experts were saying. Trump kept on saying, oh, we're going to get before this, we're going to get before this. So Kamala Harris was saying, I don't trust a vaccine that Trump endorses and no one else does.
There's actually a company that said that they could do it by the end of the year.
Which one?
The problem was, I watched a special about it. It was that guy who was developing a system that was going to be, was it for the flu or for something else? He was developing it for another virus, and he said we could turn around and use it on this one. And it was kind of like he touted it almost like a cure-all, like it would target specifically whatever they told it to.
Okay.
I watched a documentary on it.
I know. So I looked up. Johnson & Johnson was one of the people who were.
It wasn't Johnson & Johnson. This was
they were AstraZeneca.
AstraZeneca. Yeah, that's
with both of those.
Those are big pharmaceutical.
Is it that weird name with a P? P-F-I-Z?
I don't know. Did you watch that special about that?
No.
Okay, so it was a fairly young guy, but he'd been working on it for a while, and everybody was making a big deal out of him. And then they said, well, we're going to shift gears and we're going to put it toward this. And he was saying that they could get it done relatively fast. A lot of it was to do with red tape, getting it to the point of where we can use it. Now, I'll tell you right now, I'm not an anti-vaccine person, but I'm not taking any vaccine that ain't been out for at least 5 years. I don't care. I don't care who touts it.
If the scientists say, if majority of the scientific community, if
Still
it's
not
overall saying, hey, this is safe, I'm going to take it.
Still not.
Because I
That's
trust
just
it.
me.
People have been anti-vaxxers have been trying to say that vaccinations cause autism for decades.
Well,
and it's never been.
Doctors used to say bloodletting was healthy. So
and they were wrong.
I'm not.
But whenever you have the President of the United States putting in disbelief in the medical community, Kamala has to say, hey, look, guys, I'm not taking something that Trump believes in. Because Trump's in there saying, screw the scientists. We'll have this vaccine ready for you. This is the one that you're going to want to take.
He's not the one creating, right, but he's not the one creating the vaccine. It's not like he's got his own little lab saying, I'll fix you up, America. Like, that's not what's going on.
Yes,
it's actual scientists that are making it. So if you sit there and suggest that, when you tell people that are watching you, you have a big audience. When you tell these people, I'm not going to take it because Trump made it. How do you think these people react? Because this is how they always react. Oh, Trump bad. We can't take that vaccine. Kamala Harris isn't going to take it. Why should we? That's right. If Trump endorses it, we should never.
Now, don't get me wrong. That's a common tactic in politics. You never want to give your opponent a win.
Well,
so
no, of course not.
Even if it came out during his time, the Democratic Party as a whole would be like, we should not trust this.
I don't believe that. That's speculation. I'm
telling you that's what happens all the time.
Kamala said she would not take the vaccine if Trump was the only one who was endorsing it.
Well,
if it's endorsed by the whole community and Trump, yes, absolutely. If Trump says take the vaccine and so does Dr. Fauci, I'll take it.
That's not what.
But if it's just Trump, I'm not doing it.
But that would never happen. I mean, Trump's.
Okay, then we have no agreement. We have an agreement here. We're not taking it.
Yes, but that's not what Harris said.
But Dr. Fauci, why does everybody rely on Dr. Fauci?
Because he's been around for decades. He's faced a bunch of pandemics. He's been highly regarded by all the medical community. Highly regarded by everybody who comes in contact with him. Why do you trust Trump? What's he done?
Hold on.
I trust organizations that deal with it.
I trust multiple.
Yeah. And Fauci has been consistently on the right side.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I'm like, I don't know. What I mean by that is, if one scientist says it, I'm not going to just go off of that.
Agreed.
So like Fauci in general, I just don't listen to Fauci.
Right.
I try to look up multiple.
Well,
I'm not saying if only Fauci. I'm saying the medical community. But Fauci is the head of the CDC, and I trust his opinion. He's been pretty standing with the same side of the medical community and been on the right side of the majority.
Yeah, but we never got to elaborate on how the medical, like the actual medical field. A lot of people in the medical field disagree with Dr. Fauci.
Like what? With what?
Where was that? They even had a Facebook Live on it too. Fauci's
not the head of the CDC though.
No, he's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is his position?
Robert R. Redfield is the head of the CDC. Fauci is
or the medical advisor or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, there was a lot of people like doctors, nurses, whatever, that would come out and talk about like what they tried, and then what was it that they were blocking? CDC was blocking. They didn't like it was illegal to.
I mean, is it Rand Paul? Which one's the doctor that's in the Senate?
I'll have to look that up.
Who actually has a practice? Because Fauci hasn't practiced in a long time. He's been more political, but he got into an argument with him and Fauci and Rand Paul got into an argument, and Fauci kind of came back and was it Rand Paul?
There's a couple of them.
No, I can't
Rand
remember.
Paul, John Barresso.
I just remember they got into a heated argument about certain things, and he was like, "Y'all forget, like, because he wasn't talking to Fauci. He was talking to somebody else, and somebody else came back on him and was telling him something. He's like, I am a doctor. He's like, I actively practice medicine right now. He's like, I still practice medicine, and he was like, so I was like, he's like, so he's not above me. He's like, we're we work together on this kind of stuff, and he's like, and he even went on to say about how there's a lot of opinions when it comes to the coronavirus. There's
Yes,
a whole lot
maybe,
of
but the facts are masks do work.
the CDC has changed their same.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
No, you're talking. Okay, are you talking about how at first they didn't endorse mask wearing? For
no,
everybody?
they changed when they said it was aerosol. It wasn't aerosol. Then they
learned new information. And
Yes,
updated
exactly. That's
the thing.
what
That does not change. That they updated their information with new. That is not changing their mind.
I didn't say they changed their mind.
He
You
said
just said
change. He said
I
change.
said they.
Not say mind.
Yeah, I said they changed what they were telling people. They said they were telling
Yeah.
people to do this, and they said, okay, never mind, do this. And that's what most people are thinking. Most people are saying,
That's how it is in opinion.
But from the
Exactly.
start, they
Most
always
people-
said
most
people
I'm saying-
should wear masks if they're sick.
All I'm saying is, yes, but here was the problem that I have with that, and this is on both sides because both sides did it. Medical community was guilty for it too. Anybody that works in the medical community is going to take classes on PPE use. Nobody taught people how to properly wear PPE. It actually, in my opinion, and a lot of medical professionals' opinion, it made it worse because they were improperly using the PPE. If
Okay.
you are touching your face all day, moving a mask, you are contaminating yourself. You are not supposed to do that. If you're wearing gloves, you cannot run around all day with the same pair of gloves doing anything. There was no point for you to wear the gloves. So the problem is, a lot of people are saying if you just wouldn't have worn the mask, yeah, it's true, you may have got aerosol particles, but you probably would have touched your face a lot less that day too, which probably could have caused it. Now that's speculation, I know, because there's no way to say otherwise, but there's no way to disprove that either.
Okay, but I also feel like the equal point of saying, if I wear a mask all day and I just spend the entire day doing what I normally do, and I go through the same day, do the same exact thing, but don't wear a mask, I probably am transferring less virus with the mask strictly because I'm not spreading it. Wearing the mask does not. Yes, maybe there is a slight increase in how much you touch.
Yes, it reduces
but
the
it definitely
particles, yes.
reduces the particles that are going into the air. So to say they don't work or it's no, it's fact.
Well,
it helps.
He's not saying it didn't work. He's saying people weren't properly using.
I'm saying when you
PPE.
combine the fact that it does reduce. Nobody's arguing that. It's a fact. I mean, if I take a piece of mesh, it's going to reduce it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it reduces the particles you're spreading, but at the same time, it was increasing the amount of times people were like touching their faces and stuff. That's something my doctor's told me my whole life because I used to ask him, how do you keep from getting sick? He was never sick. I'm like, you're never sick. He's like, I don't touch my face.
Yeah.
He's like, number one way you get sick is you get shit on your hand, you touch your face, you pick your nose, you pick your teeth, whatever, and
Which
you
is
get
why
sick.
they also said the masks do only so much. Is why you should include
Yes.
washing your hands often, not touching your
Yes,
face.
and that was a
touching
big
your
problem. The big problem was people were listening to one of those recommendations.
See, either way, everything's shut down for a virus in which there's such a low death rate, and like having so the mask mandates and everything. Everybody having I knew where I was going with this. I had like the biggest brain fart I could ever have, so a virus that is like it's not going anywhere. It's never going to just disappear. And whether we have a vaccine or not, the mortality rate is so low that having to shut down a government for almost an entire year, destroying our economy at the cost of what?
At this point, it's more political.
It is.
No.
You can't deny that.
I'm not okay. So
It's being shoved down your throat.
Fauci says he wants to continue lockdowns. He thinks that we should continue lockdowns and mask wearing into 2022.
yes, and I agree. If that's what needs to be, because you're saying yes, this virus that doesn't have a crazy bad mortality rate.
So why?
Excess death in the United States increased by 20%. So even if you don't look at the coronavirus, whatever. Every single year, we can tell exactly how many people die. This is Article 30 that I sent you. Every single time that every year, we can say at this point, people tend to die around this many people. We have a decent amount of range. We can pretty much get an idea of how many people are going to die at any one time. Coronavirus is now the third leading cause of death in the United States, and it's only been 9 months.
No, they're still debating
deaths
that. They're still debating that. He pulled that up just a while ago.
Fair enough. Excess deaths increased by 20%. So if you want to look at not coronas, there has been 20%, a spike of 25.6% excess death in the United States. So regardless,
Are we including suicide rate? Are we including?
This is how much death overall has happened.
Okay, well,
so
then that's something you need to take into account.
But to say that the suicide rate
is
has
caused by the
increased to a
lockdowns.
point, yeah, but it's not. I feel like if you want to say that,
drug use, alcoholism,
all that goes up.
That's another thing too.
Hold on, let me finish my point. So if you want to look at 20% excess death increase, if you're going to say the whole that whole percentage is coronavirus, that'd be ridiculous.
Right.
Because yes, there is lockdown that's happening, so suicides are going up. There's people who are committing going drug overdose, stuff like that's happening. But to say that those two causes the main increase of the 20% spike.
So where's the line though? So where's the line? Where do we say, okay, this is a reasonable amount of death that we can go ahead and get back to normal? Because it's never going to be zero.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's right now the infection rate is going faster than it's dying, than it's coming down.
No, the curve
infection rate is higher.
So this started off with the curve, right? Mm-hmm. Flatten the curve.
Yeah.
Okay, hospitals are not like some hospitals are close to capacity, but you also have to understand how hospitals work because hospitals don't want an empty bed. An empty bed is good in a hospital. Okay, so a guy can come in with coronavirus and be like, "Hey, I think I got coronavirus." Yeah, you do, but I don't really feel that bad. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put you in a bed anyway. They want to. My son was at Children's Hospital. They had no coronavirus patients, and so they have the beds. The hospitals exist. We sent that medical vessel in New York, and it didn't even get used. Yeah, they sent it away. So what I'm saying is the whole point in a pandemic, and every doctor in the world will tell you this. The whole point is just not to overtax the medical system. We don't want to overtax the medical system. We know people are going to die. We know people are going to get sick. It's the nature of a pandemic, and we just need to be able to address the sick people. As long as we can do that, it is considered under control. That is the definition of when a pandemic is controllable, is when we're dealing with it. Okay, so my point is, at what point do you say, okay, we can start getting things back to normal? And plus the fact that we live in America, why not let people make that decision themselves? Right. If you want to stay locked down, if you want to stay in your house, if you want to wear a mask everywhere you want, if you want to wear a bubble, that's fine. But where is the line saying that? And a business too. I understand if you go into a business and they say we want you all to wear a mask. Right. Okay, that's fine. You're a private business. You can make that call. You can tell me I have to wear. I don't agree with that. You've seen Republicans putting videos out, going into Walmart and stuff, telling you, "Fuck you, I'm not wearing a mask." That's a private business. Yeah. If you believe in the Constitution, you believe they have the right to ask you to wear a mask if they want you to.
Okay, so my response to that would be, if we were able to get a vaccine and we were able to cut down the amount of people dying from coronavirus by a significant portion, I would say at that point I would be okay with us opening the economy, going back to normal, as long as we could get it under management.
Right, but we're already losing such a low amount of people.
We're not. It's the second highest. It's 0.02%.
No, it's of the U.S. population. Of the U.S. population,
0.02%.
It's
current mortality rate in the U.S.
It's 0.006.
Is it 0.006?
0.006.
What I'm saying is that's in any definition of a pandemic. That's it.
Okay, but listen to this though. We've been the amount. First of all, the amount of quarantine, the social distancing that we've done has reduced it down to 220,000. What do you think would happen if we didn't do any of that? How much more people?
But what I'm saying is,
2.2 million people.
We're not talking about past, right? We're talking about to open up now.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if we were to open up now, the way that exponential growth works is that those numbers would steadily climb higher and higher because we're not even doing the little bit that we are.
Once again, we're in America.
Practically open.
Okay, so let's talk about that. The reason why people shouldn't have a right to choose to wear a mask or not is one.
No. I didn't say choose to wear a mask. I didn't say choose to wear a mask.
What were you saying? Quarantine,
I said
social distancing?
choose. If you want to lock yourself down, if you want to wear a mask everywhere you want to go, that's fine. Do it. But I still don't feel like you have the right to tell everybody else they have to. Okay. Now, like you said, if I go into a business, a place where you have the right to be just as much as I have the right to be, if that business wants to say, I want everybody in here to wear a mask, then I have to wear a mask, and so do you. Okay, that's fine. But if this same business says, I don't want to enforce a mask mandate, guess what? You have the right to say, then I'm just not going to shop there. I choose not to shop at your store.
Okay, but that's the thing. This is not... it's not like, you don't get to shop at this place. That's the whole thing. So if I am not going to wear, if I'm going to wear a mask, and I am always going to wear a mask every time I can.
That's the basis of our Constitution.
If I'm going to socially distance and everything, and you guys aren't for whatever reason, and y'all go to our different stores, and I say, nope, I'm not going to any store that doesn't allow it. At some point, I'm going to run into you at a gas station. I'm going to run into you at a Walmart that does mandate a mask, and maybe you wear it, but you didn't wear it in all the other places. You might have the virus, and you might be transferring it to me. And I don't get to just eliminate
Right. Well, then why wear a mask? If I'm wearing the mask, you said if I wasn't wearing the mask at this other store you saw me at, and you decided not to shop there because no one was wearing a mask, then you see me at a gas station in which I am wearing a mask. If masks really work, what is your fear when you and I both have a mask.
You
Easy,
got that- you
because
got
they don't reduce it to 0%.
Of
Masks
course
do
not.
not reduce it.
Then
if you have the virus, and you
stay
don't-
away from me.
and
Then
you put the
social
mask on.
So
and
you
don't
have that.
touch stuff.
You have that same problem now.
Yes, but it's reduced.
You don't.
Everyone
but
wears
you
a
don't
mask.
know. But you don't know how many people everybody's come in contact with.
That's
Right.
why we tried.
What you're saying there though is that pretty much we can never unlock down. Never,
Right.
ever.
Not unless we get our mask. Okay, that's why. If everyone wore a mask,
even with a flu
how many
vaccine,
lives would we save?
even with a flu vaccine, the number of people getting the flu is a very small curve to that. It does not have as big of an impact as people like. They would love for you to get it, but the curve of a vaccine is not going to be huge because it's not even a real vaccine. Okay, we're not curing it. That's not going to happen. It's just not. Most medical experts are pretty sure like this isn't going to cure it. We may be able to keep a few people from getting it. Maybe. Someday way in the future, maybe we can cure it.
So,
But in the meantime, we cannot cease to function.
okay, so what's the other option? We open up and everybody gets in and dies.
If people die, they die on their. It's what they chose to do.
So-
I mean, people go do dangerous jobs every day that they could die in. And you know
They
what?
make a choice for that, though.
Exactly.
I'm not making a choice to go out to the gas station. Where
Yes, you
have to
do. You
wear
make a
mask.
choice to stay inside where it's nice
So
and
I
safe
can't
and
go
wear a
get. I
mask.
can't go get gas. Can't go to the store to get
So
food.
your
can't go
so
do
you're
that.
saying your fear should dictate everyone else's life.
No,
Right.
I'm saying that people
That's exactly
dying,
what you just said.
people dying
Your fear of
should
death-
dictate you being able to wear a mask and to not go to the fucking mall.
So,
not go to the movies.
your fear of dying dictates exactly. If a mall wants to say everybody has to wear a mask,
Well, then we'll wear a
and
mask.
sanitize their hands before they come in, that's fine. We're going to do that. If I want to go to the mall, the mall wants to
So are you
dictate that.
advocate? So okay, so maybe
I'm
that's
advocating for
just-
choice.
freedom.
You're advocating a choice. So what if
advocating for everybody
what if
to have
everyone
choice.
chose to just wear a mask? Would that would be better for the deaths would go down, the cases would go down, and everything, right?
No,
but people aren't going to choose.
we haven't seen that.
What are you talking about? Every single.
Sweden did not mask.
What about South Korea?
Sweden did not mask. No, Sweden had no. You want to talk about South Korea? South Korea had an entire system for tracing down every single person. They put them in almost concentration camps,
Yeah.
forcing them to be in a condemned quarantine.
Some people kill.
Yes, they did. They had tracking
I
systems.
remember
for
that
it.
the tracking system. I don't remember them putting them in the.
Yes, they quarantined the shit out of their
Yeah,
people.
it was pretty
Oh,
bad.
I know that it was pretty bad with the track.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah, it
South
was-
Korea. We are America
Yeah,
for
they
a
actually
reason.
put them in a. It was crazy. I saw this. They put them in a small room, almost this size.
What the?
They quarantined the
And
shit out of the
I didn't
people.
know
Your toilet was
What
right
I'm saying
there.
is-
your meal was like an MRE, like in a package, and they
Yeah,
pushed it to the door.
Sweden did not mask hardly at all, and they had some spikes, lows, and highs. Didn't go as bad as they expected it to. Actually, people were pretty impressed with it. They had a spike recently. They started masking. They did not see a drastic reduction in their cases. Now, I'm not saying masks don't work. I'm saying I think a lot of it has to do with actually other hygiene practices. I think washing your hands and stuff like that. Staying socially distancing, that's obviously a good choice. We do that all the time when someone has a cold. Like, hey, dude, stay the fuck away from me. You know? I mean, we all know that. Most people with common sense know that.
Yeah, the problem is that the virus doesn't always show symptoms. You might be spreading
Yes,
the virus
you can be
without showing
asymptomatic.
symptoms.
Yes, absolutely. But we never know that. But what you're calling for is a level of oppression that America has been
Well,
against since the
my
very
other
beginning.
thing about it was I hate how.
Oh, here we go. More than 5,500 people have died with COVID in the country of Sweden, of just 10 million. It is one of the highest death rates relative to population size in Europe, and by far the worst among the Nordic nations.
And New York, surpassed it?
Unlike Sweden, the rest all chose to lock down early in the pandemic. So your entire thing saying Sweden's failed or got lax programs, and they have the worst. They have the lax.
Wait, I got this for you. You said as far as the country goes, right?
As far as
New York put Sweden to shame. Open your mind.
how many
That's
people
what I'm saying.
what's the
New
population
York-
of Sweden? What's the population of Sweden? I mean of New York. Sorry, New York. What's the population of New York? Because it's 10 million in Sweden.
No, we're going. It says per million cases per day per million population. New York,
Okay, wait,
New
let me
York,
find- I'd have
New
to
York,
find the-
New York outpaced Sweden.
Cases per day of Sweden.
Oh, cases per day.
Sweden, it's right here. I got a graph for it.
You got a case of
New York's curve was flattened more than New York. Sweden's curve was flattened more than New York City's.
You also have to look at.
And then
density.
toward the end, after they had New York had their huge spike per million. This is per million per capita. All I'm saying is, when we look at every country, every state, everything, we're seeing different things for every one of these. Now, it could take us years to sift through all that data and figure out why. Okay? I mean, if we go state by state, we can say it was because of Republicans or because of Democrats, but we don't know that. That would all be speculation. Nobody has done any big long-term investigations into this to say why this area did poorly, this area did better. this country did better, this country did worse. I mean, China suddenly was touting that they were doing
Okay,
great.
but China's also known for not giving out proper information.
Exactly.
That's
Well,
what
that's what I'm getting at. Okay,
So I
because
feel like
China
you
claiming
count that.
they're doing great. I mean, freaking North Korea was claiming that they were doing great too. And how the hell did they even get it? I mean,
Okay, wait. So I'm looking at this article. The trajectory of new COVID-19 case rates, defined as the number of new monthly cases per 100,000 population, continues to grow in America's red states. This pattern was first observed over the June to August period and has now continued through September. In March, April, and May, blue states as a group exhibited higher COVID-19 rates, but in June they were overtaken by red states and have remained lower since. The red state surge was especially high in July, rising to 746 cases per 100,000 residents, more than double that of blue states. You keep saying it's New York, it's like this, but
What
the
was
majority
the
of red
death rate?
states.
the death rate is all that matters. We keep
Okay,
saying
so-
the infection rate. The death rate's all that really
No,
matters.
no,
when it
yeah,
comes
because that's
to
the
a
thing. So
pandemic.
let's say the death rate is higher in New York. If it's spreading more
That's
in
what
these other states,
determine-
there's going to be more
that's
people
what-
who can die
That's
from
what
it.
determines a pandemic, is the deaths from the illness.
Yes, but if
If
more
an illness-
people
if an
get it,
illness-
more people are going to
It
die.
doesn't. That's not the way a pandemic works. I mean, any medical categorization is not the way you categorize
If
a
it
pandemic.
spreads faster, or if it kills off faster than it spreads, then it's going to die. If it spreads faster than it kills, it's just going to keep killing. That's how pandemics work.
No.
Yes, it
not.
is.
A pandemic works by fact of the matter is percentage of people that die from an illness. If not enough people die from it, then it's not a pandemic.
Right.
I'm pretty sure. I thought pandemic was just if it.
No, because imagine if everybody in the world contracted something, but you could never die.
Okay, is chicken
It's
pox
not
a
a pandemic.
pandemic?
Everybody's got it.
Pandemic, disease prevalent over a whole country or the world. That has nothing to do with it being death rate or anything. It has nothing to do
Where
with
did you
death
get your
rate.
definition from?
Literally,
I'm
Googling.
engineering.
Okay, so
I'm looking at
I-
it.
the pandemic literally just means it's widespread across the entire world. That is all that means.
Whole country or world.
Yeah.
Population.
Okay, I see more of infectious.
Definition of pandemic. There's multiple.
I mean, I just-
Yeah, it goes by what you say, because they say, it says here the classic definition does not include the severity of the disease, but modern definitions will
See,
include.
that's another problem I've been having. I hate how
Because that's from the WHO. That was the World
It's
Health
really killing
Organization.
Because I feel like for words they should have a history. Of
Yeah,
the
I mean,
word.
according to this,
Right.
technically this is an epidemic, not a pandemic. I mean, this is another article about it. An outbreak is called an epidemic when there is a sudden increase in cases. So this would be considered more of an epidemic.
Okay, also, I'm looking up red states versus blue states death rates. Everything's starting to say that red states are worse than blue states.
So let's pull that one up for you. I got that one already pulled up.
I have
Cities with highest rate of confirmed
When was
deaths.
that?
This is brand new. Let me see.
And what website is that? Because I'm not seeing.
10 cities with most cumulative COVID-19 cases and deaths.
Okay, but you're looking at 10 specific cities instead of blue or red states. So you're talking about those 10
I
cities.
just had that pulled up.
New York City area, Albany, Georgia, Fairfield County, Connecticut, New Orleans, Louisiana, Hartford, Connecticut, Trenton, Princeton, New Jersey, Detroit, Springfield, Massachusetts, New Haven, Connecticut, and Boston.
Let's see.
Now, I mean, they change these every day, so yeah. If somebody's found a newer one,
I'm just seeing stuff from September 13th that we're
that
saying.
thing
that-
I pulled up earlier when I was naming them off, that was like last week. The overall cases and all that.
Yeah, but that was for states, right? That wasn't like specific. I was talking about.
Wait,
how you
it
talk
ranked from
point.
highs to lowest. So
Yeah, well, I'm talking about your point of saying the red. That's the blue states that having the worst things. But everything I'm seeing is saying if you take red states versus blue states, red states are more in deaths, more in infection.
well, there's
rate.
more red states.
yeah.
Okay, but per capita is what I'm seeing. That
No,
the red
per-
states are the
per
majority.
Per capita, it's the other way. I mean, if you talk about, and now, like I said, if you want to talk about number of people infected,
Yeah.
And versus
we're talking
deaths.
about effective.
I'm
Let's
saying
talk
that
about the death rate. though.
there's a disparity there that nobody can account for yet, because Texas has a large number of people got it, almost equal to New York. How many people got it? Yet New York had far more deaths than Texas. Why? We don't know that yet, so I can't even try to say something about that. But all we know is that it's true, because that's what everybody's trying to mock Texas. Now, a lot of that, Texas has already looked into that, and Texas already said that it was mostly college cities and stuff like that, young college kids, and that's probably a big part of it, why they don't have so many deaths, because young people were getting it. It's getting really hot on this side of the room. I'm trying to move, but
can't help. What I was saying earlier though, because I didn't get to finish that
Yeah,
thought,
I'm sorry.
about the Democrats' rhetoric with this is until we close until after the election. That's my problem. Because you could take that two different ways. You could take that, close that until we get a vaccine.
Yeah.
Or how most people are taking it until
Making it political, yeah.
Yeah,
Saying
and that's
once
wrong
Trump's out, the virus stops.
because AOC is one of the ones that said it. She came out with a tweet which she deleted saying, "Jobs lost, people's lives lost. It's worth it if we get Trump out."
Yeah, which I wholeheartedly say that's not cool. We shouldn't say that. That's kind of fucked up.
But a lot of them are saying we should continue shutting down so we can blame Trump for it until after the election.
Which I disagree with. I feel like this is not a political thing when it comes to people who are dying. Trump failed. That's the point.
Yes, but the way they are doing it now, they're like, let's continue to make him fail.
Yeah.
It's not let's help our people. It's let's keep doing this until he's gone.
Okay, but I would like to see some kind of evidence of tell me some evidence of them actively going and saying, hey, we want Trump to fail. Okay, yeah, that's wrong, but like I would like to see some evidence of them actively hindering Trump.
It's every time CNN broadcasts any episode, it's anything political. It's always like what Trump is doing wrong, and anytime something comes up that's right or the right move, whatever, it's not going to be talked about. Instead, they're going to talk about these people are dying over here in this region because Trump, and it's never talking about. So, say for mask mandates, it was up to the states, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Right. So the states are the ones
mandates.
who pretty much pull the strings on that.
Well, pretty much all of the mandates on how to handle the situation, and even as far as lockdowns.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier.
That's all state. So right. So how could you, if the spread gets worse, how can you sit here and blame President Trump for a state's fails?
Okay, easy. Because President Trump, as you said, Mark, words matter. And when Trump goes out there and does not just go out and say, "Hey guys, wear your mask, keep everybody safe. Hey guys, social distance, wash your hands. Hey guys, I'm going to show these things by going to." He's going to rallies with no masks. He's going to rallies and shaking hands with people. Mike Pence had a bunch of people test positive in his office, and he's still going to rallies. He's still campaigning. They are not listening to the advice of the scientists. They are actively telling people, "Hey guys, if you like me, if you want me to win, if you like me, if you listen to me, we don't need to do all that stuff. It doesn't help anybody." He's not leading. He's not showing leading by example. He's sitting there saying, "Hey, this doesn't affect me. I will be fine. All I want to do is win. If it costs people's lives, whatever. That happens. People die. It is what it is, right?" Trump should lead by example. If you want to talk about leadership, he's failed. He's failed to unite the country when we're the most divisive with the Black Lives Matter, police brutality, the coronavirus making everybody depressed, everybody shut in, and he's done nothing to unite people. All he's done is cause more diversity. He's caused more hate. He's incited violence. What has he done to help the situation except actively hurt it? You talk about why these news people talk
what about Fauci?
Things?
I mean,
that's why.
You're saying, listen to Fauci. Fauci was caught not doing the same thing.
Like what?
He wasn't wearing the mask when he was around other people, but he wore it when he was in the middle of a baseball field around nobody. He wore it. As soon as he walked off to the side, he took it off.
Okay. But okay, so you're saying...
Well, Democrats, including Biden, are the ones saying...
So
listen to Fauci.
He wore it half the time, but he didn't wear it all the time.
No,
so
I'm saying I'm saying he's not following the same advice he's telling everybody else.
Right.
And he's not the only one.
Nancy Pelosi going to get a haircut.
I'm about to say, Nancy Pelosi, just like that. Nancy Pelosi wasn't following. She was shutting down.
She didn't know she was going to be filmed.
Saying that she should shut down her communities. I mean, when this first started, Nancy Pelosi was telling everybody going down to Chinatown.
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing I'd like to bring up. It's kind of funny because,
the situation.
It's all lockdowns until it's protest.
Oh yeah. That's another thing too.
It's all locking down until it's protest.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You want to talk? Let's talk about this.
Phones on the floor.
The protests are fighting for civil rights and equality.
Coronavirus doesn't exist when you're fighting for civil rights.
No, it's not that it doesn't exist. It's just that there are people who are saying, "Hey, look, I might get a virus, but." Rather than sit there and go and just
so I can't have that same risk when I go to the store.
For the rights for black people to live and not die by police brutality.
But that's hypocritical.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
There's a difference between going to the store without a mask and somebody wearing a mask to a protest.
1 second. You are.
Yes, they are.
Majority. What your argument was before wasn't majority. You want all. Your argument from before is invalid against
You're
No,
trying to decide.
No, wait.
What's
Y'all
important.
are making two different arguments. My argument is saying that majority of the protests are wearing masks. Are all of them? No. Do I agree with that? No. I think everyone should be wearing masks. But to say that, but protests can do it, but other people can't. There's a difference whenever you're looking at the argument of, I want to go to the store and not wear a mask. And I want to go protest for equality wearing a mask.
Right.
I say, that kind of sucks that we have to make the option of wearing a mask or not wearing a mask during the pandemic. But you're wearing a mask, you're going to protest, okay, go protest.
Let me ask
safely.
you this. How many people are in the grocery store? And how close are you to people? How close are you to people when you're protesting?
I went to a protest.
You're
I was
close
like
proximity.
10 feet, 10,
How
15
big was
feet
the
If you're talking about here, there's nothing
We
here.
marched in Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
We marched.
Okay,
I know.
but
Nothing here is compared to like
I was about to say, but if you want to argue what happened in New Orleans, they were packed on that bridge.
Okay, and you want to talk about why the police are found to be leading the protests, like the people who are present marching, leading them into these areas, leading them into crowds?
No, they shut them down from coming in.
But the countless videos that we have showing...
Where?
I had to pull
No,
it
but
up.
no, I'm asking.
Portland,
I can't
and stuff
defend
like
it
that.
because you're not being specific.
Portland, stuff like that. There
Yes,
were videos of
speak-
cops leading them onto bridges and then coming in from both
What
sides.
cities? What cities?
Blocking Portland. It was in what was it?
I got it.
Let's say you're talking about them doing their job. Then I mean, if there's a large scale protest and if it's becoming anywhere near violent, I mean, if somebody starts throwing a brick, it's now violent.
Right.
That wasn't what was going on.
No, I'm just telling you from a police officer standpoint.
but
There's certain things you
people are
have to
saying,
do.
We're going to march down.
We
this
have
road, go this
there's
path.
well, you're supposed to. When you're
Yeah.
supposed to do those things, you're supposed to get them coordinated with local law enforcement. Local law enforcement is supposed to guide you. If you're not, then you're actually doing an unlawful assembly.
Yes, but they were saying we're going to go this way down this road, and then as they start marching, cops start pulling up and they're blocking off the other roads for protection and stuff like that. And then they started blocking off roads and guiding them further.
Yeah, well, you
down
also have to
specific
remember,
places onto
like
bridges,
Portland,
and then blocking them
Okay,
on both sides.
so places like Portland, okay, their police departments are not sheriff's office and stuff. They are actually run by whoever's mayor. The mayor is in charge of the police department. So you're going to see a lot of big differences when you look at cities like that where the mayor is in charge and the mayor is a Democrat in that city. And the mayor is the one that's telling these officers what they can and can't do. And if you don't do it, you're pretty much fired. So I'm saying you're going to see
an issue with the police system.
You're going to see some differences in police systems when you do that. Here we have a lot of sheriff's offices. We don't have many municipal police departments. NOPD is a municipal police department. They work directly for the mayor. So if you go to a sheriff's office, though, like JP, which is what he was just talking about, the one that started in New Orleans, got out of their control, and they started trying to come over the bridge into Jefferson Parish. Jefferson Parish shut them down and said, no, you are not authorized to have this protest here, and you're blocking the highway.
Because they try to make a big deal out of that, too. They're like, look at the police.
Yeah, they tried to say that they were...
Like, no, like, you're not all permitted.
Which is fair. If they're blocking, I get that. But I'm talking about the instance of where we have. I mean, you can literally Google the hundreds of videos that they have of police.
You know what the funny thing is? I'm trying, and all it is all.
But you know,
it's really a bitch.
Right, it's hard
like
to
what's
find.
doing. It's
Yeah,
like,
and I understand that.
it's
That's what
it's
makes it
what police
hard
are
to
doing
talk
wrong.
about.
But police were not violent in the beginning. In fact, especially in Portland, right? No, they were not violent.
No, they were told to stand down completely.
They were told to stand down, especially in Portland. Why do you think 6 city
You
blocks
talking
were
about
taken over?
protest or in general?
Both of them. Portland during the protest?
Well, are you saying police? I'm like, are you saying in general or?
No,
I think he's talking about Portland.
Talking
I'm talking about the Portland
specifically
protest.
My bad. I thought you meant in general. I'm like, wait, hold on.
Portland protests.
Pretty much where it started, because in the beginning, most
That wasn't Portland.
There
No,
was,
it wasn't Portland when it started.
Where was
That wasn't Portland.
It
It
was.
was where George Floyd, right?
Yeah, where
it was
he-
Michigan. Was it
Yeah, I
Michigan?
think so. I can't remember.
well, really, in the beginning stages where protests were starting
we
to
could
pop
actually-
up here and there was not, like, before there was violence, cops were not violent for no reason. Cops just sat by, right? They weren't even really present at most
Well,
of the.
we've had protests. It's not like you're acting
But
like
the
this like a new
moment they
thing. We've
start,
had protests.
right? But the moment they started getting violent, you can only take so much violence before you have to stand in and protect your citizens. Because a lot of the people that were coming to the protest weren't even from that city.
Yeah.
They come in and destroy other people's,
Okay, so here's the question: why are Black Lives Matter? Why are these groups
Oh,
protesting?
sorry. Well, we were wrong. It's Minnesota.
Was it Minnesota?
My bad. Yeah,
No,
Minnesota.
so well, hold on, because you're going to go a whole different direction with that, and that's not even the argument that.
No, but
Republicans make.
if there's bad protests, if we just did something about police brutality, they wouldn't even
We
protest
arrested-
and we wouldn't have this issue, right?
But 2 wrongs don't make it right, Johnny.
No, what I'm saying is, let's do some police brutality. Then what are they protesting
They arrested
for?
them.
What are they protesting
They
for?
arrested
Oh,
them.
arrested Breonna Taylor's murderers? They arrested
Breonna Taylor's murderers?
Yeah, Breonna Taylor's murderers. They arrested the police
Okay,
brutality.
wait. Let's go into this one. I know this one in far detail.
Wait,
Okay.
hold on. Before we get there, the protest wasn't about Breonna Taylor at first, though. It was about George Floyd.
We're talking about.
I'm not talking about George Floyd. I'm talking about the protests.
Yeah,
in general.
You want to talk about? Okay.
George
Well, I'm
Floyd.
saying, do you want to start from the beginning or do you want to jump to the middle?
Breonna Taylor's in the middle.
I mean, I feel like just sure we can do either one. It doesn't matter. It's all it needs to. It should have.
I can
the
go
second
into plenty
that
of
something
details.
goes wrong with police brutality, they should have started working.
I thought you were going to go more toward the other one, the Ahmaud Arbery, because that one there's a better leg to
Is that
stand
the
on
one? The guy who walked out playing video games or whatever?
No, the one jogging.
The one jogging. What was the? I don't
The
know.
father and son. The father used to be
yeah.
a police officer.
Oh, I missed that one. There's been so many.
That's not really a police one though,
Actually,
because
that was one of the main ones.
Yeah.
that was pre.
I think that was
pre-George
George
Floyd.
Yeah, that was like.
See, I didn't know.
Yeah,
about
that was like
this
the
is
week
where-
I follow all that. I
They were
follow all that
actually-
very close.
And that's the funny thing. They were actually doing small protests before George Floyd.
Yeah, I remember hearing protests. I didn't
About
know
him.
anything about it, and then
And
George
then-
Floyd blew up.
Well, George Floyd wasn't really about Black Lives Matters in general, though. It was about police brutality,
Yes,
of course.
but that's what Black Lives Matter is about.
But,
Black Lives Matter is about
the funny
police
thing is,
brutality.
it went from police brutality to actually just a personal vendetta between them two.
Oh, really? I didn't know about.
The police officer.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, there was
so
previous things.
And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just, but from there it blew out proportion because by then, that's COVID. Was
Well,
the
when
perfect
the new video footage came out about George Floyd, everything got a little weird because when they showed the full video footage of up to the moments of all that stuff happened, the body cam footage and everything, especially with him saying I can't breathe when he was in the car. They had him in the car and then
He said he was claustrophobic.
yeah, he was saying that before he ever got in the car when he was out in the open air too.
Yeah, he's
so.
saying I'm
You're
claustrophobic.
claustrophobic in the
You know how
open air?
claustrophobia works?
Yes, I do.
If I'm locked up like this, yeah, I get claustrophobic. I have my hands.
Okay, so what do you do
behind
for
my
that
back.
guy? What do you do for that guy?
Oh, what do you do for that guy? How about, okay, sit him on the side, let's talk, let's calm down.
They
Let's
set him
calm
in the
down.
car.
They sit him, and he's saying I'm claustrophobic, I'm locked up, I'm freaking
Yeah,
out.
okay, everybody says that. You're a police officer, you can't just go off of what everybody says.
So you're supposed to just throw the people in the back?
Yeah, because claustrophobia is not going to kill you. You may have a panic attack, but he was already
Well, what
having
did that
a
lead to?
problem.
If he had sat on the side of the curb, said, okay, calm down, look, man, we gotta bring you, you can do it.
He
for us,
wasn't
I'm gonna
calming
talk to
down
you."
when they were telling him to calm down
When
to
they were
begin
shoving
with.
him in the car? Yeah, he wasn't calming down. You're right, they were shoving him in the car.
Until you've been a police officer, you can't comment
Okay,
about
no.
it.
Because you know what? If a police officer does something,
Yeah, I'm about to say, I've been restrained.
No.
I know.
That goes. Stop talking. No, sorry. Continue.
if a police officer fucks up, I don't need to be or have ever been a police officer to say they fucked up. And somebody died when they should.
Somebody claiming they're
fucked up.
claustrophobic is not fucking up. That's
Okay,
what I'm
but
telling
someone
you.
died. It does not. He claimed he was claustrophobic, and then
Yes,
he died.
and then he was found to have like 3 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his system and was considered to be in a state of excited delirium.
So what you're saying is he had a drug issue.
No, I'm saying the officer's
No,
wrong.
but
I'm
he was
told-
under the
Wait,
influence of drugs, and
wait.
if we had a better issue with dealing with people who were mentally unstable or had
And
drug
what's your
issues,
answer to that?
we could get,
right.
the fund the police movement's pushing for, where we get medical professionals into there. We get people who are
I was a
social workers who don't
paramedic
talk
and
to
a
them.
police officer, and I can tell you there ain't. Oh, well, I was going to curse, but there is nothing you can do
Fuck
in that
shit.
situation besides try to restrain them because they become a danger to themselves and you.
He was restrained. He was in handcuffs.
So we're talking
That's
about.
not restraining
There was
somebody.
3
I got news
officers?
for you. That
Three
is not.
officers?
No,
No,
that was
no,
later.
no.
That was later.
Wait,
That was later.
what
There
was
was
it?
what, 2 officers
He
at
should-
the time when he showed him in the car.
Yeah.
What
So
he
wait.
did to his neck shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, now wait,
Right.
that's what I was going to say. The neck thing, I told him the day it happened, and he called me and asked me about it. I could say every police department I know of will tell you straight up
And
that
I
red
told
is a
him-
no-go zone.
Well, it was crazy to me because what I told him when I saw that, I said, I think there would have been 2 people dead that day because I couldn't have stand by and watched that happen. That was horrendous to watch. Same thing with oh my god, I can't believe the guy you mentioned earlier, the one that was jogging.
Oh, Ahmaud Arbery.
Like he was just jogging and they pulled the truck over and they were trying to make him stop and he didn't stop and he kept
They were
jogging.
trying to
back
do. They say
and
they were
shot.
trying to do a citizen's arrest.
Oh, okay. No, I heard
The son,
that.
he rushed. The son had a shotgun. He rushed the son. They were fighting over a shotgun. He got shot.
But I don't agree with any of
Crazy
that.
situation.
So wait, we talked about the toxicology report on George Floyd, right? Is that what we were talking
Yeah,
about?
but he should. That knee on the neck should have never.
No, of course not.
Yes.
But was 8 minutes 42
seconds,
something like that.
42 seconds.
Now, like this is just kind of a little off the wall, off topic, kind of. Is that not suspicious? Like, how does that happen?
It's
What do you mean? How's that?
How does somebody kneel on somebody for 9 minutes while being recorded, knowing they're being recorded? How does somebody like? I just don't
Tunnel
understand.
vision. It's not really about he don't care at that point. He's
Well,
not
they
care
were
about
trying to get him to calm down. They threw him on the ground.
But they had him in the car.
and he
No, they
sat
had to
there.
take him out of the car because he was starting to. It was getting to the point where he could hurt himself.
Yeah,
He was
starting to
flailing
kinda-
and kicking and going crazy. And at that point, you have to worry about them because we've had people do it. They start slamming their head into the window and stuff like that.
Because wasn't it one person? They came onto the left side of the vehicle. They kind of started putting him in. Another guy
He's
went
on
on the
meth.
right
He's
side.
not going to feel it.
The guy on the
He's
right
on
side
fentanyl.
opened the door and was trying to pull him in.
No,
whenever
he won't feel
out
it.
on the other
But
side.
as a police officer, you are responsible for them hurting themselves as well.
No, you're absolutely right. But you can tell when somebody's well, especially if you're an officer, like, and if you've ever been around it and you see people that are on it, you know what to look for and you know how their eyes are. You know.
No, without a doubt. If you watch the early
can
parts
tell,
of the
yeah,
video,
you see.
he was in a state of excited delirium.
Right.
His heart was probably if it was
Oh,
anything
it
else,
was-
his heart was going to stop. I mean,
Yeah,
he was
it-
going to
so-
die.
So my argument is why? So you said you're a cop, paramedic, or whatever.
Paramedic.
Like, you being a police officer, you don't have training on dealing with specifically how to deal with people who are on drugs.
No, you
how
don't.
to calm them down.
No.
How to do.
No,
You don't
because-
have
no.
extensive training on that.
No, of
Even
course
as a
not.
paramedic, there is no answer for calming someone down that's
Everybody's
in a state
different.
of excited delirium. There is none.
The
only method is a chemical one,
Right.
an injection, and there's nobody that can give that but a doctor.
Right.
Even in an ambulance, we're going to strap that guy down and try to get him to a hospital. That's all we can do. That's literally all I can do. And as a paramedic, I'm not even supposed to do
Right.
that until a police officer restrains him. I'm not supposed to touch him. That scene is not safe. Now, some departments, like Gretna, have a police department that's also paramedics. They have some people that are in an ambulance, but they're also police officers. They're carrying a gun and they got their paramedic stuff. Now, yeah, that would be great. The only thing is nobody's going to pay that much for those guys to do that job.
And see, that's the issue.
Yeah, but
why?
that's-
the problem.
I mean, any
why are
cop-
we spending so much money on getting people military equipment when we could be putting money towards people who are actually doing help with people who are having drug issues?
because they have to restrain.
The drug pen.
They have to restrain and deal with situations. And
Well-
I know people complain about the military equipment. I got news for you. In a lot of situations, that ends up helping people. Those
Real quick.
armored vehicles and stuff in a hostage situation are very helpful. Cops get shot behind cars and stuff. I mean, those
Yeah.
armored vehicles, sometimes they got to hide behind them when they're trying to get somebody out of the house.
Which is fair,
I've
yeah.
been in a SWAT situation in St. Charles where a guy was holding a girl inside the house hostage. He was shooting at people. I mean, the only thing that kept us from getting shot was a Bearcat.
Okay, but we're talking about. So first of all, you were talking.
Now, I'm not
about,
saying every police officer should be riding down the road with tanks. I don't think anybody thinks that. But I'm saying officers, until you've done it, I mean, I've had people come up to me and tell me, I'm just trying to talk to them, and they're spitting on you and stuff, like, come on, hit me, I dare you. I'm going to own this department, hit me. And I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to talk to you, calm down. And they want to start a fight with you. Why? Because they've learned that they can sue for that. They're going to sue for that.
See,
Yeah, I've had them lie and say I did, and I didn't. I didn't touch it.
And I feel like.
And I got
that's
camera. Now,
probably-
luckily, I've always had a camera on, so I caught them in the lie. But there's no recourse for that. It's not like they're going to be punished for lying.
So those people, I feel like that would be, and this is coming from my own ideas. I don't know substantial belief in this. I've never been a police officer, whatever. So I would feel that the people who are trying to incite violence, whatever, to try to sue is less likely to be the cause and more likely to be people who don't like the police, have negative views of police.
Yes,
in
but
general.
that's a tremendous amount of people.
What do you mean, the large? Like, what?
There is a tremendous amount of people that hate the police.
Yeah.
Most of the people that you interact with as a police officer hate the police. So you're dealing with that on a normal basis, especially for somebody that was a repeat offender like George Floyd. George Floyd does not like the police. He held a woman hostage and threatened to kill her baby. That's a fact. I mean, he did. He was a bad guy. He wasn't a good guy.
he's
Should
a
not
bad guy.
should not be a martyr. But I will be the first one to tell you. I told him, like I said, the day he called and told me about that situation. He just gave me the basics of it. I told him absolutely the officer is wrong. He should not put his knee on the guy's neck.
So is there anything else about this, or would you like to talk about Breonna Taylor?
No, we can go into Breonna Taylor if you'd like.
Well, can I also say, like you were saying, I remember you brought this up, and that's why I'm trying to pull it up right now. A lot of people say what the police should and shouldn't do, and they actually did this these reporters did it. They were trying to do a
The
test.
shoot no shoot situations
Yeah.
that we
Oh
do.
yeah, those were ridiculous.
But
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'm sorry. All right. So I wanted to bring up the difference between how our police
what the f-
in the United States work compared to say England. Because you don't really hear a lot of. There's not really any protests over in England about police brutality.
They're having some now.
Or are they?
They're having some
Well, it
now.
was Black Lives Matter, but it's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, they still have BLM and Antifa.
their issue
Okay.
is
I mean,
the
the
whole-
guy from Star Wars.
the difference between
the black guy.
Yeah, he's like,
He was,
he was the one that was protesting.
Yeah, he got like in trouble and stuff like
Well,
that.
let's say England's-
like talks.
Well, he was saying like I can lose my job for, but no, like not in this political.
Gotcha.
Well, the difference between police in the UK versus here are in the UK they have, I think it's like a 10-week program or training, police training, in which they learn to be patient and distant. Whereas in the United States, the training consists of close combat, which of course you're gonna have to learn UK or whatever, but we're impatient. Like
We engage.
Americans,
we're taught to engage.
Right.
Yeah, eliminate the threat of the
Just like
immediate
active shooter
overreact.
situation
Which
during
is
active shooter
for
school, we're told to
officer
ignore
safety.
the people injured and go for the person that's
which is
injured.
for officer safety. But at the same time, it's not you can't legally own guns in the UK, so it's different unless I guess if you have a license under the law behind that. But a normal citizen can't just go buy a firearm. like
Yeah,
you
most
can
of the time they have knives. is the
right.
biggest
So
issue there.
but you have to understand that because we can, that police have to intervene with caution.
Yes, but only whenever that's the instance. Like if you have a guy who's walking up with a knife and going, "Hey, stab, kill me, kill me, kill
What
me."
if the knife is in his pocket? Oh, and he
And
didn't.
he's
He
going,
never shot.
he's saying, "You're the police
Right.
officer. I'm the guy," and I'm going, "Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me." Suicide by cop. He's trying to get it done. We should not react to that the same way that we would. So Europe would react to it different. They would pull out shields and they would walk up and just basically pop the guy into a wall until he gets tired and drops the knife. That's literally how they handle that. Somebody comes with a knife, two guys come up with shields, they just push him into a wall and hold him there.
Okay.
Until he gets
Where's
tired
your
and drops the
shield?
knife.
Where's your
That's
shield?
after.
Where's your
That's
shield?
after.
Yeah, because
Yeah, you're talking about after they
there's
call in
actually
the
a
response
video
units.
where that dude pulled over because this
Yeah.
was about to be a part of the protest, but the footage came out like the next day. The guy, he pulls over a guy for a traffic stop. He's walking to the car. The guy literally jumps up with a knife and starts running at him. And he could
In that instance, take it out. That's not what I'm talking about. Though. I'm talking about the guys who there's a person. If a person comes up to an officer and says, "I want you to kill me,"
Well,
I'm gonna sit here and hold this knife threateningly,
Well, a lot of
and I
cops-
want you to kill me.
A lot of you don't see this, but a lot of cops, like if you're talking about like plain today, you want me to kill you.
Yeah, like they
They
want,
actually do talk them down. They
Yeah,
try.
most of them try to. But these are police officers. They're not trained on this. If we had someone who'd say, "Hey, there's a guy swinging a knife around,"
well,
we all agree
I
that
don't agree
we
with
all,
training.
we all agree that training should be
I thought-
extended and there should be.
Personally, I think training should be harder than what the military.
Oh,
is.
of course.
Yeah,
You're in
absolutely.
our country.
Okay,
You're not dealing with.
wait.
You're not dealing
But
with like
none of that is feasible or even doable. And I'll tell you why. Because first of all, you're not going to find a psychologist in a closed room. Somebody's in a closed room with a handgun. And you're like, "Hey, dude, we just want to talk to you. We're going to get a psychiatrist to come over here and talk to you." A psychiatrist ain't going in that fucking room.
That's not true. Other countries already have social workers and professionals who go and do this thing every day. This country has social workers who go to places like
Yeah,
that.
and we
They
have
do this
and we
thing.
have people that are trained to talk down people and stuff
Yeah,
all the time.
so it will
I guarantee you
happen. It can
though.
happen.
Guarantee you though. They ain't
But
go- they
see,
ain't gonna
there's
do it.
also
because how often they do turn into shootings
Yeah.
and killings.
That's
and stuff
not
like
what every single research
that.
that I've looked into.
They may start it.
Every single one that I've looked into has shown that every time that we've had any kind of instance of social workers who are going to these places with mentally unstable people or whatever to talk them down and everything, they have a very high success rate, over 70%.
You're gonna have to give me that article because I mean,
I
even
know.
in a jail environment when they're not armed, they are not cooperating. So
We're
I
not-
mean,
we're not talking about the people who are saying, "I'm going to kill everybody in the house. I'm going to go shoot people right now." We're talking about the people who are saying they're locked up in the house, domestic abuse or whatever, or domestic violence or whatever. Not talking about beating, but I'm talking about arguments, stuff like that. When you have people who are suicidal or who are mentally unstable or drug addicted, drug issues,
Yes, I've dealt with all those
instances,
people.
social workers have a very high success rate with that. In those instances.
we'll have to show that data because I don't think there's a big enough pool in this country to even make that claim because they first of all they won't do it here. Like they won't if they haven't done it, they haven't tried it. Then I don't understand how they have a data set for it.
Y'all keep talking, please. No dead.
Oh wait, no, I'm trying to think. Oh, so wait, you want to move on to Breonna Taylor?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead. Talk about Breonna Taylor.
The fact that one police officer was what was it? It was charged with wanton endangerment because the bullets could have endangered someone else in
Yes,
the
that's
other
completely
apartments.
standard. Yes.
Why is it that Breonna Taylor they were not charged for Breonna Taylor's death? Why how can you believe that that's okay?
Because that's the law says that you have to be found as the one who did it. Like they would have tested the bullet that actually killed her, and it had to have been his bullet.
So what are they doing to prevent that? Are they so
that guy lost his job and he will go to jail for it.
So he lost his job and will go to jail for the wanton endangerment, not for killing Breonna
Yes,
Taylor.
that's how it would be for even a civilian.
But why is it? So your point is saying that the reason why Breonna Taylor, somebody was not charged for her murder, was because they cannot tie.
Why
to
do
a
you think
specific
someone
person.
should be charged for her murder?
Because they murdered her.
How did they
shot
murder her?
They shot. She bled out and died.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
She
so
was
how
shot
did
and
that
killed.
happen?
Well, okay, so what was it? Her ex-boyfriend.
No.
They needed to get him, so they had a. Well, okay.
The warrant was for Breonna Taylor.
No. Okay, I wasn't there yet.
Yeah, I'm saying her ex-boyfriend's already in jail.
Yeah, her ex-boyfriend. They picked him up early in the day. They had a warrant to go and talk to. What's up?
Sorry, actually, this is actually from a Democratic site. Social workers are rejecting calls for them to replace police because of what we were just talking about.
Okay, yeah, and that's why I said instances where it's not a major issue, where it's minor issues. We'll talk. Yes, they are going to return the ones that are dangerous. I get that. That's what I'm agreeing with you.
But that's the thing. Like it even says in here, they don't know what's dangerous and what's not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they're rejecting it, because they're saying, yeah, I want to save lives, but I also want to protect my family.
Okay, well, I had to do more research on it.
A lot of officers feel the same way. That's why
the ones that sources I saw talked about how they had very high success rates.
I was surprised I saw this from his website.
So whenever they had the warrant for her, they first of all had it initiated for a no-knock raid.
Mm-hmm.
It was a no-knock warrant. They made the choice to knock. Yes.
Yeah. They said they made the choice to knock, despite the
fact her boyfriend said that they knocked.
Yeah, he later changed it.
When later?
He openly stated that.
He did. And also, there are, let me pull up the witness.
Because what I was under the impression of, they asked one witness and said, yes, I heard knocking. They then went later and asked a bunch of other witnesses, and they said, no,
well, I mean,
I did not hear knocking.
Okay, so let's say they didn't. It would be still beside the point because they didn't have to.
Okay, yes, you're right. So they knock on the door. This person who believes I am at home at night with my girlfriend, somebody's banging on the door, I'm going to walk over there, somebody starts breaking open the door, I'm going to defend myself.
He also said they announced that they were police.
Which again, everything I saw said that
this is the boyfriend. The boyfriend wrote a statement saying that they announced themselves as police.
I have it right here.
They also know the boyfriend was not only shooting at the police, but he was shooting past Breonna Taylor.
Wait, I'm sorry.
There was a hallway. They were shooting through a hallway. Breonna Taylor was in the hallway. The boyfriend was also shooting past her too.
He shot once.
Yes, and the gun that he used is the same one that she was in photographs holding. Okay. They have every reason to believe a cop has the right to defend themselves in a situation
but this is the thing. If they would have knocked on the door, said police, waited until they came to the door, said, hey, police, we need to take her in for something, no one would have died. Outright, no one there would have died.
If it goes to a no-knock warrant, it means they've already taken steps to try to apprehend that person. You can't go straight to a no-knock. There are steps that you take in order to get a no-knock warrant.
He said he and Taylor shouted, "Who is it?" after hearing multiple knocks at their door. I'm reading it from the article.
So that sounds like they heard knocks and they didn't hear police. Right?
I'm just saying knocking. I'm just reading what I'm.
Okay, so he's going out on the door.
When they hear no response, the door came off its hinges.
So when did they announce this as police that they were able to hear it?
As soon as they came in, they announced they were police.
I didn't hear.
They have body cameras up there. That's why nobody.
Oh, so we have body cam
No,
footage.
they're not going to give you that.
Oh, so we're trusting the police department who murdered. Okay,
stop putting words in people's mouths. It's going to go to a court. A court is going to get to see that footage before we do.
Oh, that's the way it goes. Yeah, wasn't that the whole thing? They went and got the jury, and the jury was the jury said whenever it came out, they said the jury said that they were not going to charge him with any kind of murder or anything. Then the jurors came out and said, actually, we were never told that we could do that. We were told that the only option was wanton endangerment or nothing. We weren't told that we could have voted for charging the officer for anything more. Fact check that, because last I heard they were lied to. They were not lied to. They were not told that there was any other option. The only option was either he was free of guilt or he was guilty of wanton endangerment. That's it.
Yeah, for that officer, because he wasn't in the house.
Yes, but they were not. Whenever the court case came out, they were not asked.
Yeah, you could not find him guilty of that because of just that's the way the law was.
And then they came out. The people who were defending the case came out and said, "See, the jurors said they're free. That person's free. They didn't do anything." The jurors agreed that.
Yeah, you're talking about one
officer.
officer. You're not talking about you got to understand the way the court system works.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is they
So
specifically
the question that they were brought up upon was this officer, the one shooting from outside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which told him the same thing. If he was shooting from outside the house, he's guilty.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. You can't see your target. You cannot shoot like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, he should go to jail for that. He'll lose his job, and that's what's going to happen. That's the way it should be.
They're actually, it's kind of going to his point because actually the lawyer is saying they're trying to do new different charges.
So they are trying. Last I heard, they had
they're
not
trying
put
to
in
do
more
different
charges.
charges than what they did.
They have to go after each of them individually. You can't charge them all.
The one that got charged
Mm-hmm.
was being charged because he shot into the house. But I guess the way they're explaining it is they didn't go for him specifically for the death of Breonna Taylor.
They can't.
Are they going anyone with the death of Breonna Taylor?
That's still going to be up to them to investigate.
Okay.
They're going to look at all the.
Like he's kind of saying, you can't prosecute them all together.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yes.
His crime isn't of killing Breonna Taylor because he had nothing to do with that particular part of the
his
rape.
bullet. If they found that one of the bullets that hit her was his, then now you can charge him for that.
The cases are still ongoing, and that's kind of the
So
problem.
that's the first thing you're gonna do is they're gonna identify whose bullets did he.
Let me finish my thought. The problem with that is since it's one at a time, when you hear no justice, you freak out because you're like, no, she deserves justice, and you're right, she does deserve justice, but we haven't got to that.
Right,
Last I heard was that they
Justin
weren't
Allen
charging
was
him. They were charging him for one thing, and they didn't find anything on the other ones. That was the thing I heard.
I'm
That's
just
why
saying her lawyer
I'm glad they're going back
and
to it.
This is October 23rd, and Yahoo News.
But like, still, the point stands up. If we wouldn't have the idea of no-knock raids help because if somebody's going to ditch these drugs down the thing or throw something out, whatever, knocking just tells them that they're there. But in this instance, why did they have the no-knock raids?
Actually
Why did they feel
because
like
they knew guns were present.
Okay, but did they have any belief that she was violent?
They were also.
It doesn't matter. They know that she's in the act of committing crimes.
What
they have
crime did she commit?
She was doing the same drug dealing as her.
She wasn't.
Yes, she was.
No, because they actually.
That's why the warrants for her.
They were doing a raid for not just her house, multiple other houses.
I remember they were looking.
She was the subject of the warrant.
For not just him, but for drug possession. They were trying to shut down the whole drug trade at that time.
Yeah, I remember that. But from what I remember, even the boyfriend was like, no, she had nothing to do with this. She was an ex-girlfriend or an ex-boyfriend. She
was still involved in it. That's why they got she was the subject of the warrant.
From what I remember, she was the subject of the warrant because she knew the boyfriend who was the main focus of it. She did not commit any crimes. She was an EMT going to be a nurse.
No. She had been fired as an EMT years before.
She wasn't fired.
Okay, well, I had not heard that.
She was fired years before.
I don't see the point in why they needed, in this instance, a no-knock warrant.
But they still knock, so it doesn't matter.
But they didn't announce that if they had... Okay, this is the difference. If they knock, they knock. But if they knock and then immediately kick down the door, there's no difference in you knocking. Why'd you knock?
7 times different knock. It was time.
And they're saying, who is it? Who is it? And the next thing you know, the doors come off the hinges. I can't... If they had... What would have been different in this instance if they would have just knocked, waited a second...
Okay, so at the same time, why did the boyfriend grab a gun and start shooting?
Because he thought somebody was breaking into his house in the middle of the night. You would do the same. If it was your house, would you have done the same thing?
No, because I'm not a drug dealer.
Maybe that was she.
Yes, she was.
Prove that. I need a fact check because everything I've looked at.
That's why she's the subject of the warrant.
Trying to find
the boyfriend was involved in criminal.
I'm trying to find the warrant itself, but that's not made available. It looks like. But yeah, it's kind of the whole no-knock warrant. One of the senators that were trying to push to get rid of the no-knock warrants was actually was attacked during a protest. I don't know if y'all heard about that. Because he was being attacked because they're like he was part of the government, so they were attacking him. He's like, I'm one of y'all. He actually got hurt pretty bad.
Which is, I condone all the violence. Any violence is wrong.
I've literally been in a house during a no-knock raid. I've literally been in one. So, not as a police officer, as one of the people in the house. Before I was ever a cop, when I was young, I was in my brother's house when they kicked in his door to raid the place because they thought he was selling steroids.
This article from USA say, though police recovered no drugs or cash from the 26-year-old emergency room technician's apartment in Louisville, South End.
Yes, and as he said, it was multiple apartments all running a deal together.
Yeah.
The May 1 police report shows
Which is
how
very
officers
common
linked
in-
Taylor to a narcotics investigation centered 10 miles away, largely through evidence that has since been challenged.
Yeah, been challenged.
Because
not
what
refuted.
they discovered the packages that were being left at her door, so they thought that her house was also part of the storage part because they were drugs.
Drug dealers don't do. Drug dealers don't keep the drugs at their
That
house.
was the thing.
Mhm.
So that's
They never
why they
do.
raided her house in the first place.
In fact, in
Because-
St. Charles, where we had a problem was what this one dude was keeping it at his grandmother's, and he would literally send kids to go run down there to his grandmother's
Taylor
house, get
was-
the drugs, and then go deliver them.
Taylor was linked to the suspects in that investigation, according to the report, because a car registered in her name stopped in earlier January at one of the properties being watched. Moreover, it states that Jamarcus Glover, a convicted drug dealer and Taylor's former boyfriend, picked up a package at her home January 16th while police were watching him. That from what I've seen, that's like that's pretty much the only things that they're having here.
I will say, pick up a package at a house does.
No, police found crack cocaine, suspected ecstasy or MDMA, marijuana, and other drug paraphernalia.
What site is that?
USA Today.
Well, we've covered police brutality quite a bit. Y'all want to go ahead and go on to another subject after this point?
What I want to say is I at this point don't know what the truth is for Breonna Taylor. Under my impression of it is that I've yet to see any factual evidence showing that they had anything but belief that she was part of this, but did not have actually factual proof that she was actually into
So,
it.
but what I'm saying
And
is,
she wasn't.
But what
And
I'm
in this-
saying
oh,
is-
wait, in this instance, a no-knock raid could have been done. Someone would have still been alive today that did not have
So
to die.
so you're saying it should have been a no-knock raid?
No, I'm saying if a no-knock raid would not have been done, if we would not have had a no-knock raid
or
in this instance.
you can't say that. Or possibly you'd have had a shot cop.
Yeah, we might have. But in this instance, I don't see a point as to why they had to go no-knock. I do not.
I just told you why.
He broke into that. Okay, but he could have been shot with the no-knock raid, right? The guy just missed. If he would have shot one shot directly at him, he would have been get shot cut then too.
Yes,
right?
but if you can see them before they see you, you have a better chance.
Okay, but
That's the way that
guy-
works.
But the boyfriend was not shot, right? As far as I'm aware, he was not shot.
Because she was in the way, they were
But
literally
she was
shooting
not shot,
past
and
each
he had
other.
the gun, so he
She
could have
goes
kept
out-
shooting, but he didn't keep
So
shooting.
you're
right?
not mad at him for putting her at risk either. I mean, his
No, he was
bullet,
defending her.
his bullet could have just as easily hit her.
Okay,
They shot past each other.
But who? Okay, but he's at his house. The cops came to his.
So that
house.
makes it okay for him to shoot at her too?
No, he didn't though.
She wasn't in bed though. Like
was in the hallway.
She's not bad. Yeah,
Yeah,
people
she
are
was-
hearing apparently
she was in front of him.
Okay.
If
yeah.
she wasn't defending, what he's saying is with her being in front and he's still going like that, he could have easily shot. Have you shot a pistol?
If he
before?
would not have had his gun in the air or pointed at, which I
Well, no,
understand.
I mean, I have issues with the whole raids and shit like that to begin with because a lot of them can end up very
Really
messy.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably
we've had
bad.
situations where cops went in the wrong house, right?
Yeah.
Cops are wrong.
Yeah.
In that case, yeah, you're wrong. You went in the wrong house, dude.
In
Take
this
your
instance,
lick.
They went to the right house, but if they would have knocked on the door, standing outside the doorway, knocked on the door, saying, "Hey, it's police, 1 a.m. Yeah, it's police. We're coming to talk to you."
If they know a firearm is present, they're not going to do that.
So the
it's
entire
very
Union of
dangerous for
Louisiana,
everybody.
every single person, it's no-knock raids.
No,
all
it
the
goes.
time?
The judge makes that decision. Now that's what I'm getting at here. You're attacking them when you should be attacking the system. That's
Right.
not them.
But you said that
A
the
judicial
officers
system does
didn't do the no-knock raid. They didn't follow, which means they knocked and announced themselves.
Yeah.
But
And
everything
that-
else
I
I'm
would-
hearing is saying
I-
they didn't announce themselves.
I would
they knocked, but not announced.
I would come down on them for that part.
Yeah.
Sure, but that's not enough to convict them of murder.
No, but they should. So they were not going to go follow the no-knock raid. At this point, they said they're not going to. Yes, they could have, but they weren't going
Technically,
to.
the no-knock raid gives them permission to not have to
Yeah,
knock.
but they did. They knocked.
It does not obligate.
But in this, let's just talk about the facts of
So
this person. was
her
seen-
warrant included. The reason why her warrant was included was her name and address was included in the warrant. They believe her ex-boyfriend was his name was involved in a drug ring and had used her apartment to hide narcotics. So they believe at that time narcotics are in her house. So that's why the warrant was there.
Yeah, I get why the warrant was there.
because-
I get that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is the no-knock part of it. The fact that these cops went here, they
But
busted open the door without announcing themselves. As far as I'm aware, everybody except this
So
one
are you
person.
mad? Are you mad at the cops or are you mad at the system that
I'm
allows
mad
it?
at the system in its entirety, and I'm mad at the police officers for not. I mean, I feel like it's a simple decision of, hey, don't you think it's kind of stupid that it's 1 a.m. and we're knocking on this door and then immediately busting it open with firearms? whenever these people might have drugs, but they don't seem to be violent anyway.
Well, no, the reason for the timing, a lot of times that's because you got to go by how they do things. Like, if they're not home often during the day, if they're coming home late at night.
No, I know. I'm saying they're
wait
there at midnight, regardless of why they chose it. Okay, they chose it, but that they're at midnight. These people are probably in bed sleeping, and we're going to bust open this door and run in with guns and not announce.
Yes,
please.
that's the most advantageous
let's
time
say,
to do it.
let's say that you're in your house. Let's say you're in your house, and somebody and
I've literally been. Wait, you don't have to give me a hypothetical. Like I'm saying, I've literally been in it.
You're in your house, and I am saying I'm going to break into this guy's house and take his family hostage, and I bang on the door.
And you're not wearing a uniform.
I'm not in a uniform. No. I'm just a guy who's coming to break in your house.
Well, then, yeah, I can shoot you.
Okay, but how do you? At what point do you know the difference of a cop busting on the door and breaking the door?
Wait. Now we'll jump to guns because everybody that shoots guns knows. So what's the key thing you do with shooting a gun? Identify your target.
Mm-hmm. Right. Look, let's just.
He didn't know who he was shooting at. He knew his girlfriend was in the way.
But he didn't shoot her, so that.
Hold on.
What? Okay. So.
I don't know.
If we're in the hallway and Mark's standing in front of me, if I take a step inside, he's still in front of me.
He's in the bedroom. She's in the hallway.
Okay.
Right.
Was she on
suddenly
ground?
There's
was she in the corner? How do you know? Are you on police?
We'll go off of pistols in general, and this is why
it wasn't a pistol. It was an AR.
Never mind.
He's firing an AR down the hallway.
Because I'm about to say the inaccuracy of pistols.
All right. So what you're getting at is how do you know that it's a cop immediately, right?
Yeah. Unless they announce
then how about I tell you? Because last week I was sitting in my car parked. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I was parked at that whatever church that is by the exit, waiting on somebody to text me, letting me know whenever they're leaving to come over here or whatever. So I was there for about an hour just waiting, just listening to music. I got my passenger side window rolled up and my driver's side window rolled down. I have my gun, my pistol stays on my side. And there was 4 entrances into the parking lot. I'm like literally 30 feet from the road, like at an entrance facing out. Now, for some odd reason, the cops decide to come in around the back of the building. I never saw them. They come in from around the back of the building, and then they get out of their vehicle. No lights, nothing, no noise. They didn't speak. They just walk up behind my car. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's pitch dark. I just hear footsteps out of the out the side of my ear, and immediately I grab my gun and I go to turn because footsteps.
Yeah.
1 o'clock
you
in the
don't
morning.
know.
But the moment I saw a glimpse of a uniform, I immediately brain knew cop.
Yeah.
Immediate. Gun away.
Yeah.
It's an immediate reaction.
Yeah, but you're not at your home middle of the night.
I was in the extension of my home, minding my own business, with distracted by everything.
Even if we.
So wait, but he shot without identifying. I think is what they're trying to say.
Yeah. My point is, you don't start cracking off rounds when you don't know what you're shooting.
And that's the thing.
Okay, tell me an instance.
At you, you're going to shoot back.
Tell me the instance. What other than cops? What other instance someone busting down your door are you not going as a person who owns?
What other group gets a warrant? What other group is given a warrant?
If somebody breaks down your door, are you going to shoot or are you going to wait?
No,
I don't know.
I'm not going to shoot. I don't know where my kids are.
No, you're sitting. You hear somebody.
No, he's absolutely right.
He's in bed watching TV.
That's
basically. They started knocking. They said they bust. And then they busted the door.
In my hallway, for instance, someone busted down that door right there. I'm not shooting through that hallway. My kids are right there before that.
Yes.
What they're saying is he did not identify before he shot. Yeah. That's a problem. And yes, he probably wasn't properly trained, and that's another thing I have an issue with. No one's properly trained.
Gun safety.
Citizens aren't properly trained in gun safety. You have to go find that safety training.
Okay, yes.
And that's a problem. But he shot regardless. He shot first.
Yes, because so
he didn't see police. He just shot. He shot. He did. That's the thing.
Yes, but who other than the police would you not have shot if they're breaking into your house in the middle of the night, busting down the door, not off the hinges, not they're busting down the door.
You would have shot not knowing who it was.
If I'm walking towards the door, if somebody's banging on it, and also the door comes down, I'm gonna shoot
without identifying your target.
As soon as I see somebody,
you shouldn't have a gun then.
Yes, I would shoot.
You shouldn't have a gun then because you didn't identify your target.
Yeah, you would literally go to jail in that case.
Literally, and I just took the concealed training class. You do not shoot unless you know who you're shooting at.
And you have to identify your threat.
So what if somebody's in black?
What if it's a guy?
You're not supposed to ever shoot him because you don't know who they are.
That's the thing. You're not supposed to shoot unless you're in danger. And danger depends on where you are and also who's behind them at that time. Again, he wasn't properly trained.
But he's in his house. He
Hey,
sees
but, hey,
someone with
Johnny,
guns
people-
breaking in the door.
Yeah, and people
And
have,
If he can identify the guns,
people
he can
have gone to
identify
jail
the
for that,
police.
John.
Were they in uniform?
Yes, they have to
Were they
be.
specifically in
You
uniform?
have to be in uniform to do that.
The only point, Johnny, like that I agree with that you make is that when they kick the door in, it's
I'm
you
still
get startled, right?
They haven't
Because
said
you
it.
are supposed to be trained. You
No, you're not
should-
supposed to be trained. That's
You
the thing. You're
should
not.
know better.
It's an option.
Yeah.
And that I have a problem with that because, like I said, when you take that class, they straight up tell you do not shoot unless you know who your target is,
Right.
you know what's behind them. Because the worst thing you can do is shoot, miss, and hit somebody else, or go through them and hit somebody else.
Which
You
I
can
agree
be
with.
charged
I
that.
agree with.
Another thing they also teach you is if someone does break into your house, you can't shoot right away. No matter what they do, if they break the house, you have to identify the threat.
Yeah, you
So if
also
I
have
break
to-
into
you
your
also
house and
have
I
to
just
tell
stand
them.
there, and I'm just looking at you and you shoot me.
You also
you're
have
going
to.
jail.
You also have to say something. You also have to be like,
It
stop,
has to
freeze,
be
get
a
out of my
threat.
house. You have to do something.
It's not just.
There has to be another action. You can't go straight to shooting.
And that's
Okay, yes, there has to be an option, but we live in a stand your ground state. So if somebody's coming into my property, I can sit there in front of the door and go, "Don't, you better leave right
But
now." If
that's
they do
not what he did.
anything, I
That's
can
not what he
shoot.
did. He just shot. He did not identify.
Yeah,
He did not.
you
warn.
left out the step in between there.
That's
You
the
didn't
thing.
even give him a chance to egress.
Yeah, but neither did they.
They don't have
They
to.
don't come
They're
in
the
for
police and they have a
That should be
warrant.
that's a problem though.
It's
What the fuck are you talking
We're
about?
agreeing with you on that.
There would
but
be-
the
there-
police didn't have to identify themselves.
There would be no such thing as law enforcement if they.
What,
if they
okay,
followed your-
maybe we're on a different. Maybe we're arguing a bunch because my point is that this is a blatant. This should not have happened the way it happened. This is wrong.
Yes, I agree.
Is it legal? Okay, that's
Yes,
a different
but
story.
you're trying to put.
morally,
But you're
ethically-
trying to put 100% blame on them when there is blame to be the other way too.
The guy was at his house and someone breaks down the door, and then you're saying, "Well, you should have known it was the cops."
No, I'm not saying
No,
he should have known.
so he should have identified that who it was, what he was shooting at. What if it was a drunk guy in the wrong house?
Who busted down the door from the
In the wrong
hippies?
house, he thought he couldn't get in his house.
You know why he
You
did
never
it?
know.
Nicolas Cage did that in New Orleans. He broke into the wrong house and fell asleep on the couch.
Hey, so was he a dealer?
Who?
The dude.
The ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
boyfriend was a dealer, yeah.
Right. So this is all right. So, you got to realize like when you are a drug dealer, you're around drugs. You fucking cook or you fucking sell or you whatever you do, you grow. Any person that comes into your vicinity without you,
Your
expecting
associates.
them,
Your associates.
immediately you're going to assume they're a threat because you are dealing with drugs all the time. Anybody. You're always watching for people. You're always gun ho to shoot because living that lifestyle, it's always either your life or theirs, and it's immediate.
And I'm
so
also
because
gonna-
of his lifestyle, that's why he's shot. Because he's
Well, I'm not going to argue the reasons for him shooting.
Yeah,
I'm not going to
Hands down.
assume. I'm
I've
just
been
going to
around.
say, as far as guns go,
I
Are you
know,
you're
sure that
probably
they
right.
were in uniform? Because I'm looking up right now, and I'm seeing that they.
If
it looks like they
the
weren't
I
in
guarantee you,
uniform.
the entry
they're
people were in uniform. They have to. be.
cannot be.
They're
They
gonna
have to wear.
They're gonna wear SWAT gear vests.
Yeah,
they're gonna have
right.
police
You're
all
have
over
to.
them.
For that exact
You're
situation.
gonna be
coming
body
in,
like you're gonna have armor on. You're gonna have all that shit.
maybe not the people in the back, but the people entry.
Yeah,
well,
no,
they have to
that's
protect
right. Your
themselves.
detectives,
And
your
people
detectives are
usually
probably
have
gonna be your
shields,
back
right?
guys.
Yeah.
See, because I'm seeing plainclothes police executing a search warrant forced away. I see another article that says
It's
plainclothes.
probably gonna-
says she would be alive if officers were in uniform.
That would be the detectives in the back. I guarantee you, the
Yeah.
ones in the front were in uniform. And the other reason I can tell you that is because the state attorney general or whatever would have already prosecuted these guys.
Yeah, this isn't
If it wasn't for
CSI.
that, they would not try to. The
Well,
state
even
attorney
CSI
general is
still
not
have
going to
the
protect
front
them.
They're pretty.
I
good
guarantee you, they've already looked at body
Black
footage.
shirt,
They've already
black pants,
investigated
and
all
that.
this, and that's why they haven't put any of them on the chopping block yet. Because they have no problem with putting police on a chopping block. Trust me, it will. If they find anything, any impropriety, they're going to put them up on the block.
Right.
It's
Trump
going to
said the
happen.
officers were not in uniform, but did not. I'm seeing 3 articles now that said that they weren't in uniform. If they weren't in uniform, let's just say if.
Yeah, but what is the
What do you
what is
do?
the basis of them saying that? The
They-
boyfriend? Who?
No,
I mean,
no, they were
neighbors.
saying.
Neighbors
this
saw
one
some
said-
people. Neighbors saw some people without uniforms
And
on.
what are the sources? What sources?
Source I find are Newsweek, WBRZ, or no, sorry, The Real, New York Times.
What the
I think
fuck?
had it. Let me check New York Times again.
Oh, wait, hold on. We knocked on the door, said the police, waited, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, knocked again, said police, waited even longer. Louisville, Kentucky police, Hoover said in an interview, oh, never mind, sorry. I thought that was actually the audio. I got dyslexic, guys, leave me alone.
Okay, I'm going to ask this though. If they were in plainclothes, if we have multiple people saying that they didn't announce themselves, they knocked, but they did not announce themselves, what I've seen multiple people say. If that is true, I cannot fathom how these people are supposed to know as cops.
Because you have to identify your target.
No, I'm saying if they weren't in police uniform and they didn't announce themselves as police, how are you supposed to know that these guys are cops and not regular people?
If they weren't in police uniform, but I'll tell you, I have never.
But what I'm asking is, if that's true, would you agree that they did wrong? I'm not saying I'm right. I'm
trying to say, okay, so here's how it usually works, and here's how it's every time I've ever seen it. Okay, your detectives that are investigating it, they're going to come to the no-knock warrant, to the raid. They're not even going to be the ones executing it. Mm-hmm. They're going to call people to execute it. Either they're going to be your clothed police officers, your uniforms, and they're probably going to call, if the department's big enough, they're going to call like a SWAT team or whatever. They're going to execute it.
Okay, and they also call ambulance to wait on the side. Yes. But in this case, they left an hour earlier, right? Yeah, that was pretty sure. So how did the cops not fuck up there either? Whenever they told, hey, ambulance, go ahead and leave. They
don't dictate.
Somebody told the ambulance to leave. The ambulance was not there.
Oh, calm down. We don't know what the ambulance has their own supervisors, right? They don't work for the police department.
From the articles I've seen, it says that the police who were present said, go ahead, we don't need you an hour earlier.
Police don't make that call, but so the EMTs make their own call and all that stuff, right? So if they left, my guess would be they were probably called to something else. But they don't have to have EMTs on scene. That is not a protocol. You do not have to have EMTs on scene. Usually your SWAT team will have EMT training. We always had at least 2 people that were medic trained on a SWAT team. Now, all I'm going to say is that you're going to have those people. They're going to be your first line of people going in. Sure, your plainclothes detectives, the ones that got a vest on under their nice pretty shirt, they're going to walk in. But they're the only ones that are in plainclothes are detectives. And detectives, I can tell you, they're not going to be the one kicking that door and going in.
And every other raid included in that night, part of that operation, they're saying that they were wearing tactical vests outside of it. So, I mean, that would be weird if they're the only ones that aren't in the
No, I agree. Whenever I did research on this specific thing, I saw that the ambulance left the hour earlier. They were supposedly in plainclothes. They did not announce themselves as police. And I just feel like a lot of shit went wrong here. And if somebody breaks into my house and they aren't in uniform and they aren't announcing themselves as police, I wouldn't think these might be cops.
I know you think it went like terribly wrong, but that's pretty standard, actually. I mean, in New Orleans, that's a normal thing. They go execute no-knock warrants, and there's people in there, and people start shooting. The problem is, if you're in a place where criminal activity is going on or something like that.
I also have a problem that they're like the absence of videotape in a raid.
Yep, there's no body cam.
No, there is.
No, there's not. They just said there's not.
There is. You're just not going to see it. I guarantee you. So if a tactical team went in, they have cameras on. And if they don't have cameras on, they're going to lose their job for that.
It says there is no police body camera.
No. They're saying they don't
video
have
of what transpired in the
They don't have it. I guarantee you the what you call it, the local people, the attorney general for the state, I guarantee you they have it. Now, we'll probably get it later. I mean, they said the same thing for the George Floyd case.
That's why I feel like we should have a third party that's not connected to police officers or police stations who are doing these investigations. Not the police. Why does the police get to investigate themselves?
Well, they do have one. The attorney general for the state investigates police.
Why is that not more publicly available access for people to get access?
Anybody can.
So I can go and pull up the Breonna Taylor footage right now?
What?
The Breonna Taylor footage.
No, the attorney general for the state is going to get it first.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, why is that not more publicly available?
Why would it be publicly available?
Because if cops are going and murdering people wrongfully,
the reason it's not going to be publicly available is because the same reason why we have problems now is people jump to conclusions without knowing all the evidence and facts. You have to let somebody sift through that first. You can't smear somebody without first going through the stuff. I mean, every one of those officers would have somebody trying to kill them at their house right now.
Okay, but if every single officer had a body cam and it was always on and always working, and found a way to make sure it was 99% whatever.
Well, you wouldn't believe the number of cases that you don't hear about because they are. And people make claims against them all the time. What was it? The head of the AC, what was it? The ACLA? I forgot what it was. He was one of the head guys for some state. And he got pulled over. And he claimed that the officer said a bunch of profanity, called him racist, stuff like that. And then they posted, the police department posted the video cam, the body cam footage. And the officer was as nice as can be and polite as can be and let him go with a warning. and just went back to his car. Yet this guy slandered the hell out of him all over the
Okay,
news.
but I feel like in this instance, if there is videotape evidence of Breonna Taylor's thing, how easy would it be for them to just drop the clip of the cops going, police, police? There you go. They announced themselves.
Well,
that's proof right there. We can just shut that down. Why is that not being released?
I think what he's saying is they probably gotta wait till after the case to release it.
You have to let people go
because
through it first.
like he's saying, what if you release that footage and someone sees it a different way? Because everyone sees videos a different way. And what if someone takes it upon themselves to seek justice?
Well, if they drop the video after those people, I feel like are going to do the same thing.
So you also just can't do that if the video shows somebody getting shot and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you cut that part out, but you're leaving the part at the start where they're look,
as soon
as
as you cut that part out, somebody's gonna say the video's been tampered and edited. We don't believe this. It just doesn't work.
That's why
that
usually
way.
they just blur it out.
But those people aren't going to believe it anyway. All I'm saying is if they released a clip of the cops walking up to the door in uniform, knocked on the door, announced themselves, this would calm a lot of people who were saying they didn't knock, they didn't announce us, they were playing.
People are mad, Dave.
They released George Floyd footage and nobody called.
My thing is, because this is the big thing too, a lot of people don't research after the fact.
Agreed.
They hear the main thing, and so
they stick with it.
Even when they release it, a lot of people aren't going to look at it.
But there are people who are going to say we shouldn't release it because now maybe people are going to look at it is ridiculous.
But the people that are also going to look at it aren't the people out there that are going to be mainly marching. They don't want to be what? The more mainly protesting or saying this is wrong. They regardless, they're just going to say fuck that, no.
Okay, but if you release it before the criminal cases are done or after the criminal cases are done, the people who are going to go and take the matters in their own hands are probably going to do the same thing regardless of when it's
released. That's why it's also up to the attorney if they want to release it or not.
That's what I'm saying.
The attorney general's going to get all the evidence placed on their lap, and their job's going to be to sift through it, and then they're going to decide how they're going to proceed.
We're not saying she should have got killed.
And if they decide not to proceed with it, it can go higher. It can be challenged to a higher court. You can challenge to the federal.
I just feel like for people who are Second Amendment and everything, cops literally breaking down your door who have... You're saying, don't take away our guns and everything, is what Republicans are saying.
Yeah.
Well,
the cops in this instance can break down your door, shoot you, because not possibly not wear uniforms, break down the door, shoot you, and then you do nothing.
No, I agree with you.
And defended your home, and you suck. You're wrong there.
No,
that's wrong.
No,
that's
but you're not understanding what I just told you though.
You just talked a bunch of hypotheticals.
Because if someone knocks on my door, don't announce themselves, breaks in, and then I identify them as not police, I'm shooting.
Okay.
If they're in plain clothes and they say police,
there's gonna be a back and forth. I may be ready with my gun. They're gonna be like, I'm gonna be like, who the fuck are you? And they're gonna be like, police. I'm gonna be like, show me proof. And they're gonna be like,
so let's say,
okay, all right, cool.
He shot first.
He didn't give a chance for any talking or anything. He shot.
That makes a big difference.
And I understand that, but he's a civilian. He's not the one who's tasked to go and do these things. He's sitting at home trying to defend his home. If he was wrong, let's say he was wrong. Or they were wrong, and it wasn't cops, and it was somebody breaking his house.
And the police were tasked with going in and arresting her and collecting evidence.
Which they could have done without a no-knock.
No, you can't.
They could have done it.
You're
saying they can't do that?
You just said it yourself. What's the reason for having no-knock warrants? So people don't flush drugs.
I feel like I would rather some drugs get flushed than people to die.
Then you have nothing. You broke in for absolutely nothing.
I would rather those cases happen than people die who are innocent.
Well,
you obviously don't put as much value on life, right?
No, then what you did is you just backed up and said, okay, then there's no point in police. Why have police at all?
I'm saying people should live, and we shouldn't cause innocent people lives.
And police shouldn't do that. Police shouldn't investigate crime, criminals, drugs, all that stuff. That's
no, I'm not saying that whatsoever.
You did. You just said that we.
Look who's putting words in other people's mouths now.
You said that you would rather them announce themselves, which would give them time to get rid of evidence, instead of doing a no-knock warrant collecting the evidence. The variable that changed was the boyfriend deciding to shoot without identifying who. I mean, everybody knows that police can come bust in your door if they have a warrant for you.
Yes, what I'm saying is, unless it is understood that the police or the people are violent, the people are actively doing something incredibly wrong, whatever. If you're talking about somebody who's sitting at home who might have gotten a package, you don't need to bust down their door in the middle of the night with not announcing yourselves, no knock raid, to get somebody who's getting packages.
What's the alternative?
They could have knocked, announced those police, waited until the guy came to the thing and said, hey, we need to arrest her. And then that would have been it. Would have been the thing.
Why? Why do that?
Why do that? Because she wouldn't have died if they would have done that.
But their intention wasn't to kill her.
No, but the fact is, they went and no-knock raid led to
I mean,
her
if you're
death.
going to give somebody the chance to throw away the drugs you're coming to look for, then why bother?
Because of the fact that somebody innocent died, and that's why.
And because of what?
What do you mean because of
You
what?
keep skipping the thing that changed, the variable that changed the whole situation.
It was a no-knock raid. That's what
No,
changed.
that's not what changed.
Yes, it
But
was.
we just told you. The guy shot without verifying what he was shooting at.
If it wouldn't have been a no-knock raid, he would have never shot. Right? If it would have been a
You're going in circles.
If it would not have been a no-knock raid,
If they didn't have
he
drugs,
wouldn't
then it
have
wouldn't have
had
been a
to
no-knock
shot.
raid.
Shoot, he would not have
If
had
she
to
went
shoot.
involved in criminal activity, there would have
Right.
been.
But she wasn't. Remember,
So
she
how
got
many-
some packages.
If the
How
boyfriend
far
wouldn't
back
have
do we
had a
go back
gun,
with this? If her parents
he was
would've
a
raised her
felon
right.
too. Wasn't the weapon illegal? Wasn't he a felon
I
anyway?
think it was her.
I'm pretty sure it was legal. I'm pretty sure it was
I think it
legal.
was her.
So why don't we
That
just
was one
blame
big
our
thing.
parents if we're gonna keep backstepping and finding?
No, we're gonna backstab on the people who. Okay, so somebody did something wrong. Somebody had drugs and everything.
So we
They're
all
wrong.
know. So we all know that there are laws that allow police to go with a warrant to enter your premises
Yeah.
as defined in the Constitution
Yeah.
to search your home.
And
Yeah.
if you think you know laws,
Okay.
criminals know laws.
So we all agree that there are laws that allow police to constitutionally enter your house to search your premises. Okay? A judge gave the order saying that it is constitutionally allowed for you to go over there and enter that premises.
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying is you just don't believe in that because you
I
think
never said that.
Well, you just said you can't knock, you can't go kick in the door, blah blah blah.
I'm saying no-knock raids should not be allowed
What if
for
they did
places
knock?
where they were not violent.
What if they did knock and nobody answered? They just chose not to. Shh, be quiet. We're just not going to answer.
In that instance, then yeah. Break
And
in.
then he still shot.
Then that would have been different. But he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
Well, according to what he just read, they knocked multiple times.
Did they announce themselves though?
Yeah,
He
what you just
backed
said.
off that. He backed off that.
No, I said.
That's the whole thing.
Cops said
Drugs.
They did announce it.
Okay, yeah, the cops
You're
said
not
it.
taking that as evidence. That's why I backed off of
Yeah,
it.
I don't
And
take that as
also
evidence.
thought.
I don't take what they say as evidence.
When I said that, I also thought that it was coming from the audio tape.
Gotcha. Understood.
But
Yeah,
he,
okay, makes
he
sense.
said that it was a recording of him saying they knocked.
Gotcha.
That's why I was like, I'm dyslexic. Guys.
What was
You
the
know.
drug?
What?
What was it?
Oh,
that,
it was a like he was saying, it was a multi-people
It
involved.
was a huge raid. It wasn't.
Yeah,
just-
it was-
the drugs.
There were no drugs at her house. There was no drugs at her house.
It was
No,
cocaine, marijuana.
Her house was a hub for like getting them delivered and
yeah.
going
And then
somewhere else.
it's brought somewhere else.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty significant. I mean, and especially in an environment
They
like
had-
that, especially in an environment like that, you would expect violence. When there's
As
drugs,
far as I've seen, one time they watched one package come by and the boyfriend come pick it up. That is not a huge ring. That is one time that happened. That is not enough to say
You
we need to
wouldn't,
break
you
into the
wouldn't
store.
know any of their investigation. They're not going to
Right.
announce that yet. What you know is just what news was able to dig up. That's not. You're not going to know any
You're
of that
right,
stuff
but you
they
can't use that
investigate.
as evidence to the contrary. You can't say that I'm wrong
Yeah,
because we don't have
you
the
can't.
evidence.
No one can prove a negative. So that's what I'm saying. There's no point.
So let's look at the facts.
So that's what I'm saying. There's no point
look,
in discussing
we're
that
just
part.
kind of going in circles. We're not going to end up at a spot. But
That's
look,
what I'm just saying.
Look,
Why-
hold on. We went from a presidential debate to police brutality.
Yeah, because it fucking matters, dude. People are dying.
Right.
Breonna Taylor did not deserve to die. She
Yeah,
should not have
I
died.
agree.
And if the cops would not have done a no-knock raid, she might still be alive.
She might not. You can't say that. That's
You're right, but it's more likely.
Her boyfriend may have just. Fuck that. Shoot. That ain't. We don't
It's
know.
more likely that she would have been
No,
alive.
there's no,
In this
you, no,
instance,
yeah, you don't get
in
to
this
say.
instance,
You don't get to say it's more likely. We don't know. You don't know what he was thinking. You don't even know why he shot. All we know is he did.
Yeah.
And he shot.
And he
he
wouldn't have
shot
shot
with her
if
in
the
front of
cops
him.
would have announced themselves.
And he shot her. We
don't
don't
know that
know
for a
that
fact.
either. Once again, you're
in the current, he shot.
You're
He
throwing
shot
a
because
lot-
somebody's breaking
you're
into his
throwing a
house.
lot-
If no one would have broken into his house, he wouldn't have shot.
you
And he
don't
shot.
know why he
No.
shot. He may have known they were
And
police.
shot anyway.
We don't know.
Oh, okay.
You're
You might have known
throwing
they were police, despite the fact that all
That's
the
a
other
possibility.
people were
Hold on,
in
you
the
can't throw it
hallway
out
were
the
saying-
window.
No,
You can't
all
throw
the
it
other
out
people in the apartment said, "I didn't hear police. I heard knocking. I didn't
You're
hear
throwing
police."
a lot of hypotheticals.
I didn't
Yes,
hear knocking, I
because
heard
criminals know to say that.
So everyone in the apartments now.
I've been a police officer.
Nobody's going to tell the truth to the cops.
Hey,
Well,
look,
Nobody's going to say
Well,
that.
Hold on. You can't think of your own beliefs and put it on someone else, especially as a neighbor, because there's all kinds of places you go to, ghettos, apartment complexes where everybody's all in on the same damn thing.
No, you're right,
They're
yeah.
not going to talk. They're not. Snitches get stitches. That's law.
So who do we believe? The cops? We should just believe the cops?
No,
you believe evidence.
No, you believe
So
evidence.
the evidence is that everyone in the
No.
apartment said they did not hear police.
That's
what I'm
not.
saying.
No, that's not the evidence.
No, that's like
the people involved in it are the evidence. No.
You can't look. You can't take people's words for anything. You can't take the police words. You can't take the neighbor's words.
You're talking about a he said, she said situation.
Right.
Officers said they did.
If
this
you
person
weren't
said
there-
they
And the
did.
officers lied on their report about what they did. If you remember that correctly, too. Yeah.
What did they lie about?
They lied about, what was it? They lied about announcing themselves. They lied about whenever they came in, they said that Breonna Taylor had no injuries despite it being shot. What else was it that they lied about?
It said.
Well, hold on, how do we know that they lied about? If there's no camera
footage,
footage, how do we know that they lied
that's
about?
legal.
They wrote on the police report, this is what happened. And then they're like, well, she got shot 7 times, so how did they not have any
The police
gunshots?
wrote that they didn't.
Yeah, the police wrote that they knocked, and then everyone, the boyfriend, everything said they did, the police reported that they knocked and that they announced themselves, despite the fact that they had a no-knock warrant, didn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
Then the boyfriend, the bunch of people, or all the people in the apartment that were interviewed about it, no one else could corroborate saying they heard knocking or they heard police being announced.
So all
they
I
heard
can tell
knocking,
you-
no police.
All I can tell you is, if those hypotheticals are true, I guarantee you they will go to court for it, and they'll probably be convicted for it. But they're going to have to build a case, and an attorney general for the area, he's going to do it. I mean, that's what they love to do. That's a huge win for them. They'll probably get reelected. So I mean, that's just like the George Floyd thing.
Mm-hmm.
They were more than happy to do that.
Yeah, but they messed up on how they're trying to go to charges against.
Yes,
them.
they did. They screwed up that.
They
They tried to throw.
should've tried to go
They tried to throw everything against the wall, and that was a mistake.
Because they try to say that it was
I told them that when that
first
happened.
degree murder. I think.
Yeah,
it was.
they tried to go too
They
high.
should have kept that because he might walk free off of that because of you can't really prove intent.
You can't go
or
too high,
premeditated.
but the people push you to
Yeah.
go for a more.
And so because of
crazy
that, he
charge.
actually might get away unless he drops the charges lower. So
Well, a bunch of people were freaking out recently because they put a news article. CNN put out a news article saying that the murder charge was dropped against Officer and George Floyd.
Yeah.
But that wasn't. If you read the article, that's not what it says.
Yeah.
It says the lower murder charge was dropped. I'm like, yeah, because you can't charge them for multiple levels of murder. I'm like, so why was that even news?
that's
But so yeah, if I like I said, I'm not going to pretend to know what happened at that scene. I would never pretend to know that. But at the same time, we'll see what happens. That's all I can say. Same thing I said about the Ahmaud Arbery case. Georgia laws are funny. Like when it comes to a civilian arrest and all that stuff.
Or what about the guy who came out?
okay. So we've kind of steered away from the main topic of today. So I guess we can go back to the debate, or if I don't know if this is off topic, if y'all want to move to, because you had information on this as well, so I thought you wanted to touch it. It also involves the presidency, Hunter Biden,
Oh yeah, we can talk about that.
because I mean I feel like we kind of avoided that from the get-go.
Yeah, I was waiting until I was like, this is a pretty big topic. We can wait.
Yeah,
until
so, I
we get
mean-
specifically.
Did you want to start that, John?
So I have a ton of articles on it. New York Post released the Hunter Biden email. They were the ones who first talked about it and everything like that. Important thing I want to point out is, if I can find it, the article number 9 that I sent you, New York Times reported that the New York Post author did not want to put their name on it due to doubts of the credibility. Giuliani said that he shared it to the Post because either no one else would take it, or if they did, they would spend all their time trying to contradict it. The other person was Bannon, Steve Bannon, whatever, who was a part of the Rudy Giuliani, Steve Bannon thing with the email. Steve Bannon is the guy who had the fake wall. You might incognito works. If you do incognito works. But Bannon was the one who put up the fake wall, got a bunch of donations to put up the real wall, whatever, building the wall, and then it took all the money and is now like in court and stuff like that for scamming a bunch of people for the wall. So Rudy Giuliani also have that. Where is it? Let me see. Let me find it exactly.
So wait, let's stick to one thing. So you're saying that you believe the information about the laptop was fake?
Not necessarily that it was all of the information fake. I think that first of all, the laptop's bullshit.
But the FBI said it's not.
I don't think that I think the laptop might be real, but the story of the laptop showing up at the repair shop and the guy who knows it was Hunter Biden despite being medically labeled as blind, legally blind or whatever, The fact that Giuliani and now there's talks that there's child porn on the laptops. That supposedly means that the guy who had the computer as well as Rudy Giuliani both had child porn on
Well,
their,
disseminating
hard drives.
child porn would be the crime, but the actual original allegation was that the guy tried to give it to the FBI and that they just didn't do anything with it.
And see, I heard multiple conflicting stories about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicting stories about it right now, about everything. That's what I was saying. When it comes to all that, how did it get it, all this stuff, I didn't really buy into any of that just because it was a lot of different. Every day there was a new information coming out about that, and it was changing. But recently, the FBI said it's valid. The other person in the email chain said the email was real, and that the pictures and all haven't been doctored and all that stuff like that. They said that as far as they can tell so far, this is not Russian dissemination.
See, because I have CBS, U.S. intelligence says Russia is actively against Biden. CBS, Russians hacked Burisma last year. CBS, John Paul legally blind, contradicting himself. The Daily, the guy, the blind guy, whatever, changes the story about if he contacted the FBI or if they reached out to him. Let's see, CNN, U.S. authorities are investigating whether the Hunter Bidens are Russian disinformation. New York Times.
What about the guy? Can't remember his name. That actually came out and spoke though.
Yeah, the director of national intelligence clarified that the intelligence community does not see the Hunter Biden laptop as part of the Kremlin plot. Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe said Monday that Hunter Biden's laptop is not part of some Russian disinformation campaign, despite claims from House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff to the contrary. Last week, New York Post published emails that appear to show the Biden 2015 set up a meeting between an official, blah, blah, blah. We know that part. So as of right now, the FBI, they said that the information was turned over to the FBI. The FBI said they're not commenting as of right
what
now.
What website is that?
This is just the news. I mean, that's just one article. I mean, but the information came from the Director of National Intelligence. That's what they're quoting. And it says, let me be clear. The intelligence community does not believe that because there is no intelligence that supports that. Does not believe that because there is no intelligence to support that. And we have shared no intelligence with Adam Schiff or any member of Congress. Hunter Biden's laptop is not part of some Russian disinformation campaign.
So, well, let me ask this then. Does it matter to you, John?
As far as what?
If what they're saying is true about the investigation that Biden was taking these bribes and as for his family and his Hunter was involved using.
Absolutely. I mean,
I'm not because some people say no matter.
No, I'm saying that absolutely. If Hunter Biden did something criminal, then yes, he should be. He's a criminal. He should go to jail. Whatever. There should be something done about it.
But you understand? Do you understand the emails? You understand?
Joe Biden.
That's what I was saying. Biden.
You said Hunter. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right,
Sorry.
that's
Biden, like
Gotcha,
Hunter, Joe,
gotcha.
whatever. Any of it. I'm just going off of. I have not seen that specifically. I just looked it up. You're
Okay,
right.
so
They clarify
what
it.
about the guy who came out before the debate who said he had
What guy are you
the
talking
press
about?
conference they had?
Yeah, right from
Trump
the debate.
administration had a press
The
conference.
guy that
before
came out
the
said
debate.
he was an associate of Hunter's, and
Oh,
he
He said
knew
he
Joe.
clarified the big man is Joe Biden.
Oh, I remember that. But see, I also remember pulling up. The reason why I didn't pay too much attention to that is because I also saw something about someone calling out saying that it wasn't true and that this is not who.
No, it was a
Big
legit
Man is
press
true.
conference. He had a press conference, and he basically confirmed everything in that.
He also said he wasn't a Republican. He said he actually.
Yeah, he said he voted Democrat most of his life, but he's a patriot.
Yeah, he says he was a veteran, a patriot.
Yeah,
So as far as I don't know any information about it. If that's true. Then
Yeah, that was right before the election.
yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
so-
that was like Trump's way of saying, "Ha, gotcha."
Now I'm gonna be perfectly honest. There may be a little back and forth on that because the end story was that he did not end up doing business with them. So they may try to say, this is just some guy that's upset that we didn't bring him in on a deal or something like that or whatever the case. But do you think it's suspicious, Hunter Biden's money collecting and his business dealings in all these places? I mean, the cocaine use and stuff, we all know that. There's no doubt about his cocaine use and all that. That's not
a big
even
deal.
That's not even surprising.
That's not even important.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been pretty open. I mean, that's why he was kicked out of the military. So that's not even a question. The bigger question is if he's doing these dealings in these other countries. That brings into when Biden said that he got the Burisma prosecutor fired and all that stuff like that. That's when those things would come into question. It may not be. It may not be full on
These
illegal,
deals
but
would have been
it's-
going on through the 8 years of Obama's presidency.
So this is my issue with this whole thing is that I was unaware of the person who came out. I don't know exactly who he is or how credible, whatever, of the person who said yes, it was this. But as far as the FBI spokesperson coming out and saying that it's not part of Russian disinformation, okay. Well, I'm going off the idea that there's talks that they knew that there was going to be some kind of October surprise thing. There's talks that Rudy Giuliani was susceptible to being a target of disinformation.
Oh yeah, he probably said.
There's evidence that
the
guy who got the laptop was blind, and there's so much suspicion about all these things. And to say that there's something substantial here, there might be. But to say, Biden's corrupt and everything.
Well, I mean,
when
we've
had multiple investigations show that there was no
We
corruption.
ran an entire impeachment off of Russian disinformation.
Yeah.
The Steele dossier was complete Russian disinformation fabricated by Russian sources, given to Hillary Clinton, and then given to forwarded to the FBI. The FBI knew that it was Russian disinformation and proceeded with it anyway.
Okay, but what about the Mueller report that specifically talks about how
the Mueller report, which
evidence.
is based off of a Russian disinformation campaign.
The evidence that they found
The Steele
shows
dossier
that
is the
there
basis
is
of it.
something happening. There is some kind of...
Okay, so why can't we apply the same logic to this?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that there is something. Should this be investigated?
I believe
he was
also.
impeached. We have... What do the email... Whenever there are questions of validity about it, I still, whenever I'm looking it up, while the FBI is saying, it's not disinformation, I still have not found anything that says, yes, the emails and everything are authentic 100%. The fact that there's supposedly child porn on it, and they're not talking about the fact that means Rudy Giuliani had child porn on his laptop where he said he slept with it. The fact that the Bannon guy has the wall fraud thing. Literally everything coming from this smells like shit. I'm just curious as to why people are putting so much weight about this whenever you're going off of, we have evidence that Trump still has foreign investments, still has foreign businesses, has his Chinese bank account.
Be careful with that. When he became president, he was no longer allowed to do business as president. He's not allowed to do that.
He's not allowed to, but he does.
No,
he does.
No.
Emanations Act. He violates that.
No, he gave complete control of the business over to his kids. He doesn't operate anything to do with the Trump.
Yeah, so he himself doesn't do it, but are his businesses, is he benefiting from the presidency whenever he puts Secret Service members at a high rate, and whenever they go to his club, whenever they let him stay there, he charges them full rate or higher rates or whatever, so that the government pays him for it. Whenever he gets people to go and try to do rallies at his or places,
but you could say
he gets foreign members to come over and stay at his hotel.
You could say the same thing for any member of Congress that has stock in a business.
He's not the president.
He's not the president.
Trump's the president.
He's no longer listed as the president of Trump Industries. He can't.
No, I'm saying the president of the United States.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about.
He's the president.
I'm talking
the
about the president
Emanations Act stops him from benefiting from being president when it comes to foreign investigating investments.
Congress people and Senate aren't allowed to do that either. You cannot benefit from your position.
Yeah, but we're talking about the Emanations Act, which specifically talks about the president.
What I'm telling you is that doesn't mean he has to shut his businesses down.
He's not supposed to have.
His business
he's
is
not
predated.
supposed to benefit from.
Okay, so you're playing loose and fast with that. Benefiting it would not be people used his hotel.
No. But when he says, "Hey, I'm the president," we're gonna hold this.
And when you're talking about the hotel one,
organization,
when you're talking about the hotel one, they were refused at four other hotels. He was refused at 4 other hotels. They wouldn't.
You're talking about one instance.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the many that.
Yeah, but you act as if he's the only person in the world that could have ever possibly benefited from being president.
No,
I'm
what
pretty
I'm saying
sure
is that
every
he is
single
president and he is benefiting. He is violating the Emanations Act.
Obama probably violated.
And that's wrong.
You can't say probably.
All right.
That's wrong too. We're not talking about the past presidents. We're talking about the current president of the United States who is violating the Constitution. The Emanations Act says that he is not supposed to benefit financially from being president from foreign investments.
Okay, so
and he's taking money.
Yes,
he's taking things from foreign. He is violating the Constitution.
And constitutional experts say that what you're saying is trying to stretch it out a little too much. You're reaching for things that aren't
I need
there.
proof on
That's
that.
not.
You have to see anybody say that.
You'd have to go look to a constitutional lawyer.
Yeah,
because the constitutional lawyer is going to tell you his businesses predate him being president.
Yes.
If benefiting it would be as president, he gave orders that started like a whole new business and made him millions of dollars.
No, the amount of, if I go and
Okay,
say,
so based on what you're saying, he would have to shut all of his business activities down.
If he sits there and says, hey, we're going to invite these people who are foreign entities over to the United States, hey, come stay at my hotel. And they go to his hotel and they bring a shit ton of places up and then they have their meeting. He is benefiting financially from his position as president. Through the that's a violation. That's him violating. He has done that. He has benefited financially from foreign entities that he's not supposed to do. Look up, Trump violates Emolumation Act. Emolumation Act.
What the hell? I'll cut this dead silence out. This is really kind of good.
Dead air, people. Dead air.
I know.
Talk.
I was gonna.
We can't all look it up. Somebody's got to.
Well, I mean that's what I'm saying is that he has violated the Constitution at this
Is he
point.
still getting paid by his company?
Yes, he's still getting paid. As far as I'm aware, he gave up his presidency.
It would be the same as having stock in business, which, like I said, even Congress, vice presidents, and everybody else, you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to have investments. You cannot directly make money off of it. You can't give people orders to do this and then kind of like when the solar stuff. I mean, okay, you can't go start a solar company and then try to get subsidies for the solar industry because you directly benefited off that.
Gotcha.
So I'm saying you can't do like that. If you go offer to let dignitaries stay at your hotel that you're affiliated with, and you can call somebody and be like, hey, let them stay there for free or whatever. I mean, that's not really the same thing. So and let's see. So he's not the head of the company. He makes no business decisions for the company. He's as of right now he's listed as an investor. Yeah, Don Jr. runs the company.
And again, I'm not talking about that.
Eric.
I'm talking about the emoluments clause. Whenever he specifically is benefiting financially from foreign entities as the president through his businesses.
Well,
that is violating the Constitution.
In that case, almost every single president we've ever had would be in jail.
Why?
Yeah.
Because they all have stocks and investments.
We're not talking about stocks. No. I'm not. Okay, if Trump goes out and says, I own this hotel, and invites people over for a diplomatic meeting and says, stay at my hotel.
If you have stock in, say, solar company or a wind farm, and then you push for government legislation giving those things government subsidies, that would be a violation, correct?
Well, I mean, isn't that would, I don't know if that would specifically violate the emoluments clause.
You make profit off of it. A government is going to pay money to your companies you have stock in.
I'm just going to look up the emoluments clause.
How about this? How about we talk about Biden doing the same thing? How about we talk about how
Biden's not president.
How about when
His
he was
vice president?
Yeah,
How about the fact that when he published a book, his book Promises to Keep, in the 23 months following the end of his term as vice president, he made $1.8 million in book tours. Does that make any sense to you? This man published a book. He made $1.8 million in book tours for only book he's ever published? No. Obviously, the money's going. He's getting the money from somewhere, right?
There's a difference between him using. So if somebody said, if Donald Trump writes a book, yeah, Donald Trump, president of the United States, writing a book is going to sell more than Donald Trump, the random guy, selling it. Obviously, you're going to get more.
But the book tours is what I'm talking about. He spent 23 months doing book tours. So under the assumption that the White House or the government was paying for the trips, were paying for the tours. I don't know how all the money gets spent around. So this isn't something, because I mean this topic here is not something I've done a lot of research on. I wasn't really prepared for this, but it's just kind of fishy how in 23 months from book tours, Joe Biden can pull up almost $2 million Where's the money coming from? Is my question.
Well, I mean, that would have to be investigated.
Right, of course.
I'm just going on. I'm just talking about but also regardless of if Biden.
But either way, it's
You
wrong.
said the
It's wrong either way.
Emoluments Act?
Emoluments clause. It's constitutional. It's the
The
thing.
foreign emoluments clause?
But no, either way, it's wrong. And I agree.
I'm glad you said that because I've been like, why can't I find this?
Yeah,
I mean, it says
emoluments.
it says,
Yeah.
but it doesn't say which.
It tries to
Okay, hold on.
like the monument.
I'm just going to read it. The Foreign Emoluments Clause, the provision of Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8 of the United States Constitution that prohibits the federal government from granting titles of nobility and restricts members of the federal government from receiving gifts, emoluments, offices, titles, or foreign states and monarchies.
Yes.
So you're playing really fast and loose with that definition. I mean, based on this. I mean, because first of all, it doesn't say presidents. And the second thing is it's talking about, I mean, mostly it looks like it's written about titles
The
and
Foreign
nobility.
Emoluments Clause of the Constitution prohibits the president from accepting any benefits from foreign states unless he first obtains the consent of Congress. President Trump has never sought or received such consent. What is that? That's not saying.
Biden has. Allegedly.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, from what I'm reading, it does not outline strictly presidents. It says, I mean, clearly is the federal government from granting titles of nobility and restricts members. I'm going to get it. It's just loading really slow.
I'm not spelling it right, and I'm supposed to be an author.
But that's not something that people would look up often.
I mean, dude, I was killing myself. What the hell?
Here's congressionalresearchservices.com. Yeah, Foreign Emoluments Clause, Domestic Emoluments Clause. Are you talking about the domestic one?
No, I'm talking about the Foreign Emoluments Clause.
Okay, so the
Apparently.
No person holding any office of fortune or trust.
a profit or trust under the United States shall.
Because I'm looking at it right here.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, so not president, anybody. Yeah, I mean, but it's not talking about that though. I mean.
No, that's the thing that stops him from being able to get gifts, getting.
But how's he getting gifts?
That's whenever he's having people come over from foreign governments come over and stay at his hotel, stay at his location.
But if
he's benefiting financially from them.
Is he
which
still
is
like that? No one
considered
answered that
breaking
question.
money.
Is he still getting money from his company?
He's not listed. That's what I was saying.
That's what I'm
when
saying,
he
like,
became
is it-
president, that was the
is
big
it
deal.
benefit his son?
Who's gonna run his companies?
Well, it's his son's company's now,
So
right?
it's Don Jr.
But
and
I
his
feel
daughter
like,
and all
as
that.
far as
Eric
I'm aware,
Trump.
it's still violent. As far as I'm aware, the research I've done, it still violates because.
Yeah,
of the
because
fact
that's
that
what somebody
he's the
wants it
one-
to
With
read
a
it.
man with a man that's got $4 billion.
No. But that's not.
He's
what I'm
not a
saying
man that's
is-
$4 billion.
I'm not saying
He's a man with a net
you
worth of
said
$4 billion.
specifically benefits him. It's not specifically benefiting him. It's benefiting his son.
Which he gets payments from, and his son.
That's what I'm asking. Is he getting paid? No one's answered that question for him.
I mean,
like, that's what's confusing me. It's like,
It says specifically it has to be a direct gift to him.
and that's not a direct gift.
It has to. It can't be through the course of something else. It has to be directly to
And
him.
another thing is it because he invited them? Is that why? Because what if they just, if he didn't invite them, they still stayed? Would that still be considered that?
It can't just be like he benefited on the side. You know, like it happens to be that he owns that business and their hotel room costs $300 a night. No, it has to be. They would have to give him cash. They have to.
Monument says an emolument. Webster's New World Dictionary.
No, this
says
is Congressional Research Service.
No, it's just describing what exactly the
I'm just saying, this is
emolument
straight
is.
from Congress.
Emolument stands for a gain from employment or position, which can include salary, wages, fees. So emolument, and when it's talking about emolument, it's saying that Trump cannot benefit.
Okay, but here's the question: is he getting paid the same amount every time?
I mean that I don't know.
But that would, because
And
for
the
him
whole-
to benefit from it, his salary would have.
Though he stepped away from day-to-day operations of his businesses, Trump retains ownership in companies that do business with foreign diplomats, state-controlled companies, and state-owned television channels. He selected his.
He owns controlling stock in the businesses. The actual decision making for the company is no longer.
He selected his own Trump National Doral Golf Resort in Miami to be the site of next year's Group of Seven Summit, which the U.S. is hosting. Before bending to public criticism, one of his golf resorts, he's literally saying, "Hey, we're gonna do this really big event for the United States and foreign governments. We're gonna do this at my place."
Yeah, but
that's him benefiting.
But you don't know how much he's even charging them. He may actually be giving them. He may not be making money. He may
He's still running a business. He's still
But it's not, no, he's
benefiting.
not running the business. It's fucked up. 'Cause it sounds like a loophole.
Yeah. Well, the whole point of the emoluments thing, I mean, it's defined in it. The purpose, you got to go to the law of what the purpose was, the spirit of the law, right? So the spirit of the law in this case was to keep foreign interest from interfering with people, American people, right? Which sounds a whole lot like what Biden did. I'm not saying Trump isn't doing this, but I'm saying what you're talking about here, that's not enough to prove a case of that.
No,
because that's not a Chinese diplomat coming forth going, hey, Trump, here's $50 million, hook us up. There's no evidence of that. You have to prove that. You can't say a business that he has stock in.
He's doing
foreign
something
diplomats
that I disagree with, and I think that is wrong. If it's not legal, that's another question. But I still feel like it's kind of fucked up. He's benefiting financially,
even if he didn't,
and he's breaking the Constitution, even if they can't prove it. He's doing the thing that it says not to, but because of a loophole.
No, only if he's. It can't just be that. I mean, it has to be with some kind of influence attached to it.
So him saying, "Hey, we're going to take this really big event and go to my resort." Where the money will come in and I'll get payments from shareholding, right? We'll go with that. Let's say he doesn't know.
No, technically not. You don't get. You're not just going to get cash. I mean,
you get dividends.
His stock
from
could just
stock.
go up.
Yeah, you owe dividends. You get dividends from the stock. But he's specifically putting his own resort in a benefit by making it to where there's a bunch more people coming in.
What I'm saying
strictly
is,
and you don't find that wrong, just on a moral level.
No,
do you feel like that's wrong?
because what you're saying is he would have to go shut all his businesses down to be president.
I'm just saying, don't fucking bring all the foreign investors and bring.
They don't all stay there.
No, but I specifically can pull up.
So you found a situation
where he did it. Is that wrong? I think it's wrong.
How many are there where they stayed somewhere else?
The fact that there's been multiple that he has. This one was talking.
Well, no, because wouldn't it make a difference who it is too? Because are they forced to stay there?
No, he's holding the events at his resorts. He's holding the 7 Summit event, whatever that is. I don't know exactly, but it's something for the. Let me see, 7 Summit event.
What's wrong with showing yourself a little love?
Group of 7 Summit. No, that Group of 7 Summit.
Let's just do that. As a awarded next year's G Summit to his Doyle Resort. I hate all these paywalls.
I know. That's why you gotta go
I feel like
mode or whatever.
Even in Camino, I'm hitting paywalls.
No, on some of it doesn't work, but
yeah, I'm just kind of like, man,
New York Times is bad about that.
But I say they don't want you to get this information. They just want you to argue all the time and not do shit and then let them make money. That's all it is. So, but you just said that if it's not illegal, you still have a personal.
Right here.
Yeah, the person I'm putting into
standing is a threshold standing that the term emoluments does not extend to arm's length commercial transactions. This district court dismissed the case for lack of standing. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's
again, legally, if you want to say legally he made it to get a loophole, okay, but it's still fucked up.
I think we're getting, it is, but I think we're getting away from what we were initially talking about. Because we weren't, that conversation went to this.
Yeah.
It wasn't initially there, and that's what I think he's still arguing. He's still arguing the initial, and you're just arguing that it's fucked up. But that's
I'm saying though is that to say that this stuff doesn't matter because legally he can do it. Yeah, legally he can do a lot, but this stuff is multiple instances of him literally committing things that are wrong. And you're saying that he's not corrupt, he's not done any of this stuff. I'm talking to him.
Oh.
Whenever you're saying, it sounds like what's Hunter's doing. He's literally doing this. He's sending
but what you're talking about is somebody staying at a hotel.
I'm talking about holding an event and benefiting financially.
But we don't even know what he's benefiting. You don't know how much he even charged them.
Okay, so you're saying that if somebody goes and there's more business at a resort, he's not going to make more money?
You're calling it business. You don't know what he offered. You don't know if he said, hey, have the event at my place. Sure, how much is it going to cost? Don't worry about that.
He's been known multiple times for charging the FBI agent or the Secret Service members full cost for the hotel rooms that they pay for, despite him owning the fucking hotels. He charges them full price.
If that's where he wants to
money back into his business.
If that's where he wants to stay, he's allowed to do that.
Yes, what I'm saying is to say that Trump does all these great things, but Trump, you're saying we don't know what he did. Well, we know that Trump charges the U.S.
Yeah, but you're trying
taxpayers full price. You think he's going to give the people?
You're trying to stretch this out and say okay, he pretty much has to cease his entire life before he became president.
I'm saying he shouldn't be able to go out and say, "Hey, let's hold an event for the entire." I'm sorry, an event for the entire foreign nations to come, and let's do this at my resort. Why is that okay with anybody?
Well, there's probably now. I'm gonna go look it up because it's probably gonna take a little while. Google don't want to cooperate with that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
my guess is he probably didn't just say we're having it at this Trump place. I'm willing to bet he probably went. They probably had to put a list of them together with bids, and his kid probably said, "Okay, well, we're going to bid it at the lowest. You know, try to get it at our
That's
place."
true too. That is actually
Now, the only rule with that is that there would have to be multiple places at least offered to do it.
Right.
That's what I said
Why
about
did you say
that.
that?
That because that would discount that. If you didn't, if it wasn't like you had to do it there, you had to give them money there. I mean, he is a hotel, like I said. So what you're saying is that hotel can never have anybody of any foreign connection ever go to that hotel as long as Trump's in office.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
That would be illegal.
I'd be okay with that.
You're
though.
discriminating against him.
No, we're making sure that the president isn't benefiting from foreign investors.
Or someone
foreign
staying at a hotel.
If
that
somebody
he has
goes out and
connection
buys
with.
100, 200 rooms
Okay,
at a
so
hotel, I'd be pissed
so
about it.
half of Congress owns stock in oil and gas. So
Yeah.
you're telling me every time somebody puts gas in their car, that congressman has violated the Emolument Act?
No.
Yes, that's exactly what you just said.
They own stock in it. That's not their resort under their family. All he did was go, ha ha, they'll never know. Here, you own it. Just give me the money. Now, look, there you go. He still owns it. It's his fucking kids. It's not some random guy.
You gotta realize, when he became president, he had to pass it down.
Yeah, and he also didn't pass all of his business that work with foreign investors. He did not pass all of them down. He still owns a majority, or I say majority, that's wrong. I don't know that. He still owns a few businesses that deal with foreign investors.
Wait, what? Which ones?
Let me look up and pull it up to find the exact number.
Trump wants something that says he will like putting
No, that's stupid. But I think again we're kind of going off of what we were talking about before. We were talking about legal, not fucked up. Because there's a lot of things that are legal that I don't agree with either in general. But
this
Yeah,
is
now
the
what's
question
a-
of did Trump break the law? This is a question of do we want him to be president? When he's done
No,
things-
based on what you're saying is almost everybody's done that. So if you're going to sing about Trump now, but never anybody else?
I don't remember seeing
Hillary Clinton did. Hillary Clinton benefited directly.
How many other people benefited did all of these things that are messed up that I'm talking about though? How many people can you say failed at handling a virus? All right, whether you believe that he did.
So far you haven't proved any of that. You've speculated it and
Other
you've thrown
countries are
conjecture.
doing better than us. We have evidence to show that Trump has not supported
Okay, half of our
science.
country is doing better than other people. If you exclude certain things, yeah, sure. We can
Yeah,
get
we're
that.
not excluding. We're talking about the whole
But our
country.
country isn't. We don't have a monarchy. We don't have a king. Okay, you're saying that like we have some absolute power source. We don't.
No,
okay,
but we have
a
person-
very specific government. We have a judicial branch that can overturn a lot of the things that people try to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which has happened. They've tried to lock certain things down, and they said nope, can't do that. So I mean, you can't put everything on Trump because I got news for you. Even if Biden was in office, half of the stuff Biden said he wants to do would have gotten thrown out the window.
Okay,
they would not allow it.
But if
But you're going to
Biden
say
was in
because he
office-
tried to do it?
No. But if Biden was in office, I bet your ass Biden would have been out there saying, "Hey, let's listen to the scientists."
And
Let's
I'm willing
wear
to
the
bet
mask.
your ass
Let's do that.
nobody would still do it. Most people
Yes.
don't. I'm
You tell me
not.
that no-
Anybody in here took the president's word for wearing mask or not? Anybody? Because I haven't met a person yet that does.
I can tell you for sure that I go to people's houses all the time and I hear a bunch of people talking about how those masks are stupid. Trump said this. Trump
I've heard
said
a
that.
lady tell me that she had to wear gloves, mask, and everything else because that's what Biden and Fauci told her she had to do.
And if that's what she wants to do, she can do that.
She
but
was
that's
wearing them
more
wrong
question
too, so
less.
she was actually making it worse.
No, she wasn't making it worse. She was making
No,
it
you
less.
do make it worse. If you do
Okay,
not properly wear PPE, you make the situation worse.
in the hospitals and stuff like that, yes.
No,
but
well,
we're talking.
that's what we're
All right,
talking.
please give me an example of how someone wearing a mask or PPE wrong outside going to the store
If
is
you
worse
keep
than not
taking
wearing
it off with your hand, putting it in your pocket, putting it back on, putting it back in your pocket, you have actually contaminated yourself more than if you would have just never wore it, never touched your face.
You got any proof of that? Because every time I
PPE training.
You're talking about this instance though, where they're actively in this area where there are.
No, I'm talking about as a
viruses.
paramedic, where
Yes,
you're
as a
just around,
paramedic.
where you're just around day-to-day pathogens. You don't even know how sick they are.
Yeah, I'm talking about people who are going to the store. If I put a mask
My
on,
point is, what you're talking about is pure conjecture. You're coming to a decision and inferring things along the way. But you don't have proof of any of that. It's pure speculation. You're assuming this would happen if this happened. But that's not the way it works. You can't say that. You don't know.
Mass reduce transmission.
Yes. And how many what was the percentage they said of people that had contracted the virus that said that they wore the mask exactly the way that they're instructed to?
That article's kind of speculative, though. From what I remember, it was.
Well, no, we're okay with speculation. You've already shown us that.
That one's kind of iffy though, because I don't feel like that one's weighted in to say what I agree with either. Because first of all, people who are wearing the mask are probably, even if they say, "Oh, I wear it all the time," no one's wearing a mask when they're at their house hanging out with their friends. No one's doing that whenever they're around at work, hanging out with a bunch of people they work with. Even if they wear the mask, being in this position with a bunch of people for a long period of time is going to not. It doesn't matter
Okay,
the mask.
so since you want to play, okay, well, I'm going to play your argument. Your argument is if Biden was in office, Biden would have pushed the mask thing harder, and more people would have done it. Biden would have also pushed shutting down the government more, which means we'd be even a worse economic crisis. More people would have probably died from suicide and other
What do you
things,
mean
drugs
shutting
addiction.
down the government?
He already said he wanted to do it. He wanted to shut it down even more than it already is. He wanted to shut down. He wanted a government federal mandate to shut down the economy, to a lockdown order,
He's
a federal
said
mandate.
on his debate that he said that he doesn't want to shut down the country.
That's not what he said. That's not
I
what
don't
he
want
said.
to shut down the government. Our country. I want to shut down the virus.
Yes, and then he immediately went back and said that he would consider shutting down the government.
Consider. That's not him saying he will.
Yeah, well, he already had said that before that he would.
Considering the fact that through all of his speeches, all of his little rallies where he's talked about the virus, he's always said he has been trying to command, take the role of the president and command everyone to, or give advice for everyone to, oh, you should maybe wear your masks, or actually, we should be wearing our masks. We should be socially distant, like telling everyone what to do, right?
Yeah.
And he said, government shutdowns, like he's brought these up in his rallies.
Yeah.
Talking about how government, everything should shut down, businesses, that's not. He talks about it.
If there's a huge number of cases, businesses should shut down. They should not be actively working and everything when there's a shit ton of cases. People are dying. That's the whole point.
People die all the time.
But it's
so you think you should get to override the entire Constitution and say, fuck your business, I'm worried about these people, fuck your business. That is not your right, and that is not the president's right. Nobody has the ability to do that. You can't do that.
Yo, it's Rachel Knaps here.
What introduction?
I was not invited.
Wait, hold on.
I was invited here, but my choice was to respect the debate and let everyone else talk. But as a queer woman with a president who, let me just say, at the beginning of all of this, when everyone was much calmer, words matter, words matter, words matter, words matter, grab her by the pussy, sexually assault, hate crimes have been at an all-time high, and from what I just saw earlier, claimed by the FBI, and I think it was 16 years.
The only hate crimes are the people that are hating on themselves, because I have a lot of.
That's
fucking
not
ridiculous,
true.
Joseph.
No, it's true. It's true.
Which hate?
Wait, hold on. Come on.
I'll let you finish.
Let him finish. Yeah, please
That's
let him
fair.
finish.
I apologize.
Because y'all jumping to conclusions. You don't know what he's saying yet. Let him finish.
You're right.
Okay, because I have gay friends, I have lesbian friends, and I spent 4 days straight with one of my best friends, and she disagrees with a lot of the LGBTQ movements or the whatever, however they work. She disagrees. She doesn't see hate doesn't come from nobody cares what you want to do in your life. I don't care what you want to do in your life. I don't. It's your business. You know, it doesn't bother me. And that's a lot of people. And I think a lot of the times when people see that other people are starting to take a stand, maybe it's because they had an experience with it, right? And maybe you might mishear things here and there, or maybe it could be that you heard it right, but it's not something that's extremely prevalent.
For you, as a straight man.
No, in general, because I'm around a lot of people.
For you, as a straight male, around people who are members of the community.
Let me say this. I appreciate that you support the queer community in the ways you do, and that you have these friends that you, from what you talk about, seem to have positive interactions with them. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you don't like spew hate speak at me, but I do feel as saying that is disregarding everything I have gone through as a queer woman.
Wait, what? Wait, back up.
Because because to say that hate, what hate crimes or hate comes from people.
But wait, what's the
themselves.
source of what you're talking about? I'm talking about
He brought up saying that hate crime isn't a thing and that people do it themselves.
No, hate crime is definitely a thing.
Well,
I mean, the statistics on it are a little fuzzy. That's why I was just showing him. Statistics on it don't show any major increases.
Yeah.
The biggest increase was actually with like anti-Semitism toward Jewish people. That was one of the highest climbs.
Yes,
and that's awful too.
I know that fact because of the fact that Ben Shapiro was actually one of the most targeted people in the world for hate crimes or hate threats.
Yeah.
But
back in
I
2016.
don't fucking like Ben Shapiro.
You don't have to like him.
I just don't like him.
You don't have to like him.
Like he is a fact. He's a fact machine.
But either way, I've to say. I appreciate, you like whatever you do is your business. I get that.
Yep.
But whatever I do is also getting harassed on the street by men and women sometimes and whoever, but mostly men, feeling threatened
So you're talking
and
about
dangerous.
individual bias.
No, we're talking about.
No, that would be individual bias.
What do you mean
From
individual
my
bias?
experience,
Your hands are shaking, so.
I know.
I also have chronic pain and anxiety and depression,
Okay, sorry.
so
I
that
was about
proves
to
the
stop
shaking.
you. I was like,
I have
let's
general
calm down.
anxiety disorder.
I got worried. I was like, hold on, let's calm
No,
down.
that's
about to
kind
lay
of normal
everybody
for me.
I thought you were just really angry.
I know. I was like, hold on.
I was like, everybody slide back down.
Yeah, I was like, let's stop.
No, I appreciate it.
If you want to see what's going on.
But and I'm white, I'm a white queer woman. I have that privilege of being white. But to see my friends of color getting ripped out of their cars by police officers because the color of their skin, or to see my
But
friends
wait, you just made a generalization.
No, I am talking about a
But
personal
how did you know?
experience.
How did you know that is the only reason? You'd have to give us some more information.
Okay,
what I'm saying is it was a
so-
generalization because all we heard was
You
your
don't-
ending. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, okay.
We heard the end.
So
We
I
didn't hear
have
the
a
middle.
very close friend. I don't know if they want their name disclosed or not, so I'm not going to say it. They are a person of color. They are mixed. They are a young queer woman. I respect this person. I love her very much. She has had multiple occasions of being pulled over by police officers. And when she asked, why was I being pulled over, and they joked, or we have a skin quota to make, or we have a minority quota to make today, and proceeded to rip her out of her car, her and her at the time boyfriend, I think,
Okay, so
sexually assaulted her.
just a pause for a second. What department was this? Do you know what
Are you,
area?
no, hold on. Is that okay to even say?
I mean, I would rather not say.
Well, I don't know her. I don't know her name. We haven't said her name.
Yeah,
so
but-
right now we're talking about a fictitious person.
Is it in Louisiana?
No. I'm saying as far as people
I know,
here,
I
it's
know,
not.
I
It's they don't know
This
who the
is
person
here
we're talking
in the
about.
state, yes,
Okay.
locally.
It's a personal.
No, I'm asking because I know a lot of departments around here. I know technology and things that they have. I know a lot of departments around here have cars that automatically, if they hit their lights or anything, they automatically start recording. They don't have a choice in it. It's going to record.
No, I appreciate that.
So
We
I'm
can
saying,
maybe discuss that
if
at a
you
later
know,
time.
I'm saying if you know, see, because I'll tell you, and like I said, I've worked at a lot of law enforcement. I haven't just worked for one; I worked for multiple.
Right.
And I'll tell you, I know we get a really bad rap, and I'll tell you, most of us. I mean, like in New Orleans, I'll tell you right now, we have a lot of black cops here, a ton.
And I would just like to say, yes, you do have black police officers. I have police family that do very good work for the station.
Yeah.
And there are very good people in it. But there are also very racist people that ripped my friend out of her car, sexually assaulted her and her boyfriend because she was brown. And I, as a queer woman, have often been, you're going to hell, no, you're not gay, prove it, prove this, whatever. And I've gotten the light end of it, and honestly, I've been very lucky because I've had people support me, but that doesn't mean haven't felt, legally, if I wanted to marry a girl, I couldn't do that however many years ago, and I think people forget that. Even I forget that sometimes. If I wanted to marry a woman, how many years ago was it? 3, 4? That same-sex marriage was legalized?
Before Trump.
Four,
So what is it, 5, 6
five.
years in marriage? Your marriage?
I just
but
don't want to
But even
25.
like Trump has been considered actually very good on the LGBTQ community. Like
Okay,
I'm
but
trying to go back
his
to where we're
rhetoric
going.
does not support that.
Yeah,
What is his rhetoric on that?
His words.
His words of grab her by the pussy. Oh, you look a lot better.
Hold on,
than
that
me.
has nothing to do with that. That's
Okay,
No,
but
this
it
is
does.
discrimination and this is class
Or
of character.
making fun of mentally handicapped
Yeah, the
people at a
reporter.
speech.
okay, Johnny. Like we haven't been in the truck and you talk about some.
And that was fucked up. No, hold on.
Not that it's not. Not that it's not.
Let me finish. Yes, I have said things that I am not proud of, and I have done things that I'm not proud of. But that changes whenever I decided I'm not going to be that person anymore.
take
Trump
accountability.
continues to be the person who does those things.
Because I just read this today.
Because who's gonna? Because we have people that tell us
now-
that's wrong, right?
What?
Who's gonna tell this man who has this much money that he can't do what he wants? That goes
We,
for
the people.
anybody in power.
What
We
is
the
the
people.
government? The people put the people in government to not make it to where people don't do shit they're not supposed to do. That's who makes it.
I just feel like a president who talks so disrespectful. Policies aside, okay? Policies aside, to have a leader who talks so disrespectful about women, men, non-binary, every
Religions.
person, religion, disrespectful to people he admires. He disrespects a lot of people in the way and at the beginning of this, words matter, words matter, words matter. They do. And as a young queer woman, to have a president who has so many fucking rape allegations,
26.
who has publicly sexualized
How many of
women,
those came out after he got elected president?
it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. It highly matters. Because
No.
how many did Biden have before he got elected?
I don't like
0 and then 1?
Biden-
1? He's got 1.
And
Biden-
Trump had,
0 to 26,
and Trump
0 to
had,
1.
Trump had many. How many?
How many? I don't know exactly how many, but you're right.
No.
One
Biden
versus
Biden
26.
doesn't have one.
Yeah,
I'm looking at
Terry.
one right here that I've been looking at because they filed a Freedom of Information Act against him because he grabbed a Secret Service agent, had his girlfriend with him, and they asked for a photo op with Biden. Biden grabbed her breast.
Yeah, no.
Which one was that?
Fuck
The Terry
Biden
Reid?
for being a
No,
creepy
this-
ass
that's-
guy.
Well, and that's why I said at the beginning.
Like,
Yeah, but my
Well,
point is,
well,
you
like I
got
said,
two people
yeah.
on it. We don't like Trump.
That's what I'm saying. At the beginning, what I said when I say words matter is the same thing I
no,
hold.
I understand.
Because I said at the very beginning, if it was up to me, I would put them both in my backyard and put it into both of them
I'm
motherfuckers.
about to say, because I'll tell you the same thing. Trump has terrible rhetoric. Half the time he needs to shut his mouth.
Yeah.
And now, policy-wise, Pence does a better job on that because Pence leaves out the rhetoric and he mainly talks policy.
And
He'll go straight to policy.
conversion therapy is
Yeah,
legal
well,
in
that's
a
his.
lot
Well,
in
that's
here.
his wife's works at a
Conversion
Catholic.
therapy.
What
You
you call
mean
it?
like transition?
No, trying
No,
to
no,
convert
converting
them.
someone from
basically
Trying to
say
be straight.
you're gonna go to gay or you're gonna go to hell if you're gay.
It's
and
often
we're gonna go straight.
it's often associated when kids or young adults come out as gay, and whoever's taking care of them or their parents or whatever are like, no,
Religious-
that's not real. We're
Catholics-
gonna send you, and yes, it is most
Catholics
Catholic.
still do it,
Yeah.
but to be fair, there are Catholic LGBT people that actually request it. They do exist. I'm not saying there's a lot of them, but
Yeah.
they do
Okay.
exist.
still
No,
wrong.
but I would still say
Based
it's
on your
wrong.
opinion, if it's them deciding it
So
and
what-
they think that they're wrong, I mean, I'm not going to say something about that. I'm not going to question somebody's religion.
What,
they
what,
chose
so
their
what,
faith.
what are the troubles that you
Not
face
me.
as a queer woman
Against
Um,
Trump or just in general?
Just in general?
in general?
Oh, so we're getting all okay.
No, it'll lead back.
No, I appreciate that question. Oftentimes, like, people won't believe me because to them I come off as very straight. I have a boyfriend, you know, and so how are you gay if you have a boyfriend? Well, I don't have to prove to you I'm gay because I have a boyfriend. I love who I love, you know, and at the time I love this man. I love this boy who happens to be a man, okay? Which is heteronormativity. That's, you know, heterosexual relationship. That still means I'm gay.
Was it a guy asking you that?
Multiple people.
No, I asked that just because
But,
I had a friend.
men have asked me more.
I had a friend who was
Yeah.
who was a girl and she was bisexual.
Yeah.
And she had an issue with that, but usually I'd tell her, she'd be like, that dude's an asshole. Well, I was like, yeah, because he was hitting on you. I was like,
Yeah,
he's trying to
so-
figure out which. he's
It doesn't
trying
make it okay though.
no, it does make okay, but those are individual
Because it's more-
assholes. There's
I
still
hate men in
individual
general.
All right, hold on.
Yeah,
I
and
want
some-
you to continue to
some-
elaborate. But I want to just throw something in real quick.
Yeah.
So as far as the questioning, a lot of people just don't understand, and so they're not questioning you and your choices. They're questioning because they're curious. They don't know.
I feel like
And
So-
that's,
That's
so
I'm gonna
sometimes-
call yes
Good
on that
point.
yeah.
because I'm a straight cis male. My brother's gay. My brother's married to a man. My sister, a big black man. What? If you want to be
He
real
likes to
about
say
it.
it that way.
I do like to say it like that sometimes to throw people off. But my sister, she was married to a woman. She got divorced. And she's like you, she's queer. She goes back and forth between guys and girls. She's currently engaged to another girl. And my biggest thing was, I had to defend them, and I'm the youngest of both of them. And I grew up around this all my life. And it's funny because I feel like I'm the minority in my family when it comes to them because my cousins are also gay. I'm pretty much the only straight one in my family. And they question that all the time.
I mean, that's valid too.
But my thing is like, my sister, for instance, it goes back to what he was saying. A lot of the guys, it was like, oh, you just haven't had the right type of dick.
Yeah, which is fucking disgusting.
Yeah, but
Well,
you're taking it from a place of being like, clearly they're not discriminating against them. They want them.
No, hold the fuck on.
No.
It's fucked
He
up.
asked
It's
me the
wrong.
question.
They're an asshole.
And I'm gonna claim my agency because he asked me a question about being queer, and so far I feel like I'm the only queer one here who's out.
I would like to answer. I had a gay guy tell me I had a sweet ass. I just said thank you.
But
I was in jail too.
I think it's the reason I stop you guys, because yes, you're absolutely right, it's sick. But you are right. Some people are just curious, and I think it's you should ask questions, but there's an appropriate way to ask them. I think that's what you guys were referencing.
I don't give them the
all of the inappropriate ways.
I don't give them the slide on curiosity because I'm like, this has been around long enough that your curiosity.
No guy who's actually curious is just gonna walk up to you and go,
You just have the right dick yet.
yeah, like honestly, it's gonna be someone they know.
No, even that. I have walked. So I'm somebody who I'm an ally to the LGBTQ community. I'm told that by people. I try my best to understand stuff because, as Joseph, as you, I don't mean to assume. I'm pretty sure we know each other. Both of us are white straight men, right? I assume both of you as well. I don't know about that you said queer. Who else is queer? Nobody answered. So we only have our own.
I don't know. I haven't seen Mark get out of the shower yet.
We only have our own biases to go off of. We only have our own experiences. So yes, I will never know what it's like to be a black woman, a black man, a queer, a member of the queer community, someone who's trans. I will never know. So I never face the discrimination that they do. So to say that yes, this stuff does happen and that maybe people are asking questions wrong, yes, it's wrong. And you just say, I don't know how to ask a question. I go to people and I say, hey, I got a question. I don't fully understand this. I don't want to be rude. I'm just wondering, I thought that you were gay, but I saw you were in a relationship with somebody who's a guy. Do you mind? I'm just kind of confused as that. I'm not sure how that works. You can talk to them about that rather than saying, you're not really gay.
Yeah, but you're assuming that there aren't assholes in the world. But what I'm saying is there are assholes in the world.
Y'all are defending these
assholes. No, we did not.
No one has defended.
Joseph was trying to.
No,
I'm not defending
No.
I'm not saying I've got my.
You're saying people are curious. They're asking because they're assholes.
Yeah, I'm saying there are assholes that hate straight women that way.
I'm saying
there are guys that are just bad with
it's
talking
an
to people.
asshole that's asking.
Yeah.
I'm saying that, but I would honestly agree to myself that say if 10 people were to ask you, I'd say maybe 2 of them were assholes, maybe 3, and the other ones just didn't know. But you can't
I wouldn't
you
even
would think
use
it
that.
higher than that?
No, it'd be way higher than that.
Yeah.
I personally think, but I don't have the facts to back that.
Neither
do you. So you can't say 1 in 10.
I do.
Right. That's why we talk
Personal
on.
experience.
I think most people that come up to you and make
facts.
I think most people that come up to you and make a big deal out of your sexual orientation or your gender or your race, and if they make a big deal out of that, you've already hit the flag. They're an asshole.
Okay, here's an easy one. I can tell y'all for sure, I don't know of anyone who's ever asked me what it's like for me. They've never come and just asked me what it's like to be a black person. I've never been asked that, so therefore it doesn't happen. You can't use that.
I've been asked.
Wait, I'm not done. I'm talking. I've never been asked that stuff. So to say that you're going off of the basis saying, oh, I think that most people are curious. You might be curious, so anytime you've asked, it's always been from curiosity. Mm-hmm. So you've never faced the times where you're asking someone out of not curiosity or someone's asking out of not curiosity. The only times that you've ever introduced into this is either you were with someone who was a member of the LGBT community and faced it, or you were asking someone a question.
She has had personal experiences where people have asked her these things and done these
Demeaning.
things
And I've had,
because of the
I've
fact
had
that
personal
she
experiences
is.
where gay people just don't leave me the fuck alone, you know?
Which is also
And
it's
wrong.
creepy.
And that's wrong,
It's
too.
because they're so
Yeah, I've literally
forceful.
had a guy in a thong rubbing his junk
Dude.
on my window, and me and my wife and my
The
kids.
guy,
And I was like,
I mean-
this dude's about to
But
get hurt.
it's disgusting. But it's both sides. But my question is, so and what is the goal? What or goals of the LGBTQ community? What are you after?
I would love
that's a little bit
more
off track.
mental. The trans community is viciously attacked. The number of suicide rates, the number of hate crimes, the pure depression and anxiety that these people go through is awful. And I'm not saying other people don't.
No.
But I do think we should have a
So-
safer place and a more
Okay.
accessible place for these people to go and express themselves safely without, I just wish we would stop killing the gays for and giving them,
Okay, hold on.
we're not killing all the gays, but
But
we're killing people in general.
yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put a pause on that because that's gonna be another episode, and you're more
That's
than welcome.
perfectly
You're
fine.
more than welcome to come on that episode.
Yeah. I appreciate
I think
it.
we're kind of going away because of what he asked. Because
Right.
That's my fault.
yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
I was trying to let that. I was trying to see where you were gonna go with that, but at
Yeah.
this point,
Yeah.
that, I want to go back because what Trump, like you said, what Trump has said, like he's not
Yeah.
not curious by any means. That's not what we can all agree
Yeah,
to
no,
that.
he's just being a dick.
So let's just get away from that
Yeah,
part.
like I said, he's typical New York.
I appreciate
If you've
that,
been to
and
New
I
York, a lot of
appreciate
people are very
The
vulgar.
curiosity and
No, like I said, that trans.
the understanding that this is
So
an important
I am
topic.
trying to get somebody on.
The only thing I wanted
Well, hold on,
you
it's,
okay.
I'm trying to get somebody on about that. And like I said, you're more than welcome to come. I don't think they want to come on, and that's fine. But they're kind of iffy about it
Yeah.
because they personally don't know how they feel, and I
And
completely
that's
understand.
valid, yeah.
And so, but it's hard to find people like that.
Oh no, I got someone. Like I said, the girl I dated, she wants to come.
Well,
She-
we're talking
she's-
about
I'm
that
still
now.
friends with her. She, but she's
like I
still
said, you're more
full-blown
than
bi.
welcome. You are too. It's fine, but that is a different topic because I don't want to.
No.
And me
The
and
more
her
we go
me and
into
her
this, the
don't
more
agree on
restrained.
stuff.
That's
it'll be a
what I'm
rabbit
about.
hole
I
for sure
respect
because
that.
I've
I
already
appreciate that.
thought
Because
about
we can still stay on the topic because the question that you were asked, or no, with the statement you said Trump
Well-
has done good for the LGBT community or something like that.
Like what? All right, let's stick with that.
No,
Like
that's
what?
not what I said.
I'm
You
sorry,
said he's
what did
done
you say?
I
good.
said that he
for
hasn't been like harmful to the LGBT
Okay.
community. As far as it goes, he hasn't attacked the LGBT.
Okay, but words
Whereas-
matter, and he has.
what
He's
Well,
the
the
rhetoric
grandma
he
pussy
uses.
isn't towards
No,
LGBT.
no.
It's
But
towards
this
women in
is
general,
the thing,
correct?
though, right? So he is he discriminates against, or he says not terrible things.
so bad.
Second time it
He
happened.
says awful, terrible
Yes,
things
and-
about black people. He says
Yes.
awful, terrible things about
Biden and Trump have both said terrible
Yeah.
things and done terrible things to women. We agree with that. That one's kind of neutral. Kind
Yeah.
of cancels each other out.
So
That's what we already know. That that's what we're saying. They're both terrible with women and racism.
I don't think they cancel each other out.
No, I mean they
think
cancel
they're
each other
both
out as far as debating them back and forth against each other because they're both terrible.
Well, I would
Come on,
say,
wait, you're talking about
I would
Trump
say,
and
Biden.
Biden.
I would
Okay,
say
wait. What about Biden? Because
Biden is awful toward racism and women.
he said a couple things that are fucked up.
Oh, he
yes.
said a lot of shit that's
Like
really
what
fucked
else?
up.
Like what else?
But, okay, but
You
that's
ain't
the-
black if you don't vote for me?
Yeah, and that's fucked up. The way he said it fucked up, but I also kind of get what he means. He's saying like, oh,
That's awful what you're saying. I get what he means.
I get what he was trying to convey, but the message that he did was wrong.
No, there you
I
go.
get what he was
But
trying to say,
why are
but
those
it's
words?
wrong what he used.
Why are those
He's
the
wrong what he
words that popped
said.
up in his head, though?
But also,
What?
Biden
But
was
why
the one
were
who
those the
pushed
words
for
that were-
marriage equality within the gay community.
Okay,
and I
well,
think that's a
even
very
if you
important
understand
Trump
what he
has
position,
the- Trump-
especially with Pence being the other vice president.
The
candidate.
criminal justice reform with Trump has put Hispanic and black communities at the lowest incarceration rates they've been in 50 years or something. It was 24% in 20 and something like that. I mean, as far as the black community, he's got some of the best approval ratings in the black community of in a long time for.
Okay, yeah, Trump did a really good thing. His crime reform asked for a database that's similar to what Kamala Harris was pushing for, that would track.
Except Kamala Harris was keeping people in jail past their sentences.
Except also
And
Kamala
people-
Harris was trying to get rid of qualified immunity, which is a very big deal that I feel like we should kind of talk about. Qualified
Well, no,
immunity is fucked up. And we need to get rid of it.
that was already under discussion. Even Republicans, he'll tell you, even Republicans have been talking about qualified immunity.
But Trump didn't.
Well, I mean,
His crime reform.
no,
bill
no.
got
Actually, Republican Scott, it's a black Republican. He did, and Democrats voted against his bill.
Okay, well I have to see it if there's something else.
Was it Tim Scott?
See, because one issue that
Tim
I always
Scott,
have,
Tim Scott did a bill for criminal justice.
one issue that I always have is that a lot of times you hear this, oh, Dems blocked this bill. Why did they block it? Because a lot of times, with the Democrat and Republican stimulus bill, Democrats were trying to push a stimulus bill through. Republicans said, hey, we don't think we should be sending money to the cities that are causing this virus, whatever. Republicans were trying to push a bill.
They said we're not going to bail out cities that you let get destroyed.
Okay, and then Republicans came out with the bill, and Democrats said, hey, we think that you should not have this law that covers people not being able to sue because of coronavirus. The reason why they blocked it also matters. So for you to say, oh, black Republican put a law and the Democrats blocked it, why?
You left out a bunch with the Democrat when you left out a bunch of other stuff. I mean, they were
What
given...
was his name?
What? Tim Scott, I believe?
I thought you said something else.
I think it's Tim Scott.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, let me back up because there was something I never got to say.
Well,
So
he was right about the. Were you talking about jobs or were you talking about something?
no,
else?
the unemployment rate too, but
Yeah,
also the incarceration rates with the
Incarceration, yeah. Jobs are low too for both of them.
yeah. So I mean, as
Is
far
that
as
I'm
Actually-
sorry. Can you repeat that?
The unemployment,
unemployment rates
but
That's
that
low.
yeah, but
before the coronavirus.
that was actually decreasing before though. So it was.
It made a jump, but
No,
it was-
it did, but it also did a decline.
Black unemployment
So,
poverty
but
rate is
it's
10.5. Black poverty rate is 18.8.
But what I'm looking at,
They make up-
it declined during Obama's era too, though. So
yeah, they did.
Currently, though,
it's only decline.
Currently, black people are 13.2% of the population, but make up 23.8%.
So we can't
of poverty.
say anything off of currently because we're still in the coronavirus.
No, we can because Trump's the president. He hasn't
No,
done
we
shit
can't
to
because
fix it.
no, we can't.
It's not.
No,
we
you
can
can't.
say yes.
No,
we can say
no, you
Biden
can't.
wasn't it.
Because
It'd be
governors
different.
and mayors decide that, not the president. He does not get to decide what businesses can be open and which ones cannot.
I would
I'm not
agree with
talking-
that, but I would also agree that if we're going to talk politics, yeah, he does have a lot of influence on what the mayors
He has
do.
zero influence on a
So
mayor to
him
govern
calling
that's
out someone
Democrat.
That's
saying
just,
something
I feel
means
like
nothing.
that's ignorant to say because you have to take legally. He might not.
The
but
only influence he would have is anything he says they're going to do the opposite. So maybe if he would have said to do a lockdown, they probably would have opened up. I mean, that's about it.
But then that means he did have weight. So he.
no, that was a joke.
No, but you're right though. Trump's
So
words,
say do the
Trump's
opposite?
policy. No. Trump has the things that he says. The things that he says and does affect what people do. The things that he says on
Yeah, and he said,
affect it. So to say he has no power is
and he
ridiculous.
said you should ease up on the lockdown stuff, and they said no, we ain't doing what he said. We're going to do this instead.
What about the
And
cities
they
that
shut
the
down.
Republican cities where they had increase in infection rates though?
But lower deaths than Democrat cities? I mean, infection rates going up among what? Healthy people that can work and probably aren't going to die from the virus anyway because
But they're spreading it to
their
more
death
people who
rates-
will die, and that's the whole.
And
thing.
those
That's the
people
problem.
those people can lock themselves up and have
So
ventilators on.
never
and do
go
whatever
to the
they
store,
want.
never go to
Eventually,
vote,
they will be
never
able
go to
to.
anything.
So you're talking about everybody doing that or some people doing
I'm
that?
saying
What's the
people
difference?
should socially distance, wear a mask, and not go to the fucking movie theater. They could go to the store to get food and whatever, and just shut shit down for a little bit so we can get things back to normal. I'm not telling you to go and lock yourself in your house and board up the windows and never leave.
That's
I'm
it.
just saying,
If you
don't
shut
fucking go to
if you
restaurants.
shut all that stuff down, that's literally where you're putting people. What are they going to do?
What are they
They
gonna do?
closed parks. You couldn't even take your kid to the park.
That was because people weren't following the fucking guidelines. If you were
One person was at the park.
when what part?
A woman almost got arrested because she was the only person in
that
the
was
park. No,
absurd.
not
They
that case.
measured-
Not that case. Not get that case.
Okay.
That's a totally different. That park they had. Well, I mean, they still label it as closed and stuff. It's a weird situation. But I mean, that's not the only situation where it happened. And talking about like barbershops and stuff like that, where they're like, we'll follow guidelines. Like we'll limit the number of people that can come in. We'll
Yeah.
sterilize more.
Which is
And
right.
they're like, no, not at all. You cannot open.
But where's
Okay.
the virus going? Why are we holding out for so long? Where's the virus?
Yeah,
going?
I don't know
Because
what we're
waiting
holding
for
out
the
for.
vaccine. That way we can get this thing under control somewhat, so we can learn to manage
That
it.
even the experts say is not going to cure it.
No, but it will significantly reduce how many people are getting it. Herd immunity is now that either everybody gets it and the people who are going to die, to 0.02% of the population of the United States die, or
But
we
honestly,
take our vaccine to reduce it, we learn to live with it.
Overall deaths are declining anyway because we're treating it better. We're not even originally we were treating everybody was going on ventilators and like they were literally pretty much like killing everybody. I mean, people that were relatively healthy were just dying, and now the survival rate is higher than it used to be. They're treating it far better. They're like you
Yeah,
said,
and
the
I think
therapeutics and stuff like that. Yeah, and that takes time. But you also need people to get it to do that. So your healthy generations, your students and stuff like that, who probably aren't going to die from it, very, very, very low mortality rate with people under a certain age. You shouldn't lock them down. If you want.
So what about the teachers and the administration? Because my sister and her girlfriend live in Florida and they teach, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were very nervous about going back to school.
Yes,
because
and they were
everyone was saying.
And there were discussions about that. About
Yeah,
the younger, healthier teachers should let them work. The older ones, you should find a way for them to do remote learning or something else. But there's discussions to be had there within the education community.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Zoom education is not working.
No, I would agree. It's education is super important, and I don't know the right way to handle it, but I think.
Well, I mean, I'm not a big proponent of public education in general, just because I think it's failing.
The education system is awful, and that goes back to.
That's a whole nother discussion.
That goes back to the question of what struggles do I face as a queer woman. When learning about history and having sex ed class, number one, Louisiana's education is awful for the most part. So I already didn't have a good sex ed class, and maybe that was my school.
I didn't have an English teacher since 6th grade. I had to go learn that on my own.
Yeah, that's awful. But also, they're not. A lot of places aren't teaching sexual education between same-sex or same-gendered people. It's always about a penis and a vagina. Well, there are other ways to have sex.
But that's because
But that's up to the parents.
Yeah, but that's because
no, it's not, because if the school is teaching
the
sex ed,
current classes aren't about.
It's about.
They're about reproduction. Yeah, they're supposed to teach reproduction,
not.
which
That's not sex ed.
but
That's
that's not
reproduction.
sex ed.
No,
That's
sex
what
ed is
sex
what
ed
sex ed
is.
is a slang for
It's
it.
sexual
It's
education.
no. The
Whatever.
classes are usually called reproductive health. They're
Yes.
not usually called sex ed.
That's true.
Okay.
So sex ed is the name that kids
Yeah.
kind of gave it. Sex education, sex ed. That was just the thing we had. Most of the time it was called reproductive health because it
Right.
was about things like illnesses you can get, STDs,
Well, if
various
that's
stuff like
if
that.
that's the case too, you can also get diseases from
That was
penis
taught.
and vagina.
That was now when I was in school they did teach that.
That's a personal
Yeah.
thing that
And
I can tell you. I never learned anything.
I'm
new.
glad they did, but I think I'm saying, that should, if we're gonna require, I think we should require
Well, no,
sexual
see-
education, practice safe sex, religion or not. You should teach the youth about what situations they're gonna be into, because you can deny it all you want. These kids are having sex.
Yeah, telling
And we
them,
need
not
to
telling
tell
them is going
them-
to stop them from having sex.
We need to tell them how to have it safely. Now,
Well,
with the question
most
of religion,
most states you're automatically in it unless your parent purposely opts you.
Yeah, but the education that's involved in it is not
A lot
adequate.
of it
the
is
education
not.
I got about sex ed,
Yeah.
I didn't know shit. I didn't know about. I knew
Yeah.
there was things called gonorrhea,
But
syphilis, and all that. I had no clue
gotta
what it
remember,
meant.
but you gotta remember local. Well, I mean that's a whole nother topic because local education is controlled on a more local
Right.
basis than you would think.
Well,
Like I said, school to school, you'll see completely different educations.
and I think that, that has its benefits as well. But I would love to have a president or somebody in leadership who encourages talking about gay history, gay sex ed, and Black history and Native American history and.
Well, we did a lot of Black history.
Yeah, but
I
we
know
also
we did,
whitewashed the
but
fuck out of our.
a lot of our
Christopher Columbus.
education
We whitewashed the fuck out of
is
our
very
education.
whitewashed, and it's
You gotta
time
be careful
for
with
an
Christopher
update.
Columbus because Italian people are very offended by that one.
Yeah, I'm Italian, whatever. He was cool, he did a cool thing, he
He
traveled
really
across
did.
the sea, traveled a new spot, and then all these people
What year
were
was that?
murdered.
He went to
So-
he went to a place where a bunch of people were already at, and then said he discovered it.
Right. What
Yeah.
year
On
was
his
that?
way to discover a completely different thing.
He discovered it for
For
Europe.
Yeah.
Europe, which is
That was always the claim. The claim was
That's
the
fucking
claim isn't
cool,
like
right?
he's the only person to ever be there. I'm saying
Yeah, but
the story got exaggerated, yes, but I mean
But that is important.
And we celebrate him as the person who discovered America. He discovered it before.
Yeah, but you
That's different.
got to go look at why we even celebrate him because I looked that up just recently and I had no idea about that. Apparently that was like a vote thing and like Italian people voted on that one because I just found that out. I was like, why do we celebrate Columbus Day? And I went and looked it up and I was like, who would have thought that? I was like, that seems like a weird reason to make it a holiday.
Yeah,
But yes,
we shouldn't.
in Italy and Spain, they do consider him like a hero because,
I mean-
but there's some other things tied to that we don't teach here. that the reasons why they see him as a hero. Now, he did have an Indian son. He adopted an Indian son. He was still very friendly with the Indian tribe that he first came in contact with. There was a tribe that they were against, but they were both fighting. They were cannibals, and they were a problem. They actually did do trade with them, but it was really weird. They wore these like priestly outfits because they were afraid of that. It was weird. I read about it. When they did trade with them, they'd wear these outfits because I don't know why the cannibal people were afraid. The cannibal Indians, they were afraid of that for some reason.
Afraid of the outfit?
Yeah, it was weird. They were superstitious about that, so they wore these outfits so they wouldn't kill them.
Groups are superstitious about that shit.
Well, now
Well, that's
see,
their
like
belief. Growing up, that's their culture. Their
my
culture.
grandmother was a pure-blooded Indian. She was straight up Indian.
Yeah.
I don't look it at all. My dad does. He's got a long ponytail and all this shit, brown hair and all. I'm blonde hair and blue eyed. Don't ask me where all that came from. So, but exactly, yeah, I don't know. Nobody else looks like me in my family. So, but my grandmother was full-blood
What
Indian.
did milkman look like?
she had hair down to her feet, and she was tall and everything. And she told my dad and me all kinds of stuff about that and all. And she was very opinionated that because I know as white people we like to lump Indian people all together and say Indian, but Native American Indian. Yeah, exactly.
It's only Indian because we thought we were
no,
Indian.
even then we lump Native. Even then we lump Native American together.
Okay.
They don't like that either. That's like lumping.
That's true.
They don't. That's like lumping Asian all together. They don't like
It's
that.
different.
Yeah. But
Anyway, we are at 4 hours.
we ain't done. Shut up. You can
We
break
are
this-
done for this episode.
You can break it in part 1 and part 2.
Yeah. So we're just gonna wrap this up, and we continue this another day if we need to. But
Sounds
we're pretty much at the limit of what we can hold.
Yeah, but I say they may not let us upload.
Exactly. So
Split it part 1, part 2.
final thoughts.
No, they actually give us a limit on what we can upload a month.
What?
Yeah.
YouTube?
No, it's
Another thing, but final thoughts.
As far as final thoughts on what, like the podcast?
anything you want to say, just get it out.
Final, your last words. Go.
Yeah, basically.
This was educational. This was informative. I definitely have some new things I need to look up and do some research on. Definitely have a few more questions for my beliefs that I definitely want to take a look into. Learned a lot about things that I was not aware of before. Thank y'all for having me. Thank y'all for allowing me to communicate with y'all. I hope we can do this again, go a little bit further, deeper and stuff. Without having to Google search every 10 minutes.
I know y'all killed me on that.
Dude, I'll say this though, I feel like there's also information just comes up very quickly.
Final thought.
I would like to say thank you because I didn't know you guys, and I'm glad to meet you guys, and I appreciate that you guys are having these difficult conversations. And
That's actually the whole point of the show. That's why we started the
I
show.
think it's important to have these conversations, even if they are difficult, because we got to overcome them. Black Lives Matter, Queer Lives Matter. Fuck Trump. Thank you.
I'll side with that one.
Alright, so this is probably gonna make people mad, whoever listening. But
You want to write it first?
so,
we need to approve your final
it'll
thoughts.
be interesting. So I honestly believe that a lot of people that that I see that are hardcore left wing extremists, a lot of them have to they embrace feeling more than anything, and I don't see that as a extremely a negative thing. But when you let it override, it blinds you from a lot of things, and it's the same on both sides. But I think a lot of people kind of victimize themselves through. But everybody has their own hardships, but you can't compare certain hardships to hardcore hardships, like people that have really gone through it, really have lived through poverty, lived through struggles, whatever. They have a different mindset than people that have just had an easy life but just decided to make their own victim. Whatever. Anyway,
I feel like discrimination though isn't something that should be compared. I feel like pain should be compared. One person's troubled upbringing does not invalidate another person's troubled upbringing. Both
Right.
are equally
but
valid.
it
and
shouldn't allow you to invalidate someone's either.
No, I agree, but to say
because when I hear privileged white male, and
We didn't
I
get to
understand.
that. We didn't.
I know. This,
Well, that's actually what I was going to bring up earlier because she was talking about stuff she's had. But
Yeah.
you look at me and you wouldn't know that I went to I was the only black kid in my classes. I mean,
White.
I was the only white kid. I was the only white kid in my classes up
so
through
you face
high school.
discrimination
The
too.
mass-
So, but that's what I tell people. It's like, look, I had people. I wasn't called. Nobody used my name until high school. Everybody called me, "Hey, white boy." I mean, that was daily life. I didn't know any white people. That's why my wife is Spanish. Most of the girls I dated were Vietnamese and stuff. I didn't know any white people.
Okay.
But I'm just saying. So I understand all that. But I try not to chalk it up to the. I don't blame every black person for treating me that way. I know a lot of great black people that I'm friends with, and were in school too. There was a lot of them that I was friends with. I hung out with them all the time. But the thing is, I don't want people. I just don't want. Well, I get final words too. So I just don't.
You do.
I just don't want people to get to the
just don't
habit
hit
of mixing up innate bias, like your individual bias. You know, this guy walking down the street, he may be racist. He may hate me. You know, but that guy over there may not. I don't want to say, but I'm not going to blanket say it's systemic. I'm not going to say there's a systemic racism problem in the black community against white people. That'd be ridiculous. I would never say that.
Yeah, the system wasn't built. Black people being
Alright,
tough.
so those are Lance's final thoughts. Joe, do you want to add to your final thoughts?
Yeah, I apologize. Let me just throw that away. Yeah, it was a good conversation. You know, I learned a good little bit. You know, as far as understanding what you know, the Democratic side is like, and the LGBTQ community and all that. You know, there's still more to learn, and there's still more that I'd like to talk about. You know, next time I'll come prepared with even more, you know, things to talk about. But,
Well, this has been Divided People. Later.